follow. We have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strike. 涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 言葉のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ レゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart明日が見えなくたって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing Heart 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を新しい朝をここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立て
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It is CBLOL time, wherever you are around the world. Thank you so much for joining in and tuning in with us. I'm 4x4. That handsome gentleman to my side is RMC. We are back with day 2. After day 1 delivered what I would say is a couple of surprises, but the beginning of the split always starts off a bit wonky. RMC, how are you, and how did you enjoy the games yesterday?
Well, for I am kind of annoyed with how our predictions went, but also very excited that it kind of went that way, because that's why we love CBLOL. The fact that you can't predict what's gonna happen, and everything always at the beginning of season seems to be up in the air. So day 2, 4x4, I'm looking forward to more chaos, more confusion, and hey, maybe more wrong predictions coming from all of us.
Yeah, because the name of the game, after all, is interactions. And even though, like you said, doing predictions is a bit of a fool's errand, it is money for interactions. So that's why we do it. Before we get to our predictions, though, let's get into our first game of the day. Los Grandes versus Fluxu. We've got the rosters up here on your screen shortly. Let's start with Los Grandes, because while the rosters do look the same as they did yesterday, if you compare them to last year, I feel like these two teams in particular could not look more different in terms of ethos, in terms of what they were trying to do, right? Los Grandes tried to build like a JV Korean super team at one point. As you can see on your screen, this is not really that. Super Clever coming in from Academy, a big promise. He's in the top lane. C's from Korea in the jungle. Envy, journeyman, CBLOL champion, 2-time CBLOL champion in the mid lane, has found his way to Los Grandes. Cello, again, coming up from Academy. And Cabby, probably the most heralded part of this lineup. RMC, going to pitch it to you for a second. What did you see out of Los Grandes yesterday, either that you liked or didn't like? What stood out to you in that loss against Vivocade?
Well, Los Grandes, I feel like they've changed some things up, but they've kept the sort of 2 Korean, 3 Brazilian game plan the same, even though even the coaching staff has changed up. Now, Los Grandes yesterday against Cade Stars, I'm going to be honest, I actually didn't think they looked that bad. The things that I expected to see kind of worked. Envy did okay. Super Clever was the standout for me, really kind of popped off in his lane, doing really, really well. Unfortunately, the first video of the day, I believe, didn't actually, was there one in Kaboom Loud? I can't remember. Super Clever was the first one that stood out in my mind.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, but the laning was good. If anything, what I'm looking for from this team is a little bit more from this bot lane. As you said, Cabby, the most heralded piece of the offseason for Los Grandes, didn't really pan out. Cello's a really solid piece to build around, but it just felt like they couldn't find any sort of traction, got shut down, and that's not what we want to see from this roster.
Yeah, for me, there are going to be bumps on the road with this roster. That's a bit of a given, if nothing else, because you are integrating two Koreans, and that always hurts your synergy, at least early on, right?
Sure.
Everyone can say, oh, yeah, we're all going to speak English. Everyone's English is great, but everyone's going to say that in the offseason. Why would you say anything other than that? So what I hope for this team is that I hope for the whole year, but if nothing else for the course of the whole split, that they maintain the faith in these guys, especially Super Clever and Cello, because these guys have been, right, Super Clever never really gotten a shot in CBLOL. Cello's been up and down, but these two guys now have an opportunity to stick. And I hope that they, that they come good with that. Let's move it to Fluxu, because, again, if this is the Fluxu you were expecting from last split, good golly, Miss Molly, do we have some news for you. Kiari, Sting, Fu, Kojima, and Scamber. This feels like an all-rookie team, even though technically it's not. Kiari's in his 4th year, a guy that a lot of people, myself included, have always been a big truther of. I always think Kiari's going to come good. I still think that's the case. Sting been up and down. This is one of his first, kind of big-time starting roles. Fu had himself a great game yesterday in the upset. Over, I guess it was Furia, right? I did not predict that. And then Kojima,
none of us did.
Yeah, no, I thought this team was going to be firmly last place. And look, they still might be, but after one game, Kojima and Scamber in the bot lane as well to round out their roster. After one game, I was pleasantly surprised, RMC.
Yeah, individually, these are some of the best talents that Academy had to offer. Kojima was absolutely popping off. Sting, with former CBLOL experience, had shown that he's a very unique jungler who can definitely carry games. Fu, to me, was the big standout, as you mentioned. 11-1-4 on Akali. And granted, Akali's busted. Granted, Fluxu got sort of the meta Exodia. They got Rumble. They got Lucian. They got Nami as well. Just really, really strong roster across the board. So coming into today, I'm still excited, but I need to see what they get in draft, because I don't think other teams are going to give them as much as Furia did.
Yeah, you would hope not. And another little tidbit, blue side went 5-0 yesterday. Those Fluxo, they will be on red side this time around. So like you said, that draft Exodia, probably not going to be quite as easy to grab. Let's take it back to, I believe we got draft coming up here in just a little bit here, but RMC, I mean, look, both of these teams, the expectations can't be that high. Oh, indeed, we are right into draft. Look at that. Shut up, 4x4. The bans, pretty standard. Kind of, I mean, the red side bans to me really stand out as, look, red side, your job is to ban the OPs, and they have done that, but that leaves Stellar to pick up Kalista off the rip.
Yeah, right now it feels like the bot lane's dominated by these early AD carries, things like Lucian, like Kalista, and if you don't ban both, then, well, you're going to get... The blue side's going to get one of the OP picks. Thankfully, I like the Varus answer that came through from Fluxu. Very versatile AD carry right now. You can build crit, you can build on hit, you can build lethality. If there's a broken build, Varus can take advantage of it. We see the Rel pickup as well can be flexed between jungle, where she can very quickly take Void Grubs or still as support. And for Los Grandes, when I see that Kalista, it's got to be a tank support or Renata to come through with it.
And for Fluxu, what I'm hoping for is Akali. R3, right? That is kind of your counter to Azir these days. And again, Fu, we talked about it. Look, he's probably not going to get, Fluke's are probably not going to get what they want in blue side, but Fu has himself a shot right now to go back to some comfort, right? I mean, look, confidence, especially for a rookie, could be extremely up and down. There's that Renata you're hoping for. So tick in that box, Kalista, Renata, Azir in the mid lane for Envy. A champion and a player that have both been doing it a long, long time.
Well, the other answer to Azir 4x4 is what I personally hate. But he's back in meta. It's Corki Azir season. And especially when I see that Renata come through, I am a little bit concerned that you don't want to be running Akali or short-range champions into it. Hostile takeover can make an absolute mess of Akali trying to go in and assassinate targets. We are seeing the Nico hover. It's a really strong pick right now. And one of the big reasons why on patch 14.1 it's such a big pick is because it can not only go mid, you can also flex it to support. And with the likes of a Renata, you can use that clone sometimes to avoid the handshake, make your clone eat the handshake, and still get the initiate with Nika.
Well said. Yeah, and I mean, and look, with a composite, and that's going to be crucial, right? Because let's see how the rest of the comp rounds out, but Renata and Azir is your classic kind of disengage, right? And Nico wants to go forward, Rela wants to go forward, so I think it'll be a chance, a discussion of how many buttons do Fluxu get to push, right? And how many counter punches do Los get to push in response when taken away. And to your point, RMC, so that Akali still could be an option because the Rel could go jungle, the Nico could go support, right? That Varus and Nico, especially if you just build poke lethality, that lane's going to be really, really rough. And Kalista very short range, so the Renata's going to have a lot of work to do. The rest of the band's coming in. Xin Zhao back in the meta. K'Sante taken away. When taken away from Kiari, I like that a lot. I do not want to leave that champion in Kiari's hands. Especially if you do go, well, actually, let's see how this the rest of this draft shakes out.
Yeah, and the bans are a little bit more complicated for Los Grandes because of the flexibility Fluxu have with Nico support mid, Rel support jungle. Whereas Fluxu they can say, okay, we know you want a top laner and a jungle, you don't have a lot of flexibility, so hence the Xinjiao, hence the Cassante. We're seeing the Blitz taken away as an answer to a lot of these sort of Enchanter-esque supports. Renata particularly vulnerable, Kalista more able to dodge away, and Fluxu, they are holding that flex to the very end. If they lock in the Aatrox here, it will give Los Grandes counterpick, which is really surprising when you're playing red side in this meta.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Especially with a couple of strong top laners open. I mean, the Udyr is still open, right? I guess I don't know quite as much about how that Udyr Aatrox matchup actually shakes out. But like you said, especially with a player like Chiari, right? This is a guy that's been in the league now. It feels like not that long. This is 4th year in the league, which was very surprising. 2021, right? He was on that Rensga roster that almost beat Red in the finals. 22, 23.
Forgot about that.
This is 2024. This is his 4th year. Sejuani coming in first pick of the year, first Sedge of the year, and there is your top jungle in some way, shape, or form. Okay, well, the Jax, we saw Aegis Powder in the jungle, but if it isn't the Renekton, they're going to give that to Super Clever. Let's see what they lock in here. What do you want to see, the Renekton or the Yone?
I want to see the Yone. Super Clever has been such a team fighting monster. I feel like Yone is the better pick for that, but it's a little bit tougher to execute, and we've seen the Yone counter to Aatrox. Super Clever, though, in CBLOL, just newly promoted. As much as I think this guy's been amazing, his first outing yesterday was beautiful to watch, despite the loss. He's going for that steady Renekton pick. I don't blame him. And now Fluxu, this is the big question mark for me. What are we going to see to round up this roster? I was going to say, I think he could almost run Rel in the jungle, but they decided to put it support instead. And Talia jungle is the thing that we've been seeing. A lot of mages coming back to jungle. We saw Brand yesterday. Did not work out for Yampi. I think Talia has a much better time of it.
But then you do have that double AP in your mid jungle, which is... Well, actually, no. I mean, no. Rungle is just... Well, no. Sorry. I'm all scrambled. Varus Rel in the bot lane. Nico mid. Talia... Okay, yeah, it is double AP. Mid jungle. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that feels like you're committing a cardinal sin here, RMC. How bad do you think this is for Fluxu?
Personally, I'm not too bothered by it. One thing that I kind of don't mind a lot in the mid lane, because we're seeing a lot of mages, a lot of damage style champions, is even if you're running double AP, I'm not expecting Azir to pick up magic resistance that early. I believe right now it's Nash's Tooth first, maybe a Banshee's Veil second, if you're really feeling it. And I think Talia can absolutely punish the Azir before that happens. By the time he builds that Banshee's Veil, by the time the magic resistance really starts to come through, you're going to see the rest of the team group up. And so when I'm looking at what Sting's going to do on this Talia, it's more about mobility across the rest of the map. The jungle mid specific double AP doesn't bug me as much.
And I think I'm there with you, especially because, I mean, especially if what I think is going to happen, right? Like Sting, especially at level 6, he's going to be, like you said, maneuvering kind of all over the map. Bot lane is a little more gankable these days, right? You can pull off a dive on red side a little bit better. Or excuse me. Yeah, no, you could always pull off a red side dive on blue side really nicely. But on the top side, right? This is a battle of two top laners that, as far as the champions are concerned, they want to get rolling. And once one of these two champions starts hitting a snowball, it's going to be a lot tougher. So you have that mixed damage as far as top jungle now. So if you have double AP mid, okay, great. That's easy to itemize against. But like you said, and even if Azir builds a Banshee's Veil, I feel like you could poke that out really, really easily. You've got between Nico and Varus before a fight, just like tap it. Yes, it's on a 30-second cooldown, I think, now, which is not all that much, but you could deal with that pretty easily. So that's what on the Fluxu side. On the Los Grandes side, again, along with the Renekton, with the Kalista, excuse me, you've got a couple of champions that are strong early game monsters. And while that is the way the game seems to be trending, it still leaves you a lot of burden for Los.
It does. For Los, the side lanes being strong is good, but you need to assist your jungler, and the mid lane not being as strong might become an issue for the jungle mid synergy has been sort of a deciding factor, I think, in a lot of our games yesterday on day one. And unfortunately for the Azir into Nico, if Nico lands a single root, well, oftentimes we've seen Nico chunk half your health, at level 3, level 4. If Sting's anywhere nearby, that's when we start to get the kills coming through. So Super Clever, Cello, Cabby, not only do they need to win their lane, but they also need to help out other lanes as well. Renata is not the most prolific roaming support.
No, to put it mildly, right? I mean, she's a roaming support in the sense that, can you roam with her? Sure, you can do anything with her. You can build her AD for all I care, but that doesn't make her a good roaming support. You see the vision coming down here on the red side from Fluxu, hitting that pixel brush. Just trying to keep track of C's and any pathing that he's going to have, right? thing. We talked about it. Look, these two junglers are going to play kind of fundamentally different roles in their composition. But for all the good things that we said about the potential of the top jungle for Fluxu or Los Grandes, I mean, you've got a melee in the top side, and you've got good gank setup as well. Kojima taking a ton of damage here very early on from Cabby and Stella.
Yeah, one thing we need to note is Lethal Tempo and Kojima. This is not the Hail of Blades Varus. This is not your early game Varus who's looking for trades. And then you run into a range and Enchanter support with Kalista. Yeah, Kojima and Scamber just have to play respectfully. The fact that things started bot side, I think, was proof they wanted to try and play a little bit more aggressively initially, but taking that bad trade means that you just got to play passive. Things not going to show up anytime soon. Who certainly can't win.
No, it's going to be it's going to be a lot tougher. Who the future, as they say, of CBLOL. That was one thing that I think it was Guetta said on the Portuguese broadcast in an interview. I like that a lot. He's still level 1 here, or will he be level 1? Some of our HUD disappeared. Let's see here. Yeah, this is still going to take me a lot of getting used to. Cabby moving very, very far up. I mean, if that doesn't telegraph the fact that he's just showing up, I don't know what does. Able to stay out of the tower range with that handshake. Get a couple more autos down on Scamber. They're going for the level 2 dive here. A lot of damage coming down. Clean. Scamber gets a shield here. Cabby has to take some shots, but first blood over to Stello.
Oh, can't Fu find anything else here? Forcing the flash out of C's.
Cabby goes right back in, gets another handshake, and uses that on cooldown. How about 2 kills for Cello? He might get a third here. Cabby, beauty, he goes down, but Kojima has to burn the flash. 3 kills for the Kalista.
Okay, let's talk about this 4x4, because Cello is a very interesting AD carry. We have 6 Academy players actually promoted into this game, 4 and 2 on Los Grandes, and Cello was elo held, was jailed on the Los Grandes Academy roster, not because of his team, or at least the Academy team, but because of the Los Grandes CBLOL team, which had Trick leaving partway. They had random promotions through there, and it messed up Cello. So Los Grandes ended up struggling in the Academy team, but Cello was the bright spot. I'm glad he's showing why he deserves the CBLOL spot here.
Absolutely. But now, I think we could, not to be a Debbie Downer here, but as we get a replay, first let's get a replay of this, then I'll make my point here. All that damage early on, I mean, this is a risky dive, but Scamber's got like no health.
And the thing too is that Fuxu knew this was a possibility with that opening that now they added in season 14. The jungle has such an easy gank path. The setup was beautiful from Los Grandes. Well, they stacked that wave. That is a 2.5 wave stack into the bot lane. So Fuxu knew they were diveable. And the fact that we saw Fu kind of keep that bot lane as well, I think that was the biggest mistake of all. Yara and Nico at level 3. What are you bringing to the table? The dive has already gone through, and the fact that you tried to chase into the jungle, that's when everything went wrong. That's when, hey, you're not protected by the turret. You're 2v3, heck, 1v3, because Kojima didn't want any of that. And the turn results in not just Fu dying, but Kojima getting killed. That's 3 for 1 because of that call being complete.
Yeah, I think if nothing else, maybe you want Fu to bring a little bit more CC, but that felt like, I think to your point, a bit of a panic. Right? That was just like, I got to get down there and make things happen. Our predictions here on the screen, you will see that I had Los Grandes winning this. You had Fluxu. We went about 50-50 here, though. I thought about changing this one, honestly. This, to me, this could be a coin. Like, not now, but coming into this game, if you took anything away from those first 2 games, bless your heart, I was not about to flip my entire perspective on those 2 teams based on just one game.
That's right. As we'll find out throughout the day. I actually swapped all my votes so that we wouldn't end up with 100% votes on any team. I think there's one therapy for that. This wasn't one of them. I actually thought Fluxu had a really good shot after what happened yesterday. And while that's a great start for Los Grandes, so far everything's happening in the ball. Other places, there's no chance for Scamber to get
Scamber gets got, has to yeet himself over the wall immediately, but is able to hold on to the flash crucially, and that's free drag for Los Grandes early on here. You talked about earlier, Steve, Fu having to go down there and kind of waste his TP, waste his time as well. I mean, Envy, he's already level 6. And yes, Fu has hit level 6 as well, but he's up 15 CS. That's a full 2 or 3 waves.
Yeah, and the important part for the Azir-Nico matchup is that, especially early on, Nico's a lot more impactful. But Azir is just trying to scale up as fast as he can, and Envy is getting that free lane to do so. The jungle, Sting looks ahead in terms of CS significance. Let's not forget C's bot. C's got some of the XP from that bot as well. So this Sejuani isn't that far behind. It looks that they need to play this top side right now. They need to play the Void Clubs that we just saw. and they need to get Chiari ahead. If they're not going to be able to salvage that bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And this is lethal tempo, right? So it seems like you're gonna go on hit. Here's about getting those autos down. That's gonna kind of take care of itself, right? You're gonna say, okay, you gotta trust your bottom lane to play safe and force force a bot lane for excuse me, force Stello to make things happen, right? Because that was the point I was gonna bring up was look, okay, yes, Stello's got himself a 3-kill lead now. Now what? Right? He's doing a good job of keeping the pressure on Kojima. He's up 35 CS. Jeez Louise. But the burden is on him now to carry this game, right? You got 3 kills of Callista. That is your early game gift wrapped, signed, sealed, delivered. Not my lover like Billie Jean, but the kid is mine. Now you got to carry this game.
And for now, Stello and Capital will continue to apply pressure. I like that C's is trying to use this bot side pressure to see if they can sneak away these grubs, try and get ahead of the thing. Now, super clever, baited into the bush.
Get it into the brush, gets a seismic shove, does Sting, has to pop the flash and the dominance. Super clever. Down a couple of huge resources here. Chiari has both. He's got his ultimate and his flash. That's a lot of prio created on the top side of the map. And with that, Sting is going to grab himself 1, maybe 2 Void Grubs here. And again, you need 5 to hit that break point. Meanwhile, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There goes the hostile takeover. Scamber trying to get himself some CC down, but Stella with a beautiful ultimate takes his support out of trouble. And now here comes Envy out of nowhere. Didn't have to murder TP. He just got himself over the wall, yeeted the opponent away, and now 4 kills. And Sting says, hey guys, I got Void Grubs.
And hey, for Sting did the right thing, right? Sting did whatever he could. We already said that bot side's a bit of a wash. You're not going to be able to relieve it and save it. But Los Grandes, I love what they're doing. They saw the gank top side, and the call was immediately, okay, super clever, you lived, just keep surviving. We are going to answer them, show them how it's done in the bot side. And it's not just a jungle gank. The roam down from Envy as well was beautiful. So you see this on display. They knew they were dead to right. But look at Envy coming in from the mid lane, no hesitation, moving out, and Abby at the coordination say, okay, I keep going, I land this handshake, they're dead. And that's sort of teamwork that I didn't expect to see from Los Grandes. This 2 Korean, 3 Brazilian, this mishmash team with players coming from all different sorts of teams to show this early on in this game.
Couldn't have said it better myself. This is impressing me in a lot of different ways. Like you said, Envy, 2-time CBLOL champion, a veteran's veteran. Elo coming up from Academy, Tabby and Steez, new Korean import, super clever and Cello, effectively rookies given their first full-time starting jobs. This is a Frankenstein team. They should not have that much coordination. Envy in some trouble now, holds on to the flash, able to E2 himself out of trouble, but does have to burn the flash eventually. Pretty disciplined, all things considered, though, by the veteran Envy, able to get himself out of trouble.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen Envy get collapsed in from multiple directions, 3-man ganked, and no worries. Envy's just able to get out every time. So it doesn't look flashy, but Envy's eating up all this attention, still keeping a hidden CS, but Fu has negated some of that massive CS differential we saw from the first failed gank. And for Fluxu, I do think mid lane is one of the places you want to look at, not necessarily to kill Envy, but to also just unlock Fu to go to the side lanes to make things happen. Because if Fluxu want to win a team fight, it's going to come off the back of that Pot Blossom.
100%. That's something we're talking about in draft, and maybe I didn't make the point entirely clear, but this is an ultimate-based team here. Yeah. The ultimates have so much value. The Wombo combo, the Rel Nico. I mean, that has been the bread and butter of high-level League of Legends for, I feel like, 6 months now, right? Landing those 2 back-to-back, especially the cooldowns those ultimates are on, it's a little too free. And with the Chains of Corruption on top of it, again, just makes Kojima's life so much easier.
I don't know how much easier they'll have to make it 4x4, because right now it's just... No. I'm looking down, and Cello just picked up Blade of the Ruined King as well. They also took down First Start in that bot lane without the help of Void Grubs, without Herald, because with the changes, Herald doesn't spawn till 14 minutes. And the scariest thing is now Cello and Cabby are unlocked to the other lanes. Kojima and Scamber's problems have now become Fluxu's problems as a whole. And you said you wanted to see Cabby, or pardon me, Cello, really accelerate the pace of game, keep their foot on the pedal. We're going to see just that 4x4, and I'm not sure if Fluxu are in the right state to respond.
No, I would agree with you there, right? Especially because, like you said, he needs a way to get himself unlocked, right? Scamber, he's been doing a decent job of trying to get up into the mid lane, right? But again, you've got a point now where Envy's flash is down for a little bit. That's your window, right? That's where you got to get back and get rolling here. And I think even more disappointingly, Chiari's got himself a big old CS lead, and had flash and ult advantage at one point over this Renekton. We've seen no attention paid up to him. Well, actually, no, to be fair, you did blow Clever's flash and ultimate, and you blew Envy's flash. But again, we haven't seen that return repeat gank. Whereas on the other side, he's been like, you know, like a dog to his own vomit, just going right back to the bottom lane over and over and over again.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, like you said. And for C's, going up to gank Chiari is going to get complicated. I do feel like if you are going to gank it, it has to be now, before the Sundered Sky gets completed by Chiari. Because once that item gets completed, it's like the old Divine Sunderer, but in a way worse because of the way the cooldown operates. Ooh, Cello actually able to snipe that away from Sting. Salt in the wound, and C's finally able to start up the Void Grub this time. So as much as I'd love to see the gank up into Chiari, they're focusing the grubs first.
And this time it's Envy who starts it on Kojima, able to grab the AD carry, burn his cleanse as well. Shurima Shuffle paying off big dividends right now. And you know what? He's going to grab himself some Void Grubs. Man, it is all coming up Los Grandes right now. We haven't even seen the full team fight yet. But shout out to Stello, right? Because that's what we called on him to do, right? He and Cabby, right?
Yeah.
He said Renata's not really roaming support. When you have this much of a gold lead, guess what? You become a roaming support. You try to exert that pressure all over the map and extend that lead and play to your momentum. That's exactly what Los Grandes are doing.
Yeah, you don't lose a beat as a Renata roaming. If your AD carries roaming with you, we see the Void Grub count 3-3. So if no Void Mites this game, it's going to be pretty much even. We can cancel them out. The additional damage is there. I do want to talk a bit about the map rotations that happened with that, though, 4i4. If Cabby doesn't get caught here. Okay, Cabby's fine. Yep. So, in the first place, the way C's took the Void Grubs was kind of cheating a little bit. Normally, you'd have Cello and Cabby sit in that lane and go up and kind of help out with the pressure they were putting down. They forced a recall out of Kojima shortly before all of that happened. So, they had the priority in the mid lane. Envy would then be relegated to the bot side with TP to push out. But because of the pressure Cello had, and because Envy got first move in the bot lane, Fu kind of wanted to stay mid a little bit because Fu's the big team fighter. Envy got to shove out and got to cheat into the mid lane faster with that movement. And that's what caught Kojima and Scamber out a little bit. And then Envy gets to cover bot lane. So Los Grandes, they're ahead of the curve right now. And they are just getting objectives they shouldn't be able to get, which puts Fuxu further and further into the hole. And it does not bode well for them. If Fuxu's behind the curve, they can't set up to get the pick to get themselves back in the game.
Exactly, and you use that word. I was going to go out of that pick, right? That's what this Fuxu comp has. They've got good team fight, but as well, again, with the series of ultimates that they have going for them, with the ability with the Talia ultimate as well to zone off and isolate certain carries, you've got pick ability. But right now, I mean, it's one thing to get a pick, but it's another thing is, okay, what are you going to lose as a result, right? Right now, they're starting up the Herald, trying to force something here. Chiari has found himself on his way to the Rift Herald. He's level 11. That's a nice little spike for the Aatrox that the Renekton doesn't have on the other side. Amber playing bodyguard here. Should scoop up the Eye of the Herald. No problemo. All right, Fluxu back on the board just a little bit here.
Okay, good play from Fluxu. I don't think they should have been able to get the Herald, but they got the right timing. I don't know if they actually saw Caesar's recall and went for it at that moment, but they've got the Herald. Now, Herald is a sort of double-edged blade a little bit for especially when you're behind, because it acts as a battle sled now, and people can ride it, and it does more damage that way. The question for Fluxu is, do you want to ride it? Because I feel like any equals numbers team fight would not end well for them.
Chiari drops down the W. Amber and Sting waiting in the wings, not able to get the bait. Envy sensing that something was a little bit fishy there. Yeah, we'll see how they execute the Herald of Fluxu. Sting got himself a Storm Surge and the Sork Shoes. He's on his first item right now. Almost got his Pokemon fully upgraded here. Yeah, and then extending the lanes, right? That's one thing. And then how do you play around those long lanes is another, if you choose to throw them into the side lanes, because that was something you talked about in draft as well, was that side lane.
Yeah, and that side lane control for Los Grandes has definitely accelerated. Oh, 3v1?
Oh, good lord. Chiari, he can pop the ultimate. He can do whatever he wants with only one member there.
No
Hang on
way!
a second. He made me look silly. Umbral Dash into Flash. How do you do? Chiari is low, but now here comes Scamber. Able to get the ultimate down. Hostile takeover comes out, and now the TPs are coming in. Fluxu, a golden opportunity. Might just be squandered here. Clever is super. He is huge. 2 more kills for Los Grandes. RMC, how the hell did we find ourselves in this situation?
there were so many Uno reverse cards there.
Actually.
I don't even know how that. Like, Fluxu was the one setting up the initial ambush, and then they called it off because of the ward in that pixel bush up top, and then Los Grandes set up a beautiful bait. That should have been the story right there, except Chiari's hands. This is why Chiari, despite the fact that he's never won or even come close to winning CBLOL, is lauded as a really good top laner, and one that, you know, shortly after coming out of Academy, when he was on that Renska team, a lot of players had eyes on him. A lot of top laners say he's good because his hands enabled him to get out of a situation he shouldn't have been allowed to get out of, and bought enough time for the rest of Fluxu to back him up. Problem is, Los Grandes had TP, and that gave them the numbers advantage. Are we going to see another sort of bait setup trap in the top side?
Ay. Amber, we get CC down, but again, Los Grandes smelling maybe some fish in the water. There's no way Scamper starts that without a good reason. Indeed, that was the case. Yeah, and you brought up something that you mentioned, was that, look, yes, Chiari, we like hyping him up, but it's not just us, right? Other CBLOL top laners love praising this. Let's get another look at this fight. Like you said, the first of the Uno reverse cards was right here. Chiari gets away.
And part of it is also, unfortunately, the Emperor's Divide actually didn't push Chiari further away because he was already pretty much at the wall. He gets over the wall, the line of soldiers incredibly quickly. But you can see how much time he buys, right? The fact that Scamber came up, Sting came up, and I think that might have baited them into overextending a little bit. The moment that TP came down, Fluxu realized they were in trouble, but it was too late. The fact that they lost as few people as they did, I think, is already props to Fluxu. It's just, that's a very, very dull silver lining for it. But that's not like, oh, at least we traded even. No, we are still falling further behind, just slower than it otherwise could have been.
Yeah, that felt like the last sort of Hail Mary. Not even Hail Mary, because I think now we're in Hail Mary territory. But that felt like the last opportunity for Chiari and company to get back into this game in a meaningful way. And again, you see, just trying to play around vision and get some sort of pick here, because that's what this team has to resort to now. Seismic Shove not going to find its mark. Neither is the threaded volley. In goes Sting. Thought about it. Envy still got his flash, still got his ultimate. If they sacrifice this bot tower without too much of a fight here, you don't see Cello or Super Clever roaming down. No. With the wave not able to do anything, Fluxu tower defense successful for Los Grandes.
Yeah, and Los Grandes, those are all the champions with the heavy CC, right? C's, you know, with the Sejuani Era CC bot, you've got the Empress Divide from Azir available. You've got Hostile Takeover from Renata. Yeah. So Fluxu can't push into that. And if they had executed that push 5 minutes earlier, I've been so happy. Envy?
Absolutely. Now Envy might be in a little bit of trouble here. Tried to flash away, but just from one end of the Pop Blossom to the other. Fu on the board with, actually, no, not his first kill, just another assist.
Okay, they need to keep pushing this, Fluxu do. There is a bounty on that bot side turret, but everybody's recalling 4x4. I'm not sure why. They had vision on most members. They know that Super Clever would have taken at least another 10, 15, 20 seconds to actually get into lane, and Fu is the only one staying right now. Fu has to be careful. Clever could run him down.
We could absolutely run him down. Man, and he guesses correctly here, but it's not going to matter. He's not going to overstay that chase. Instead, going to grab himself a cannon minion. Yummy. Grab himself a snack. Yeah, that bot turret should be dead. RMC.
Yeah.
That was a wasted opportunity.
With the bounty as well, it have meant so much. And now for Fluxu, 20 minutes on to this Baron. Baron changes, actually. We should talk about the terrain changes, because I do think they are very, very impactful. And the additional walls have actually made things very, very complicated for trying to take the different types of Baron, because whichever team gets in there first has the advantage as far as trying to set up for that region. And a lot of times the team that wants to check now has to walk into these choke points. So I like the fact that Fluxu was looking there to try and make things happen first, but the key member for creating an ambush in these choke points is Fu. And guess who wasn't there? 4x4. No prizes for guessing right.
But I'm gonna do it anyway. It was Fu. Ding ding ding. Way to go, 4x4. And Baron isn't exactly paper anymore either. It's a little tougher to take down, which is kind of the one, even though League of Legends has gotten faster in 2024, Baron is a little bit slower, right? You can't just, if you have no opposition, you can't just rip through a Baron in 20 minutes, even with the amount of damage that this Los Grandes comp does. Well, maybe this 5-0 Callista and an Azir. Maybe you can do that. But there's still, I'd be shocked if they don't play for the turn here. Who's coming up from one angle from the top lane, and then you see Chiari making his way in from the mid lane. Baron down to half health. Here we go, RMC. This is either going to break the game open for Los Grandes, or it's the comeback in the works for Fluxu. Able to get the Baron down. No one gets hit by the hostile takeover. Amber looking to go in the Hextech portal. Fu trying to make his way into the back line, get that hostile, or the Pop Blossom down, and Super Clever just leaves him be. He gets into the back line, gets all that CC down. Will the follow-up be enough? C's can't get in and lay down CC, and that means Fluxu running riot. Kiari finally on the board with a kill here. Big handshake prevents a chase from Kiari. Cabby making himself felt here. What a handshake. They only got a kill out of that, RMC, and Los Grandes still walk away with the Baron.
Yeah, I think Los Grandes are going to be very happy. Well, actually, they're probably not going to be very happy what they achieved because they wanted more. But for Fluxu, that's not a win. I know like you're behind, every kill is a good kill, but losing Baron for that, definitely not worth it. And you can see that Los Grandes, they are right setting up for this dragon with Hextech gates. Envy will be able to get there really, really quickly. And for this dragon setup, this is Soul 4x4. So this is really, really important for Fluxu. This is bigger to me than the Baron fight.
Kiari, now because Fluxu are first to that fight. Yoink! Sting just smites Cabby off the map. And not a lot of CC, and not a lot of ultimates left here for, or summoners left for Los Grandes, or ultimates really. This is going to be completely uncontested for Fluxu. Yes, stopping that Infernal Soul. Absolutely huge. Or excuse me, the Hextech Soul. There is no way.
It was blind too, 4x4. He didn't have vision on it going down. Like, he barely got vision as he hopped over, just smited. Sees this import, this Korean jungler showing his stuff right now. And that's massive for Los Grandes. That pick onto Cabby was supposed to be the turning point for Fluxu. It ultimately did not matter.
That feels so bad. Fluxu did everything right. Super Clever has to burn his flash and his ultimate to get out of the way of this tower dive. That feels awful. And Hextech Soul is so strong. With the amount of autos that Los Grandes is going to be laying down, are we kidding? This is Jojover.
Yeah, and on top of that, look at how Fluxu has been engaging a lot of these fights. Fu looking for that flank, Kiari just running into you. Both of those have the same thing in common in that their mobility is somewhat restricted. If you are slowed, it's so difficult for Kiari to actually be able to find these engages. And now, the primary source of engage has to be Kojima landing a Chains of Corruption, if not with that Hextech Soul. Fluxu, the odds are not looking good for them being able to brute force from the front.
No, they are not. Like you said, you got to get creative with the angles. But like you said, it telegraphs kind of exactly how you're going to start these fights. Not that it really worked out poorly for them in the fight that they got after the Baron, but it was like you said, yeah, okay, they got a kill and they were able to win that fight. They almost got 2 or 3 kills out of that. The health bars were low for Los Grandes, but at this stage in the game, right, Los Grandes, they've got a huge opportunity here to accelerate this gold lead. Now, to be fair, the gold lead has been at about 4,000 for 15 minutes, RMC.
True. It might.
Here comes Sting.
Shrink.
And himself in with the Weaver's Wall here. Super Clever just kind of waiting to die here. Let's see if he even pops the Dominus to try to get some CC down. Here with C's waiting in the wings. They don't opt to go in, instead of just leaving Super Clever out to die, and that's probably fair enough. No reason to throw that lead.
Yeah, I really like the fact that like, we see just in the corner of the screen there, C's kind of poking his head around the corner going, yeah, I don't want any of this. Right call. Super Clever has been trying to draw pressure. I think it backfired this time. I do want to highlight the last time we saw Super Clever get ganked on that bot side, under that turret, Los Grandes was set up to push in on the top side with the Baron buff. Baron buff has worn out. Oh, Sting.
Oh, C's with the flash ultimate. He gets ulted himself. Not able to get a kill. Here comes a hostile takeover. A little bit of damage comes down. Not as much as you would like, though, but it works for the disengage. At the end of the day, that's probably what they wanted more than anything else. C's has to get himself out of dodge. Baron not up for another couple minutes, so no prize on the table to take for Fluxu.
But notably, cleanse blown from Kojima, flash blown from Sting. So Los Grandes need to play around these timers a little bit to make sure they win something. Because 4x4, you mentioned that the goal difference hasn't changed for the last however long, 5-10 minutes. I also want to point out that Los Grandes has not won a major team fight in that time period. It's been Fluxu finding these catches, finding the individual picks, the thing we said they needed to get back into the game. And when I look at this comp from Los Grandes, that's not ideal. You've got a Sejuani, you've got a Renata, you've got a Kalista. You should be winning the team fights. When you had that lead, when you've got strong skillings, there's no reason for you to be losing at this point.
No, there really isn't. No, and you, like you said, you can team fight so well, and what Fluxu have right now is pick, and that's about it, right? Yeah. But they've got some decent damage here as the items start to roll through here. Fu is on 2.5 items very quietly, farming pretty decently here. Really, it's just Kojima that is like, he's almost getting Flame Horizon. Good lord, I didn't even see that. But you see, yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of wombo combo, plenty of good team fight here for Fluxu, and they've slowly been, like you were saying, RMC, winning these little skirmishes, beginning to win out these fights. And now you see the Vision Dance starting to take place around Baron. That's up in another 40-something seconds. Elder not up for another minute and a half. Actually, 2 minutes, really, after all is said and done. So the Baron's going to be that big one. And Fluxu, they've got to be feeling themselves right now because they've proven that, hey, even though we're behind, we've played these fights from Red side really, really intelligently.
And we say that they're behind. You mentioned the one who's really behind is Kojima. But even with Kojima, you've got Blade of the Ruined King, Rage Blade. Fun thing about Blade of the Ruined King, because you do % health damage, you scale not with your own strength, but with your opponent's health. So Kojima might be behind, but he's still going to have output in these team fights. And Kojima hasn't been the focus. He's been allowed to free fire because Chiari's the problem. Fu is the problem. And right now, Los Grandes might be the problem. Fluxu are caught with their pants down. They have vision of it being taken, but they're not there. There comes the TP.
No. Here comes the TP. They get that bot lane tier 2. Fu not able to get over the wall here. Really good ultimate from C's. Playing defense. Super clever. Try to find a way over the wall. He gets over the wall. Oh, Fu! The ultimate gets canceled. He has to go into a stopwatch. Hostile takeover's out. Super clever in the back line. He gets tons of damage out onto Sting and makes Cabby and Celo's life just so easy. Los Grandes get another Baron on top of their Hextech Soul and get 2 kills in the process.
Okay, I was sweating right there for I thought Envy shafted Los Grandes for a second when he knocked Fu into the entire team. But it got Fu killed fast enough that Fluxu weren't quite able to follow up. And what we've been seeing for a lot of these fights for first of all, first one, Los Grandes is 1 wall, and second one, whoever's initiating is actually struggling with these fights right now. When we saw Los Grandes initiate, Fluxu has so much AoE they can kite back with. When Fluxu is initiating, their team is not completely on the same page. They're actually a fairly immobile team in that Aatrox can't follow up, Varus can't follow up, Scamber should be fine getting over wall, but couldn't follow up in that team fight either.
No, and I think it's a bit on them. Or like you said, Fluxu, they just don't look like they're on the same page because we talked about how easy this should be to execute, this composition for Fluxu, the ultimates, etc. But you got to credit to Los Grandes as well, right? The ultimates have been used very, very effectively by C's, Envy, Celo, and Cabby. There's a lot of disengage in this composition. Celo gets the Blade of the Ruined King down on Chiari, able to kite away. Nothing else doing here. Super Clever's got his ultimate up and running. Every single summoner and ultimate up and running for Los Grandes except for Envy's Flash. Well, that's one of the least impactful. Now the Elder Dragon Dance has started. Super Clever looking for a flank here, looking for his own. Scammer tries to go in. He gets deleted out of the fight. Super Clever's there on the back line to clean it up. And now Fu gets jumped onto. The Black Blossom does absolutely nothing. And Los Grandes again turn the fight beautifully. Super Clever on one side, Celo on the other. Disaster all around for Fluxu.
The discipline coming through from Los Grandes on that play 4x4, the way they pulled Fluxu apart, Super Clever once again baiting in the mid lane, and that caused Fluxu to not have the setup they wanted to have. And because of that, Los Grandes, not only do they win the fight 4-1, they get Elder Dragon with Baron still ticking for another minute. They could just look to end the game right here.
I was going to say, this kind of snuck up on me, and I think on you a little bit as well. But they can just shred right through here. They've got Elder, Hextech Soul, and they've got that little bit of extra true damage onto structures. Scamber gets rolled. GG's Los Grandes. We were criticizing them a little bit. Couldn't quite get the ball rolling. But when it mattered, they just team fought better. And they're going to walk away with a victory here, pulling themselves to 1-1. What a display by this team.
We had mentioned in the pregame that we really wanted to see Celo and Cabby pop off. They were the sort of duo that we didn't get to see yesterday. Today, though, they were definitely the focus of this match. The way they dominate the bot lane from the get-go as well, and were able to just kind of snowball that lead. This is the Los Grandes we're expecting to see. And for Fluxu, on the other hand, yes, this was a bit of a tough game for them, but I still think that they showed good moments, and especially the mid game when they were coming back, their ability to form picks, that gives me a lot of excitement for this very rookie squad. Let's not forget, this team, 4 promotions from Academy, only Chiari still coming from CBLOL. Yes, some of them have prior CBLOL experience, but still, we have to view them as a rookie squad.
Yeah, no, 100%. And oh wow, we are on esports.com. That's wonderful. Wow. Sorry. I was really surprised. That threw me off guard, but that's big. That's big for the brand. Shout out to all you guys tuning in here. Even if you're just here for drops, I don't care. I don't give a rip why you're here. I'm just happy you are. But like you said, RMC, there was a lot to like from both of these teams, right? Yes, Los Grandes, they walk away with the wins. I caught a lot of heat in my tier list for putting Los Grandes as low as I did. Look, I'm still not a truther. I'm not capital C convinced, but they have been a lot better than I thought. And like you said, in their first game against Cade Stars, it wasn't so much about them as I felt Cade Stars just kind of outhands them. You saw that the gap between Takui, and Envy was solid enough, but you saw just like, oh, this guy has LCS and a lot of ERL experience, right? Yeah. The dude's just plain old good. They're a well-coached team. They're a coach. I've been impressed with Los Grandes, but like you said, Fluxu, very much worth keeping an eye on because they have shown a lot as well. They showed a lot of good stuff and were able to take advantage of Los Grandes not always pushing the advantage.
Well, for you might not be capital C convinced by Los Grandes, but how about capital K? How do you feel about Cabby?
Dude, I think I was wrong about him. Look, in my tier list, I put him 10th initially, and I explained that was a mistake. He was farthest to the right. I wanted to put him, I think, in between Pro Delta and Zai, which I think was still 7th. I think I'm probably gonna have to correct that. I think I'm gonna owe all the Cabby truthers an apology here because he looks like the real deal. He has Renata's a really tough champion to play. He was awesome. There was only one hostile takeover that he missed, but there were a couple of handshakes, and I was like, oh my goodness! Like he was just using that on cooldown. The way he used that in the dives as well as disengaging in team fights. It seemed like he knew that champion kind of backwards and forwards.
100%. And I'm actually super happy as well watching the laning with Cello because Cello is such a strong AD carry as well. Being able to really follow up with what Cello was putting down, I really enjoyed watching as well. So Los Grandes, yeah, we might get to see more of them. Sees just walk in and kind of sniping that dragon away. Still sticks in my mind, that Hex Tech. So absolutely huge pop-off from them. So Forever, I'm going to put you in a rough spot.
Please do.
MVP of the match. Who would you give it to? I don't think the official, the CBLOL Portuguese stream has theirs yet, so let's get ahead of them.
I'm gonna give it to. I think I'm gonna give it to Cabby.
Okay.
I think like you said, between the laning and the dives early on, that just got the snowball rolling so fast, and it's exactly what you've got to do with this Kalista Renata. It's such an oppressive early duo. You did your job. You executed, right? So often, half of it is what you get, but executing is the other half. And they did a phenomenal job, and that all started in the bot lane. I got to give it to Cabby. What about you?
Yeah, I was thinking between Envy or Cello because let me get my Envy high horse for a second here. Envy last split on red, very highly lauded mid laner, supposed to be somebody who could pop off, was very very clutch. Didn't quite clutch out the playoffs that red wanted, but in the regular season had a lot of really good games. This game, we didn't sing his praises that much, but a lot of the engages later on in the game was coming from him actually getting the flanks, getting that Shurima shuffle to kick things off. So I do want to give props to Envy, but I think Cello and Cabby, that bot side was just the most dominant part of the map. So I'm going to give it to the other half of the bot lane, Cello. I think this bot lane definitely deserves their sort of lauds today.
Yeah, no, well played all around by Los Grandes. Super clever. Also want to give him a shout out. He got put behind early on the Renekton, but look, he did what a late game Renekton is supposed to do at the end of the day, which is be a bit of, it's about team fighting. It's about positioning. It's about being a stun bot, right? And to use a basketball term, spacing the floor, right? Making Fluxu think about just 10 different things because they know they have this point and click one tap machine that can get on you and make your life very, very difficult in a hard. So GG's all around. Both these teams at 1-1. Coming up next, INTZ versus Red. Red, the huge win over Pain yesterday, and INTZ stunned yesterday at the hands of Liberty. I did not see that coming. I don't think anyone saw that coming. One of these teams has a lot to prove, and Red looking to keep the good times rolling. Catch you when we come back. We'll be right back.
それがいつか風となりきって新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げてる信じたから消されない虹の奇跡残してWanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What do we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little
Welcome back, everybody. Thank y'all so much for being here. 4x4 and RMC with you for Game 2 on this wonderful day of Brazilian League of Legends, where we're going to see truly, I think, whether the red side curse is real. Blue side is 6 for 6 in the CBLOL so far. And if it goes 10 for 10, then everyone will be 1-1 in the standings. We will have a 10-way tie. It'll be awesome. It'll go viral. Even the gringos will pick it up and talk about us. And if that's not what we want, why the hell are we here? I can say that now because I'm on. Wow. We're not official anymore, and 4x4 is just off the off the whizzies. Let's talk about it. All right, let's get this INTZ roster up here first. RMC, these are two very storied orgs in Brazil.
Yep.
Everyone tries, but only INTZ has five titles for INTZ, and they ended the year last year as, I think, everyone's favorites. They were like, man, if this team gets it together, if this team keeps the momentum rolling like they did, this could be a top 3, top 4 team, but maybe they need to make a couple changes to unlock their ceiling, and they have made a couple of changes, but they've gone with experience. And for me, I don't think they have that X factor still. I think it's going to have to come from everyone raising their levels. I don't think the changes, added kind of that extra dimension. What do you think?
Yeah, I think last split, one of the big reasons why we're so excited for this team was because they stuck together, even though the first split wasn't that successful for them. But with all the changes they've made, Yampy has been vocal. He wanted the experience, and with members like Ty and Damage, you certainly have plenty. We are right into picks and bans, though, 4x4. And an interesting first pick, Orianna coming for Aithusa. I am not a fan of that.
Yeah, this feels like there were a lot of other things you could have gone. Granted, a couple more OPs got banned here, but Zyra Khan's going to be what Ninja Kiwi and Damage are on. I trust both of these players on these champions. Varus, Nocturne, that got let through, and that's going to be what Aegis is on. Red Canids, on the other side, Aegis, he is the man who has been there through it all for Red. When they won their back-to-back titles, Azir coming in response to the Orianna here. For Grev, this isn't exactly what we know Grevthar for playing RMC.
No, I was actually expecting the Nico to come through, Nocturne Nico, and heck, Grevthar won MVP yesterday on that Nico, so a little bit surprised they've swapped it up, but I think Azir probably a better laning matchup against the likes of Orianna. You don't get spaced quite as hard, and you can poke back. It does mean that Red, though, is still looking for a support and a top laner, whereas INTZ, they're looking for a top laner in jungle. Their support side is already locked in, so I expect to see something like maybe a Xin Zhao ban or maybe even a J4 ban, because J4 is probably the better ball delivery system and still a very strong early ganker.
Yeah, you could go Hecarim as well, right? Let's see how they approach that, but I agree with you. Red should be slamming the jungle bans here because you want to get that one on R4, and then leave yourself potentially counterpick if they decide to go top lane R5. Let's see what they want to get themselves here. Renata taken away here. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Extremely smart. Bruncy and Jojo are the bottom lane for Red Canids, right? If you recognize this team from Worlds in 2021 and MSI in 2022, there's that Xin Zhao ban. It's because this is more or less the team that went there. This is Os Primos, the cousins, the boys, all back together except for Gigo. May he rest in peace. He's not dead. He's just on Kate Stars.
Wow,
sorry,
I can't believe you just called Kate Stars the Great. Oh, their fans are going to feel weighted that one. Bruncy, though, we should talk about that because Bruncy is also not part of the original winning Red roster. He was part of the Loud winning roster, as you mentioned, you might recognize from Worlds a couple years back. And he replaced Titan and just beat Titan yesterday. So arguably right now, Red Canids looking like the scariest team with maybe Loud right there as well.
Yeah, I think those two right now are really kind of staking themselves as the forces to be reckoned with because, again, there's just so much pre-existing synergy on those teams. Loud have kept more or less the same roster, but they just swapped out Redbird. So happy to see Redbird smiling again. He looked nothing short of miserable last year, just the whole time, having a bad time. Rel in the jungle, they do grab it, our B4, so Yampy is going to be on that champion, and then looking like a blind Aatrox for Tay, and indeed it will be. Let's see what Red respond with for FNB. Could be a clash of the Titans up there in the top lane.
Right away, if I'm looking at what INTZ drafted, that is a terribly frightening team-fighting team, but it needs time to scale. Aatrox not that strong early on. Xayah weak before level 6. Orianna as well usually wants at least that one item to spike, so there's an opportunity for Red to absolutely abuse that. And of course they pick Cassante. Not the most lane dominant champion. I mean, usually you think lane dominance, but thinking things more like Renekton. But Cassante has been
a strong force. Despite the nerfs, despite the item changes, Cassante is still really, really good. And F&B was one of the best Brazilian Cassante players. I remember last year, I think it was Split 1, when Cassante was omnipresent and Brazil could not play him to save their life at first. And FNB was probably one of the first top laners to really figure him out in CBLOL. And now he's still back on that champion, that absolute unit who will not move.
No, and he's got 100% win rate so far in CBLOL. 4 picks, 4 wins. So he's been picked in 5 of the 6 games so far. And he is undefeated. And look, even before even before the team with Cassante picked him, I still think Red was going to win this. Again, you RMC, zooming out a little bit, you said that you were bummed that this matchup was happening this early into the season. And I thought that was an interesting take. I thought you gave an interesting response to it when we were off air. Why don't you let the good people get some insight there?
Okay, I think the reason why I'm disappointed is because Red is an incredibly strong team. They're coming in with some of the best players in their respective roles. I think they have top 3 in almost every single role. Mid lane, there's some debate. I think Greftar with Aegis specifically is probably a top 3 mid laner. So they're incredibly strong. We knew they were going to be good from the start. They just beat Pain yesterday, so they're on a high streak. INTZ, on the other hand, with all the changes that came through, they lost the experience. They wanted it with Tai and Damage, but I think they need time to sort of integrate everybody. Ithusa as well in the mid lane had a good Tristana game yesterday, but didn't always feel like he was on the same page with the rest of the team. So for INTZ, the storied organization, I think by the end of the split, when they're fully integrated, they would be a very interesting team to take on, especially in best of 3s, best of 5s. But this early on in the season, it does feel a bit lopsided in favor of Red Canids, and it's not quite the epic match I was hoping to see.
No, I agree with you. This INTZ team, it does seem like it has a pretty high ceiling. And then Ithusa as well. He's going to be that missing link, right? And you've got another, how do you pronounce his name? Nimiru,
I think. I have
Nimiru. Yeah. Either way, a 16-year-old mid laner potentially waiting in the wings. And you can see there on your screen, here's what we all think about who's going to win this game. Okay. And look, this isn't really, I think, any claim to INTZ. Red Canids, they just look like the superior outfit. And again, this is more or less the team that won back-to-back CBLOL titles before they kind of mental boomed, because these guys were basically all best friends. And as you know, you can argue with your best friends sometimes, but they've changed out a couple of pieces. And RMC, you said it beautifully. I'm going to steal this and use it a lot. Greftar with Aegis is a top 3 mid laner. These two are unironically like best friends. They have the best bromance in CBLOL, and they work unbelievably well together.
Yeah, even when they're in separate teams, the cousins were always playing around as well. The pranks that Aegis and Greftar was pulling on each other when Greftar was on that Cade Stars roster. Now, 4-4, I need to clarify something. I know I said earlier that I changed a lot of my votes that we wouldn't have the same Furious situation as yesterday, and I said that was one game I didn't do that for, and it's this one. There's a reason why all of us voted Red Cannon. So we'll see today if the Caster Curse and blue side buff is enough, because on paper, if Red loses INTZ, I'd be shocked. Even after looking at the drops, I know I said INTZ's drop looks very, very scary in terms of their team fighting, but in terms of their laning and their ability to play, I think Red have a lot of pieces they can still use. Their draft is really solid, even with the team fights, and I like the fact that they can still play for side lanes with that Nocturne.
Yeah, and the ultimate's still just so strong from Nocturne. I mean, the ability to turn out the lights as quickly as you can, dive onto the back line, is going to be huge. Now, you've got a couple of, like you said, you got a ball delivery system, you got some decent disengage from INTZ with the cleanse, with the Featherstorm as well. But yeah, you've got pretty good side lane control from this Red roster. We're going to see about this Red side curse. Yeah, you're not a silly man, RMC. You're a lot of things, a lot of wonderful things. Silly, I wouldn't peg you for, especially on the terms on the predictions.
I've got random in my name for a reason. I'm just saying.
Fair enough. Let's see how this one. No, let's see how this one shakes out. Yeah, I'm especially curious to see Ninja Kiwi and Damage. Right, Ninja Kiwi, he's a guy that came in incredibly hype, and I think kind of the hype has plateaued on him. But last year, he was unbelievable. He was just such a strong, consistent AD carry. Damage finally laning, not with his longtime partner Trigo, who they went kind of as a duo almost everywhere they went, except for kind of at the end of last year. Trigo, as well as Hedon and Grell, the boys, they're down in LLA right now playing for All Knights. which I think is just incredible. Yeah, no, this should be a good one here.
Yeah, and with Ninja Kiwi as well, I know a lot of people have said he's like one of the most elo-held players. It feels like all the rosters he's been on hasn't really used him to his full potential. I will say I think INTZ has been trying, and I think even this roster is set up to actually help Ninja Kiwi and Aithuza find success. I really like the fact that Aithuza has so many veterans around him to be able to make his CBLOL debut, because I think Aithuza was kind of ready for CBLOL already in 2023. Just there wasn't space in any of the rosters for him, so now he gets to have the shot. And right now we get to see Aithuza as well laning against Grevthar. And sometimes there's this sort of idea that Grevthar isn't the best laner. I want to put that to rest. I think on Cade Stars he showed that his laning can be really good. And I think the sort of myth we have about him not being a good laner is because on Red specifically, he didn't lane. He roamed out to help Aegis a lot. And this game, I don't think that's the idea with this Azir pick. But the laning has been rough, and Aithuza's been kind of bullying Grevthar a little bit.
Damage, able to get in there, get the ignite down on Grevthar. I think this should kill him. One more tick. Oh my goodness. 9 HP. Are you kidding me? Grevthar gets away with murder. Damage played it great. No kill, no blood, no foul. Somehow Grevthar survives.
Did he? I don't even think he had pots to chug right there. Grevthar single digits, and now they're trying to get revenge on damage for it. Unfortunately, Rakan, very, very slippery. They won't be able to find that. Still, that's huge. Grevthar doesn't have TP available for it, so he has to walk back into lane, and he'll miss out one wave. Aithuza managed to shove that one in.
He managed to get the one shove in and come back with the Dark Seal and an Amp Tome, so very much in the ascendancy over Grevthar here. Once he hits level 6, like you said, level 6 and that one item spike is huge for the Orianna, with Comet as well. Good amount of damage coming in here, and can try to bully out Grevthar, but the range advantage, I don't know, who would you say wins the range advantage here between these two?
It's kind of even. I'd probably say maybe Azir wins out a little bit. With the range there in terms of poke, but it's not by that much. We do see Void Grubs going down. We touched on Rel jungle a little bit last game, but it wasn't jungle. The fact that you can break shields makes it very easy to take the Void Grubs, and I really like what Yampi did there, getting them all low, because the shields for Void Grubs don't spawn until you kill a Void Grub. So if you get them all really low, you can potentially take out multiple before the shield procs.
Who's going to clear this ward out here? Nocturne. What's the new item that he abuses?
Experimental Hexplate.
Yep, there we go. Experimental Hexplate. That has not got any nerfs. That is still really strong here. I bet that's what he's just going to rush pretty much immediately here on the red side. Able to get a bit of prio here and get down onto Dragon or Red. They're going to yoink that one out of the pit. Kiwi drops the ward down, sees no one's there. Aithuza's level 6, Grevthar level 5. That one wave might be the difference here. If they can land a shockwave and get in, Yampi's able to steal the Drake, and now they've got first purchase here onto this fight. Jojo trying to take a bunch of shots here and is able to get out. Nice hook as well. Red not punished, but they do miss out on the Drake.
I'm getting scared for. Did we cast a curse by all voting Red once again? Is the blue side buff that good? Yeah, I was getting worried for Red because they didn't start it up fast enough. If you are going to be trading the dragon like that for the Void Grubs, you need to go right away. The moment the Void Grubs are being started up, you need to trade. And Brunsey and Jojo didn't actually have that lane control. We talk a lot about the fact that Xayah is maybe not the strongest pre-6, but Xayah Rakan specifically, the way that passive interacts means that they don't have a terrible laning phase. And if Brunsey is not aggressively getting the poke down, aggressively trading, and unfortunately Ninja Kiwi and Damage have been so good at dodging a lot of that poke, then while the Varus Nautilus doesn't have necessarily that priority, Aithuza has been dominating the mid lane, and we saw exactly what happened. Red is lucky to not lose any members on the back end of that failed dragon take as well.
No, absolutely. They should have been kind of dead here. Right here, Ninja Kiwi going in! Killer Instinct! He does it again! First blood for Ninja Kiwi, and now Jojo takes the Ignite, and with a nice hook, able to get himself out of there. But INTZ, now with an early kill here. Ninja Kiwi, how about it?
This is not my Ninja Kiwi, but I'm taking this one. This is better than the Ninja Kiwi at home. Ninja Kiwi, we know him as a massive team fighter, things like Sivir, like late game Ziggs, where he can take over a game, but his criticism has always been about his laning phase not being dominant, being a little bit too safe. And look who he's up against 4x4. It's not just any bot lane. This is Brunsey and Jojo. The lane that last split was considered the strongest laning duos that other bot laners didn't like dealing with, who just yesterday took out Titan and his handpicked support Curry. And Ninja Kiwi just took them out. By transitive properties, does this mean Ninja Kiwi and Damage are now the best bot lane in CBLOL?
Yes, absolutely. And if you're here for any kind of other takes, go watch a more measured broadcast. We're co-streamers now. We can say whatever the heck we want. Damage, really nice counter engage there onto Jojo. And just kind of left Brunsey out to dry. Going immediately after the root was in, the cleanse was popped, and he just flashed forward, kind of anticipating, look, I'm going to have to close this gap because he's going to cleanse my root immediately here. He just goes in. Big Tay is level 8, and here comes Yampy. Gets the crash down. FNB, he's all out. He's got his armor and MR reduced a little bit.
Backup's coming.
Tower dive. Jojo, where did he come from? Greftar started to roam up as well. Ty trying to chew down the wave. Jojo, if he landed that hook, he might have been dead to rights. That was it there. Greftar, they've got so many buttons to push. It doesn't matter. The Yampy gets the CC down. The Ignite will go down. The shield will keep him alive.
The cousins always move together. If you see Aegis moving, you gotta assume that Greftar is coming soon. I don't know if INTZ managed to communicate that, but props to Red for actually making that gank work. Brunsey caught.
Oh, man. Oh, the shockwave was just a hair late there. Brunsey gets away somehow with the flash. Void Grub to be traded up by Aegis here immediately after that kill. Grab him. So I think it's going to be 3-3 again. Yes, RMC?
I don't know about that. Backup's here to try and stop Aegis right now. Tay is running up there, and Yampy and Aithuza are collapsing in as well.
These are not quite as easy to take as you might think here. There's that fourth one, excuse me. So 4-2, I think, will be the final count in favor of INTZ for the Void Grub.
Yep, and that's important because the critical number for Void Grubs is 5. Ninja Kiwi 1v1 on Greftar. Greftar gonna have to back out. Let's go back to the point about Void Grubs. 5 gives you Void Might. So it's very, very critical that Aegis managed to stop that. Yes, you still do more damage to the turrets, true damage over 2 seconds, but the Void Mights are the real big issue where they're effectively like melee minions walking in and basically help you to take turrets. We get a replay on this top lane, actually, the 1v1 fight here. Or, pardon me, not the 1v1. This is the setup to Aegis coming in. I almost forgot where we were. And you can see how equal the fight is. But Tay, the instant flash, the moment Paranoia came down, was what made it look good. The problem is they should have completely disengaged at this point. Then you see the ping actually coming down. So the call was made by Aithuza that, hey, Greftar is gone. You guys are going to get dove. And Tay and Yampy just went, okay, we've got CC, but they forgot about the Emperor's Divide.
EQER, and Greftar gets them another kill here. So many, but a lot of resources burned there. It's fair to say, right? I mean, Jojo came up, Greftar came up, blew his flash, Aegis blew his as well, FNB burned the ghost. There was a lot invested into that top lane dive, and look, Red's still down about 1,000 gold. INTZ's still in the driver's seat. They've got that first turret. Or that first dragon, excuse me, up only about 800 gold. They're standing on vision. We're going to start this one up here, potentially playing for a turn. They know exactly where Jojo and Brunsey are. Brunsey can lay down that poke should he want to. Here come the pings. Red saying, I'm going to go back to the lane. INTZ trying to give chase. Both ultimates popped again. Wet Noodle fighting the top lane. Not going to land the interval strike.
Yeah, actually, that's Tay's first death this split. He was deathless yesterday. One of 6 members, 3 of whom were on Loud. And
nice.
We also should note the sort of follow-up effect. We focused on the top lane, but we saw Brunsey's flash get blown mid almost die as well. And that meant that nobody was bot lane. So Ninja Kiwi actually gets 2 plates to themselves because damage was also not in that bot lane. So that's massive for Ninja Kiwi. And INTZ are still coming up heads up on that play. It is also what has snowballed into this second dragon take. So INTZ right now, they're doing really, really well on the macro front. But I'm looking at that gold, and despite the fact that INTZ are making all the right moves, Red Canids are still within touching distance of them. Not even 1,000 gold down despite having lost so many of these objectives.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how that shakes out when they do start to butt heads, right? Like you said, the macro game is being won by INTZ, and like you said, that was something that Yampy wanted on this team, was the experience, was Tay and damage. Aithuza, he's the lone rookie, right? He's that guy that, like you said, have been knocking on the door of CBLOL for a long, long time and finally got his chance. And you hate to say it, but rightly or wrongly, Nosferos was kind of viewed as that mid laner of like, okay, what's a good team that is kind of one piece away, right? That maybe their mid laner is holding them back. That was the perception of Nosferatu. I think that was a little unfair. Here comes another dive attempt here on to Tay. Well, maybe not a dive attempt, but certainly a gank attempt. Ultimate blown by JoJo. Aegis held on to his with Herald coming up in about 20 seconds.
Can I just point out that gank went down for everyone. The first thing I did was check where Grefthar was on the map.
Yep.
I was like, wait,
yeah, you got it.
Yeah, he's moving now. He doesn't have TP, so he's walking up to make sure that they can actually contest this Herald. And it's interesting that both of these teams are prioritizing it so heavily because now they're looking for it. And INTZ, we said it before, their team comp for team fighting is cracked. It's terrifying. Everybody wants a team fight on that team. So if Red want to contest this, I think they've got to get a little bit creative. They're already late on the play, so they can't really find the pick on a single member unless somehow they find Tay. It's easier to find a pick on the top side, but it's easier not easy.
FNB and Tay looking for a flank there. Sharima Shuffle counters the engage from Yampy, but the damage is huge from Ninja Kiwi. Just deletes two members along with Ithuza. Beautiful shockwave. It's set up gorgeously. INTZ is going to make a lot of Gringo casters look really stupid, it seems like.
10 Gringo casters and one producer as well for it. That was beautiful on INTZ, and that was my concern. That was my fear for Red trying to even get in there. You saw what happened. They didn't manage to cut Tay off, and the moment you're in that team fight, they clumped up. INTZ just absolutely ripped them a new one. FNB now kind of poking his head in. You can't steal this away. There's no shot that happens, and if you keep poking your head, maybe you get killed.
Oh. FNB might get himself killed. Yeah, just a really phenomenal. I mean, yeah, look at this. Also, shout out Rose, our producer. Grants the Intmobile. Well said. Look at this fight. I mean, the ultimates were just set up beautifully. There was nothing that any members of Red could do while 3/4 of their health bars just disappeared.
And part of the big problem was you saw that clump where Red walked in together. You cannot do that against Orianna whatsoever, not to mention the Rel as well to so easily set up. If you're ever clumped, you just die, and Red needs to respect that when they look for the engage. They're not the most... Well, at least Brunsey and JoJo aren't the most mobile champions around either. So it's more on Grefthar, even on Aegis, to try and find a different angle of approach so that not all of you are going to get caught up in 4v4. The scarier part too is with all the dragon changes, almost all the Baron pits that come up after this have even more terrain, more choke points, which will make it harder for Red to play out these fights.
No, it's going to be a lot harder. I think that's well said. Just, yeah, and you highlighted INTZ's team fighting. What a job they've done. What a well-oiled machine they look like. This is 2 all-Brazilian rosters. That was one thing that INTZ did not have last time, but their Korean, ZZK, was... Actually, no, they had 2 Koreans. They had Nia as well. But ZZK, what a monster, man. I miss him. I miss him every day. I wake up every morning, and I think I have a lot to be thankful for, but there's a ZZK-shaped hole in my heart. It will never fully be replaced. Everyone knows what ZZK is doing right now. Let us know in the chat. Maybe he's a free agent. Maybe he's not. Maybe he went to LLA. Who knows? It seems to be what people do these days. Yampy has picked himself up a Frozen Heart into this team. Like the hell out of that pick.
Yeah, agreed. There's only one real magic damage source, and that is Grefthar. Interesting to know as well for Brunsey. We touched on the fact last game that Varus can kind of go any build he wants to go. And he's chosen lethality right now with that Yoma's Ghostblade. So building armor is going to be very effective in cutting down the damage. Not as effective as it used to be, but still, this is not going to be the on-hit build. It's not going to be the crit build as much. Herald being used into the mid lane to charge in. INTZ might just say, forget this dragon. We want push instead.
And they're going to get mid-tier 1, and they might get mid-tier 2 here. And I think, indeed, they will. Do they even try to contest this or just keep on going with the push? Herald slams into that second tower. FNB trying to play some defense here, same as JoJo. Red picked up the dragon, 2-1 now in favor of INTZ with the dragons. W not going to land onto FNB. There goes the Splo. Feathers come out, but can't get the root down. Lights turned off, but Red don't have a way to go in, and now Aegis finally goes and gets the spell shield down. That felt too little too late. Has to dash into the blue pit, and Grefthar and company retreat.
INTZ still have the inside track on this mid lane as well for the setup for this fight was so beautiful from INTZ. They held all the cards, and it's only first Drake from Red, so they do not care. As for Red, I understand why they just decided to try and go in later. They were trying to extend the fight. Brunsey and Grefthar were doing good damage on the back end, but it's just not enough. And unfortunately for Red Cannons, you get the dragon, but that trade deal was not worth.
No, that felt like a bit of a sunk cost fallacy to me. That Red were just like, shoot, okay, we misplayed this. Let's at least get something out of this. Don't play for the turn immediately. Greftar actually able to get the stream and shovel there onto Ithuza. Flashes away, doesn't have the shockwave open to be able to potentially take Greftar all the way down. Able to flash away and stay live here. Only 2,000 gold lead for INTZ though. It's been a spicy little game here, but there have been quite a few fights where no one has died. Now INTZ here, they've got themselves a massive advantage here. They broke that mid-tier 2 down. Like you said, that trade deal did not feel worth it. Now what do INTZ have to do around here? Because I feel like the main benefit that mid-tier 2 being down gives you is that you should be able to have at least one wave of priority on every single objective, no excuse.
Pretty much, and especially when you're ahead, it feels even better because that one wave of priority can always just convert into collapsing into one of your side lanes as well. If Red try and answer, they come in from the wrong angle or they're too slow, you just go top, you go bottom, where both tier 2s are still up. And frankly, those tier 2s aren't even safe for you whatsoever. For INTZ, I feel like everything up to now has been set up for when they really start to pop off, when they get to force those team fights around their objectives. Their comp isn't exactly a pick composition. So for INTZ, they still need to kind of layer Red into these fights. And the big question for me is, how patient is Red going to be with this? Azir scales up immensely. Granted, Lethality Varus doesn't, but you can still get really good poke with Lethality Varus. And Cassante will become a bigger and bigger threat in these team fights as he gets thicker.
There's that Baron spawning in case you're wondering what the hell is happening up on the top side of the map. Brunsey gets absolutely deleted, doesn't even pop the cleanse or anything. Aegis now in some trouble here. He's on the wrong side of the map. Red completely scattered to the 4 wins here. INTZ putting the chase on. FNB just trying to proxy a wave on his way out. And again, Aegis trying to buy some time with the ultimate. FNB trying to get that execute. He's got to go all the way into the tower, into the fountain, excuse me, to get that. Or no, he's just going to TP. No, he's just going to recall. Excuse me. The chase was abandoned there, but not onto Aegis. He gets taken down. INTZ with another one. Red just all out of sorts here.
Yeah, and that's really, really bad timing because as you mentioned before, that animation you saw, that's Baron, all-seeing Baron with this really, really tight set of corridors. Now, your junglers did for Red Cannons. Theoretically, you should be able to stop the INTZ take because of the amount of damage Baron takes. It's stronger. But in reality, that's not going to be the case because this tight corridor is death to Red if they get hit by any sort of AoE.
Oh, yeah, and there's a lot of AoE. There's no shockwave, but the ultimate is still there for Yampy, and there he goes with the Magnet Storm. Brunsey gets the ultimate down. Yampy able to get himself a kill, and the Greftar ultimate does nothing. INTZ grab themselves another one, this time at the hands of Tay, and the Baron buff. Master Curse! Wee woo, wee woo!
I can't believe what we're seeing 4x4. This is insane, and I just have so many... Yep, we did this again. I think we'd have learned from yesterday with Furia. We were that confident in Red Cannons, and I've got to be honest with you, I don't know what's going on here, because INTZ, they're making all the right moves, but Red is kind of making a lot of the wrong ones. We were just saying, you can't funnel into that choke point, even if Aegis was alive 4x4, it wouldn't have mattered. If you're going to walk into the All-Seeing Baron from that particular part of it, you know, not try and get vision down first or whatever, you're just going to die. Every single time.
Now it's that battle of vision, right? I mean, now that this is going to be what it comes down to, and Red, all of a sudden, they're down 6,000 gold. Their entrances into these fights, even if they get them, I mean, just look at the item component, right? Like, everyone on INTZ is on 1.5 items at the least, but 2.5 items for everybody else. Red, everybody's on 1.5 items. I mean, shoot, Brunsey, he's sitting on a Youmuu's in a tier. This is not good.
No, and I'm looking at the way Red are playing this as well. They just feel like they're not paying attention to the map movements of INTZ. They almost got collapsed on for a second time. This time, they're trying to get back to their turret. They're not even moving fast enough to get there.
With the Baron buff, that is 1, 2, 3 mid towers that have gone down without a fight, RMC. There was not a single contest on 3 towers and an inhibitor, and now this is where you see it start to get a little bit spicy here.
Wait,
Aegis,
what?
He's back to base. This is an interesting flank angle. I think maybe it wasn't even a flank angle. Maybe it was just FNB trying desperately to defend a turret because they've given up 3 of them without so much as a sniff.
Yeah, that was not a coordinated flank call if it was one from Red Canids, because Brunsey was still in base clearing out the wave. Sure, you could say Aegis has paranoia, Brunsey doesn't, and so they had to wait to walk, and that means INTZ, they're set up, Baron buff pushing in, the wave clear is coming through, but the chip damage is still as well. One thing that's happening as well, off screen, top side, minions are pushing into that T2 turret. If anybody wants to go up top, you know, once TP comes up for Taya, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that 4-1 split push up there.
Yeah, and I think that's what you got to do, right? I mean, you've got pretty good side. You got one lane of side lane control anyway with Tay. I mean, we talked about him probably less than anybody on this INTZ roster in this game, but he's having himself a dang fine Aatrox game. Damage going in right behind. Jojo gets the ultimate down, but Ninja Kiwi's still free firing. Once the lights come back on, it's going to be a lot easier for him. Damage had to sacrifice himself. What can INTZ get out of it? They might have to settle for a tower. Brunsey's taken out of the fight by the comment. Jojo already blew the ignite. Red running out of tools with which to defend, but it looks like they will have their mid-tier, bot tier 2, standing by the skin of its teeth. But those supers come rushing into the mid lane, into the Red Canids base.
Okay, so Damage looked like he might have been inting a little bit there, and not in the INTZ way. But actually, it was a really solid strategic play from Damage. They were running out of Baron buff, so that was the last big push coming through from INTZ. If Damage gets in and finds the critical targets, INTZ goes in, kills everybody. If Damage fails and gets CC to hell and back, like what did happen, well, they were supposed to get the inner turret, and it came really, really close. That tier 2 turret's really, really low on health, and will go down on the next push. Not to mention INTZ could fall back onto the Dragon as well. So despite how questionable it looked for Damage individually, strategically, that was the right call for INTZ.
Yeah, and like you said, it was, I mean, Damage was really far away from the rest of the team, right? He was separated, CC, dunked down, Aegis turns out the lights, get the spell shield down, the CC as well, has to flash away, Grefthar comes back in with a Lich Bane, FNB, sends it, Ninja Kiwi all the way over the wall. That's very nice flank by the veteran. Huge shutdown for the Red Canids top laner, and now he wants more. Ithuza forced to flash away. Yampy looking for a way back into this fight. FNB is isolated. Jojo looking for the collapse. Damage has to get himself out of dodge with the battle dance. The grand entrance, FNB still all out, still lower on his resistances. For a way in, not going to find it. Jojo looking for something cheeky over the wall. Shockwave. Could this be the death sentence for Jojo? He's going to try to take someone down with him. That was a choice. Going back in. Not sure the coordination was there for Red that time. FNB takes some CC down and able to get over the wall.
I guess we can say good on Red for still being scrappy, but also those were some decisions for I4. Definitely some decisions that came through from them to look for these re-engages in INTZ. You can see what Yampy was talking about with the veterancy, with the experience, the cooler heads prevailing. Even when Ninja Kiwi got caught, INTZ didn't panic. The TPs looked bad. Tay was kind of caught on the wrong side of things, but they timed that so well. Oh, great shuffle from
Grefthar. That might have been a game-turning ult right there. 2 kills for him and Aegis. Brunsey, on the board. Tay takes a tower shot, but he's not going to be able to salvage this one. What a pick by Red Canids.
Wow, did not expect that. Just as I'm talking about cooler hits, unfortunately, INTZ overextend on that particular push. We'll have to go for the reset. Thankfully for them, Baron's not up yet for another 30 seconds before it comes up. And that means that INTZ can still contest with that. We did hear the tier 2 turret going down in the bot side. That was just as a consequence of that last series of actions we saw where, you know, they were sieging the bot side.
You see the Storm Surge numbers on your screen there. Of course, it's all in Portuguese, but I mean, you could kind of just take an educated guess as to what those numbers are as the Baron respawns here. Now, here's a question. It says if you do magic damage, Storm Surge, the target gets movement speed, or you get movement speed.
I think you get movement speed.
That's what I thought.
To make them faster.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you kill them 35% faster.
Yeah, I thought I read, even in English, I read the tool. Maybe I was just reading it too fast and like, I don't know. But anyway, regardless, there's only one person on this rip with that item, and that's Ithuza. And to be fair, he's doing a good amount of damage here with this little Storm Surge. Baron has spawned here. Another opportunity to flip the game here for Red Canids. Let's see if they can exert some sort of pressure here. They've got a pink ward, 2 pink wards, in the Baron brush. And that mid inhibitor has finally respawned. So the bleeding will stop in one lane, no matter what. But we talked about it, RMC. That's a lane that for INTZ, you've kind of got no excuse not to keep pushed. That you had 3 towers down from, 2 towers down off the rip, a 3rd one down not too long after that. Brunsey still trying to get past that Muramana spike. He's on 2 items.
Yeah, unfortunately for Brunsey, he doesn't actually have the Matamune in his inventory, so he actually has to base in order, even if it's fully stacked here, to actually get that power spike. I think that's what they're desperately trying to do. INTZ, like you said, no real reason why they shouldn't get mid prio. The reason, I guess there was one small reason, and that was Aithuza was trying to get bot side pushing. So that wave will now push out. They will be able to reset, go into mid lane, push that out, take down the Azir turret, and Red Canids. Brunsey is looking for the back right now. Does he have his mirror mana? Yes, he does. Okay,
Yay.
can look for a fight. They've got the objective control around the all-seeing Baron, by which I mean they are all-seeing with their multiple wards in that area. And now INTZ, they've been so dominant for much of this game. If there is a place where this game would flip, it's at Baron.
A lot of pre-existing synergy on Red. I still do believe they have the higher ceiling, but the veterancy on INTZ is pretty much unquestionable. Outside of Aithuza, will the cooler heads of INTZ prevail? Or Red Canids, the emotional gamers, still young players, none of them rookies anymore, far from it. All of them 3-4 year veterans at the minimum. They still sometimes play like children, for better or worse. There could be good sides to that. INTZ encroaching into the top river. If Red maybe just want to sack this, or if they just leave, they're going to leave Grevthar and Brunsey.
Okay.
Go after this one. Leave Jojo, Aegis, and FNB. Run some interference here on this Baron.
I don't think they can, unfortunately. Not if INTZ. Okay. I was going to say, if INTZ just want to focus Baron, they can just pretty much ignore most of these guys except for Aegis. But they actually peel away. Baron partially resets, and that actually is going to buy enough time for the rest of Red Canids to get there. They have incomplete vision if they want to try and force this.
Exactly. I mean, INTZ had incomplete vision, and so when they saw 3 members come up, they thought it was 5. They peeled off the Baron, and now Jojo lands the hook there onto Yampy. Will they finish it? Baron has taken about half of INTZ members' health. This is Red's time to go if they want it. FNB looking for a way in. They're going to say thank you for the leash. Looks like they'll get the Baron. Let's see if INTZ have something to say about it. In goes damage with the quickness, in with the grand entrance. Stolen there, and then objective bounty picked up by Aegis. The health low, taken down is Yampy. Red looking for a way in. FNB gets the Utofo strike. Jojo grabs another hook. It just makes it so easy for Brunsey. He's got 3 items, and he is on fire. Red Canids turned the game on its head with a patient, beautifully executed Baron flip.
Okay, 1v3 right now. Still trying to scare people off, but it's not gonna work. He's on to Brunsey. Is it enough?
Man, that's a level 16 Aatrox, ladies and gentlemen. It takes a lot to take him down. Red Canids, how about that?
We said if there was one place for the game to flip 4x4, it was going to be at Baron. And INTZ, the cooler heads, unfortunately this time, did not prevail. They peeled off Baron. And if we get, and I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that fight, you're going to see that INTZ didn't stay there. The cores didn't stay where they needed to. They didn't group up properly. They didn't find the critical shockwave. And because of that, Red now have the advantage. They're pushing in the gold flip. They got the dragon as well. So we touch on the fact that the terrain actually makes whichever team is on Baron the better position, because Red have to kind of walk in. There's only FNB on the side. They just needed to focus that channel. If they could have found Brunsey, that's the end of the fight. But because they walked out of the pit, now Red have the better side of it. Red also don't have the Baron debuffs. And now how does INTZ look to get into this fight? Damage goes in, but they're not there. And critically, watch Aithuza, because Aithuza was in position, didn't get the shockwave. Shockwave didn't hit anybody. Actually, I thought it caught at least Grevthar, but no, nobody took damage from that.
I think I thought it did catch Grevthar, but I just don't think it did that much
His
damage.
health bar didn't drop. So yeah, it looked like it did, but I don't know. The damage component didn't come through, and at this point, you're not using Shockwave for the knockup. You're using Shockwave to kill people, and unfortunately for INTZ, one little mistake, but it's going to compound a lot. We touched on it in draft. Red's composition is really individually strong. They have a lot of agency, and if it's not a straight up 5v5 team fight, Red will be able to win the smaller skirmishes.
Now they are very much on the front foot. The gold lead has swung completely the other way. 4,000 gold down, now 4,000 gold up. Red Canids. Again, they may not have pure experience on their side, but look, everyone on this roster, except for FNB, has won a CBLOL title before. And FNB, He hasn't won a CBLOL title, but he might as well have. He's played on so many good teams and been such a special part of so many very good regular season teams.
He's just standing there laughing and baiting them with this Cassante. I know we were talking a little bit earlier about how FNB is going to become an absolute unit. He is now. You saw how at Baron, he stepped up and he was so menacing and threatening that he just forced a 1v4 situation. The 4 people actually retreated. You're seeing that again with these sieges. FNB is stepping up, and INTZ, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, and FNB is like, oh, cool, that's a nice massage. Look at that. Look at him. He took a center shot. The shield just ignores all of it.
Yeah, he's at the stage where, like, if you were to, another caster said this, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but, like, if you were to throw, like, a Lucian ult at him, right, that's more like someone, like, you know, remember, like, in elementary school, you'd, like, give, like, your friends, there's, like, a massage tray, and you just, like, put your hands, like little karate chops, and just, like, it's like, it feels so nice. It's like someone takes that little, like, vibrating gun, right, and just, like, nice little back massage, get the knots out. That's what that would feel like.
100%. Straight tank Cassante as well, and
Man.
he's still a big enough threat. And for INTZ, they've got to be kicking themselves, because, this is not the first game this season this has happened. We think back to yesterday against Liberty.
Yeah.
INTZ were winning right up to the moment they weren't. And it happened again. INTZ were winning right up to the moment they lost that Baron. And now they're going to have to try and claw this game back. And they couldn't do it yesterday. I think part of that was a compositional issue. The fact that Yampi on Brand couldn't actually walk anywhere near an objective. This game, they can with a team fight. And they need to win this Dragon. If they get Soul, it goes a long way towards negating the last 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and that stacking those mountain dragons and potentially getting souls is going to be huge. It's a very squishy team for INTZ. You saw, I mean, they have no real true tank. It's kind of Rel. I mean, I guess that's your tank, and Tay just gets deleted here. Revthar now giving his team a numbers advantage. Finally, they chew through FNB, but see how much time he buys? Aegis going in, layering the CC beautifully. After all was said and done, he turns out the light. He actually gets taken down here. Revthar looking for the follow-up, gets the EQ ultimate down. Damage, able to grant some CC down. Ninja Kiwi gets the shutdown, but now with 2 members alive here for INTZ, it's them against Bruncy and JoJo. It's bottom lane against bottom lane. Who's got the superior one? FNB goes back to base, picks himself up another Magic Mantle. TP's back to base. My guy's health bar looks like a ruler. That is not fair. But Ninja Kiwi able to get the kill there onto JoJo. Bruncy space it out beautifully. And now you take the honorable 2v2 and you turn it into a travesty, a mockery of what it was supposed to be. And FNB says, I do not care. I want to win this game. We are not throwing this lead.
I don't care that Ninja Kiwi died and Bruncy lived. Ninja Kiwi and Damage want that 2v2 again. 4x4. Like we saw in the laning phase, they did it again. Bruncy, JoJo, sit down right now. That's not ideal. But FNB, FN Boss is not going to let this game slide. And I'm going to be honest, I'm actually envious watching these two teams and how much they're trusting each other as well. The way that fight started, right? FNB got so low, and yet he knew Rid had his back. Paranoia came on at the perfect timing to maximize his health bar, let him come back in for a second round, and we'll get to see just that in this replay. So first of all, you were talking about tank. Who's the tank? Well, I'll tell you who it's not. Tay. Because Tay was not the target. He accidentally got caught by the chains of corruption, instantly melted. Oh, and a fight breaks out.
Fight breaks out. Aegis goes in and gets hit by Yampi again. That's kind of just how this is going. No dice here, and now Dragons are 3-3. Mountain Soul up for grabs in 5 minutes if the game gets there. We'll see here. Red have perfect vision. They are first ones onto the Baron. But Bruncy and JoJo Hex flashing over. Okay, they reveal their location, but they were playing for some bush cheese there. Not able to get it going. Let's see. I mean, the lane advantage all of a sudden in Red Canids' favor. How they got that mid lane inhibitor after the way that this started. Very well done. Bruncy throws out the chains of corruption there. In goes FNB. Emperor's Divide does absolutely nothing. And now the lights go out. The quickness goes out as well. INTZ can't find the target there. Ninja Kiwi can't hit anybody. And Red don't pull the trigger. They don't go in there even with the light, even though the lights were out.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Experimental Hexblade, right? It cuts down your ultimate cooldown as well, your ability haste on that. And that's why Aegis, let's not forget, used that Paranoia right before we saw the sequence, right after they took the Dragon. It came up again, and it might even be up one more time for this Baron dance. FNB, no TP, half health right now. I think is the main reason why Red is just stalling out a little bit. They're not healthy enough to go in, but INTZ is not confident enough to start it up.
Oh, not certain. I mean, neither team really feeling their best about starting it up there. Red was going for a flip. I mean, they were going for, okay, you're going to fight here, and the objective, be damned, because they were at all the momentum. Absolutely. Grevthar, level 18, FNB, level 18. Meanwhile, nobody on INTZ has hit that maximum internal power spike. FNB on his way onto Yampy. The shield comes down there from Ithuza. But FNB, I mean, yeah, he could just stand there menacingly, right? And it's like you said, he is just the perfect embodiment of running interference right now. INTZ coming up through one singular choke point. The Baron goes down. FNB taking up space here. The lights go out. All the damage finally melts the Cassante. Tay gets himself a kill, and Grevthar dies as well.
Okay, that is actually critical and huge, and I love the fact that INTZ didn't wait for the perfect team fight for that shockwave. They just went on the priority target because this is critical. Sure, Baron went over the way of Red, but INTZ have 5 members. They are pushing. They are looking to end. If they cannot end here, things get really, really bad for them. 40 seconds. What can they get?
It's a 5v3. They can get the inhibitor. Let's see if Brunsey, Jojo, and Aegis have a miracle in them. RMC, we've seen this a bunch with Red, but we've seen it with Titan. Oh, no. Can Brunsey put on the hero mantle and save his team?
Chain of Corruptions is available. He kind of whiffed it the last time. He's got to land it on multiple members here. Ninja Kiwi just clearing this wave, shoving in 20 seconds. Last wave for them to go.
Jojo gets the hook there onto Yampy. That's big damage from Brunsey. His spell shield is down from the edge of Night. There goes the TP, and now the lights go off. Jojo lays down the CC. One tower is down. The lights go off, and now Aegis going in for the assassination. But a beautiful quickness by damage negates it completely. And somehow INTZ get a couple kills, but the job is done. Red bought enough time. That's all they needed. And now, hopefully, they don't bite off more than they can chew. If you're a Red fan, their health bars are low. With FNB and Grevthar and Brunsey, that is a huge tank and 2 massive sources of damage. INTZ do not get what they came for.
Ninja Kiwi kiting perfectly right now off to FNB. Cassante, no problem. Out space, we're good, and they're playing with fire. However, I don't know how to count this. Is it an INTZ win? Is it a Red win? Because INTZ, they got so much off of that. Only one Nexus turret standing, but it stands yet. And Red, I think they still have Baron buff on Brunsey. And I don't know if INTZ can win the next fight. It feels like it's coming down to a 50-50. One last team fight. And guess what's up in 1 minute for I4? The reason for a fight.
Mountain Soul, baby. And Red have stacked 3 Mountain Dragons already. Mountain Soul next on the menu for somebody. Scuttle Vision is down, but that's not quite as important as it used to be with that extra wall. I mean, if you want to move from one side of the river to the other, you don't have to walk through Scuttle anymore. You can just kind of go around with that little wall now. But yeah, this Mountain Soul is going to be huge. It's not Elder, so it's not quite a game ender, but I mean, it won't be the Mountain Soul that necessarily ends this game. It could be the fight out of it.
100%.
My goodness, Ithuza, half his health just gone. FNB, into a defensive stance. Charge away here. RMC, man, this game has swung wildly in both directions. You know, in some ways, I am bummed that this isn't happening a little bit later. But man, is this ever fun.
You know what? I was wrong again. As caster, I am so far off my predictions right now. I thought this wouldn't be a fun matchup, but this INTZ is the one I remember from the end of last season. FNB gets caught, question mark?
FNB maybe gets caught, but Ithuza's not there. Finally throws down the TP. Quickness goes out there from damage. Can't get anybody with it, though. That's a big wasted ultimate, but it does help dissuade any further engage. Aegis, he uses Paranoia, but again, like you said, RMC, because that experimental hex plate, you get some extra CDR, extra ability haste, just for the ultimate. Damage, he gets caught here, he gets hooked. Shield goes down, Yampy there to follow up and bail out his support. Still on the Dragon, it's down to about 8,000 health, 2/3 of his HP still remaining. Yampy looking for a way in. Jojo, he's running interference. FNB potentially looking for a gay hit. Jojo lands another hook there. Damage might be toasted. Grevthar indeed does get the kill there. FNB goes all out. Yampy lays the CC down. Brunsey still free firing. There's a Chains of Corruption, and Ninja Kiwi cleanses it. He's got the GA. Should he go down? INTZ running for the hills. Tails turned between their legs. They get the Mountain Soul, but they are being run out of this Baron pit.
Watch for Grevthar. He has the Emperor's Divide available. The shuffle might end it. Ninja Kiwi's turned on Jojo.
Ninja Kiwi's turned on to Jojo, actually gets the kill there onto 2, and Ithuza able to rescue the fight as well. FNB is back. Man, this guy's got 2 lives. Every time he recalls back, he's able to get back with a TP. GA down. It's going to matter absolutely nothing. Grevthar goes in. Soldiers, arise. Your Emperor has returned. Red get the effectively an ace here, but Tay respawns. The base is in tatters. The Nexus is actually exposed here. It's up to Grev to clean it up.
They were just trying to buy time. INTZ, they took down a Nexus turret with the super minion push. And with that recall, I don't think Red has what it takes to end the game. Unfortunately, Brunsey has decided, no, I'm too low. I can't go on this. And INTZ, in the chaos of that fight, they won 4x4. They might have lost more bodies, but they got the Mountain Soul. They got the last Nexus turret, and they're in a great position. Gold aside.
They got the soul. Like you said, that was the prize. Red Canids still up about 5,000 gold, but we're getting to that point, RMC, where the gold starts to matter a lot less. We're reaching caps, effectively, right? Everybody is more or less on the same amount of items, right? I mean, Ninja Kiwi, he's on full build. Brunsey, he's got himself a Serpent's Fang. He's on full build now. It's just really the supports, and I mean, you know, it's just control ward time now. Ithuza is really the only person that's not full build, him and Aegis, really.
Yeah, the jungles and supports, I think, are almost there, but not quite. Now, we need to talk about this Baron setup, because really this game has just evolved down to massive team fights, and the reason for fighting. For INTZ, they don't want to fight in a lane if they can help it. It's way too open for them. So they're looking for these objectives. But as much as they won on that last trade, it's worth noting that they have their bot lane inhibitor down, and that's much harder for INTZ to actually push out and set up for Baron. Red have their mid inhibitor down. Well, actually, it just came, both inhibitors just came back up. So scratch that. We're just doing a team fight.
We're going to come down to a team fight. We've got the NA RAM. Let me introduce you to the BR RAM. We still got it south of the equator. But it will come down to, I mean, eventually, right? The Baron is still that grand prize. 3.5 minutes until Elder. And maybe it's not the Baron, but it's the fight around the Baron. These teams, I mean, just jockeying around each other. I mean, with the amount of space between them, but the inevitable urge, the tension going towards each other. RMC, this feels like a middle school dance. Somebody do something.
It's got to be INTZ who pulls the trigger. Right now, Red is happy to sit back and be that wallflower. The poke from Brunsey is good. Sure, lethality doesn't scale as well, but Ithuza and Ninja Kiwi don't have a lot of armor. And we've seen before, that piercing arrow hits for about 40% of Ithuza's health bar. Red, I love that Greftar was focused on pushing. He's in the base. They're going to get these inhibitors, and that makes the Baron so much easier for them.
This is so funny. That was so funny. It's, oh, who's going to fight in the mid lane? Oh, who's going to fight? Who's going to fight? We just keep inching it slowly towards INTZ's base. And they look up and they go, hang on, I know that pillar. Oh, shoot. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's our base. Guys, we have to fall back.
Wait a minute.
Because of that, you can see they have to push out mid. They've fallen behind. And this lane again, look how quickly Baron melts. They need a sprint, INTZ.
Holy smokes. Baron may not be made of paper, but I like made of paper mache here. Ultimates go down. FNB taking up a lot of room here. Brunsey throwing in tons of damage. They don't even need Grevthar, but they get a lot of damage. They do lose FNB. He's got to be the sacrificial lamb. And now Red immediately sprinted back towards their base. They know they've got a naked Nexus again. And mid lane completely exposed here. Mid lane inhibitor is down for INTZ. Red get the Baron buff. And I think their inhib is down as well. Well, we're about to find out very short. Okay, the inhib's still up here, but this is a 5v4. And we said, oh, INTZ has no true tank. Red have no tank, period.
Yep, and FNB creates so much space because he can threaten Ithuza, because he can threaten Ninja Kiwi, and he can kidnap a single member. That's how Kasante's all out works. INTZ looking to pull the trigger. Jojo has the flash.
It might all come down to this. Red looking for another miracle. Grevthar has to go into stasis. He gets shut down. Damage with a beautiful quickness. What an ultimate. The Grand Shuffle, the Shurima Shuffle, excuse me, does absolutely nothing. INTZ, are they actually going to win this? They threw it. They caught it again. They threw it one more time. And they are going to take the game. GG's. Yampy. Come on, brother. You almost lost that game 3 times. There's not a ton to be popping off about. There's a lot of relief. Happy for INTZ. What a game!
They almost lost 4x4, but almost only counts in what? Horseshoes and grenades.
Horseshoes and hand grenades, baby.
Yep, and this was neither. INTZ pulled an epic win, and Red Canids have delivered us the 2 best games so far of the season. Every time they take the... Why are they showing pain fans?
Because they're always there. They're always there.
I guess we live vicariously through that INTZ win 4x4, but... Huge props to INTZ. Yep, okay, Rose. Yep, we did it again.
Hey, we were this close to this being a genius graphic. 7-0 blue side, man.
Actually, I can't believe that. This is insane. I want the 1-1 at the end of this forever. Like, I don't care what I predicted anymore.
Yeah, at this point, we're in it for the memes. Let's go.
Still, you know what? That was worth losing the prediction for, because INTZ played that so well. And Yampy, right? He was saying that, hey, cooler heads, that's what we wanted. And I feel like that's what it ultimately came down to. INTZ, they were late to the Baron. I was getting worried that, hey, they just gave this up. They might lose the game off the back of it. They were late to the Dragon. Let's be honest. They stole the Dragon, but they were late to the Dragon. And yet INTZ were just like, okay, we see these objectives. We know what's more important at this point of the game. For a change, it's not about the objectives. It actually did come down to kills. Because the moment you had a numbers advantage, you could just push the end.
Yeah, and it just came down to team fighting. And it came down to those small margins that you get at the end game, which was Tay, or FNB rather. I didn't say he got caught, but he just got locked up. I mean, it was a standoff. I don't even know where to exactly chalk that up. But INTZ had to take advantage of it. All right, RMC, I'm gonna put you in a tough spot now.
Okay.
Who would you give MVP of that to?
Oh man, I want to give it to whoever shot calling for that team. Honestly, like
so maybe it's probably Yampy.
Yeah, you know, then I'd say Yampy. Yampy's rel was actually really, really critical to a lot of that as well. And this is why I was very critical yesterday. Thankfully, I wasn't on stream, so I could say what I want. But I was very critical of the brand pick for Yampy yesterday, because it feels like you take away so much of what makes Yampy such an effective jungler. You can't walk in and kick off fights. You can't be the primary engage for your team, which we saw today on the rel. He walked up. Yeah, we saw FNB being an absolute unit, but Yampy was doing the same on the other side. The target selection was really, really clean from them as well. You can't do that with the brand. So for INTZ, I want to give it to whoever shot call. I don't know who it was necessarily. If we're looking at individual sort of hands play, I think everybody did their jobs immaculately. I especially want to shout out Ninja Kiwi, because of the amount of times him and Damage won those 2v2s.
Yeah.
That Zaya play from Ninja Kiwi, man, against Brunsey of all people, just beautiful to watch.
No, I really want to give... I'm glad you pointed them out, especially at the beginning of the game. Really want to give Ninja Kiwi and Damage their flowers, even though Damage is a multiple-time finalist, right? I mean, because he hasn't won anything, the knock will always be on him. It's like, look, yeah, but you didn't win anything. And that's any competition, right? If you ain't first, you last, as a wise man once said. The Ninja Kiwi, I mean, so many people... It was, look, I think the hype did get a little bit out of control, but like everyone was calling Ninja Kiwi a bust. They're saying, oh, this dude, like, this is your god, right? And he has come back and been just mechanically unbelievable. And it seems like through 2 games, like you pointed out, RMC, the laning has gotten better. I don't know if it's just him and Damage just all of a sudden clicking, right? But it's the experience of Damage, the versatility of Damage. He's played on a ton of different teams, a ton of different styles, through a ton of different metas, and been a consistently top 4 on a top 4 team. Call him top 4 support if you want, but he's been consistently playoff level, mid of the pack at worst. And Ninja Kiwi seems to be leveling up as well. It's still a lot of rough edges. They've got to sand it down, become a little smoother, but the pieces are there for INTZ, man. And look, that's good enough to dream, right? Especially at this point in the season, that's all you need.
100%. And for Red Cannons, let's talk a little bit about them for because I think, well, obviously all of us were favoring them heavily to win. So when I look at what went wrong for them, I don't feel like it's necessarily individual play. Like, their laning was really, really good. We saw, despite the fact that INTZ dominated the macro game for the first 15 minutes. Red were only ever really down by maybe 1,000, 1,500 gold at maximum. And that means that their laning strengths were good. If there's anywhere I would criticize this game, it's actually not Brunsey and Jojo losing the 2v2. It's actually Aegis and Grefthar. They picked a Nocturne Azir, and they played it the way you should, which is you're kind of going for that late game. You're not going for the early plays. But when I think of Aegis and Grefthar, the cousins together, I don't think of passive laning. I think of Aegis invading, getting all up in your grill, acting like Croc, and Grefthar backing him up. I still remember back when the Red Canids were Kresh Canids, Grefthar with Kled just following up on Aegis all the time. That's the sort of style I want to see from them. And I think for Red Canids, they were experimenting. They were trying different things out. It's early in the season. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, I think that did play into their early loss a little bit.
No, I'm glad you pointed that out. I mean, that's supposed to be such an explosive mid-jungle duo, right? And Red Canids, Aegis, he's better as a carry jungler. At least he has shown brighter as a carry jungler. He's been given the carry pants and a mid laner who just kind of he's able to put on a leash and say, "Get in here, buddy. Get in, loser. We're going shopping." And he can play it's Diana Kled, right? It's Kane Silas, right? It's these sorts of things where you could bully people out of their jungles. Now, Yampy, I think, would have been tough to do because he is such a cerebral, smart jungler, it's gonna be tough to take him out of any sort of these games. But as you get later into the season, can you bully some of these less good junglers, or can you bully some of these junglers who, I don't know, maybe don't speak the same language, right? And can't act as effectively articulate, hey, I saw the jungler here. I'm going to need you here. He's probably going to hang here, gank here at 3 minutes. This camp is going to come up, right? Yampy can do that because he's on a team with 5 Brazilians. But it might be harder for some other ones. But yeah, I think if nothing else, it'd be more fun to see Red take on that more explosive style. Anything else, Arm? So you want to stall till the stats screen, or how do you want to play this?
I would love to stall to the stat screen 404, but you know what? I think all of us need a bit of a break after that game. So you can catch the Brazilian MVP or this Brazil broadcast MVP on their channel. We're going to take a quick break, and actually, hold on. I have word the stat screens is actually coming up, so we do want to go to that. We can take a quick look because I imagine the gold graph.
Nice.
Yep, we can see that bottom right here right now. Yeah, it was a massive. Thank you, Rose, our producer, for blowing that up. That is a huge gold swing.
Yeah, the gold graph looks like a Pepsi logo.
Yeah, and they lost too. That blows my mind. We also got to see like a little bit of the damage numbers. And hey, huge props to F&B as well for the amount of damage they managed to put out. But yeah, for we still have one more game between the two of us before we swap sets of casters. And the next game is spicy because we talk about imports. We think of Korean imports, but next game we got some EU imports. It's Kaboom versus Vivo Cade Stars.
Yeah, should be a good one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
to fall the giants. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last.涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守り手は時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ乗り越えて行こうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を
Welcome back, everyone. On the desk here, we've got half a Brazilian, half an American, and one Canadian. And then we've got on the Rift coming up, Kaboom versus Vivo Cage Stars in what RMC has turned the matchup of 2.5 Europeans. Explain yourself.
Okay, so like I said before, when we think imports, we think mostly Korean imports here into the CBLOL. The European ones often don't work out, but we're trying it again, and this time with Cage Stars. We've got their coach who's also coming in from Europe as well, of course, Coach Seo, and he's brought with him Tukui and Smaoi. But on the side of Kaboom, yes, they've imported Koreans, Lonely and Maorang, but Maorang is coming over from the LEC, so I'm counting him as half a European coming over from the LEC.
There you go. Yeah, wild that we've got Maorang here. This guy, again, he was a very specific style of jungler, Mr. Just Jarvan, gank everything forsaking his camps completely. His team is 0-1 now. Cage Stars got themselves a win. They're 1-0. And Kaboom's on the blue side, so we know who's going to win. Thank you very much. Our next game coming up here, I will be casting with Hawk. No, I'm kidding. Blue side 7-0 so far. And this one I think is firmly in toss-up territory. Well, maybe not according to our predictions. Let's see what our predictions think.
I actually,
because RMC, I think you were the contrarian here.
Oh yes, okay. So I think Rose would have changed this as well. Theirs as well. I just didn't want an all Kaboom vote again. You know what? I've learned my lesson after yesterday and after seeing Red lose again today. So yeah, I went with the Cage Stars, but I actually do think Cage Stars do have a valid shot. I know their developmental roster. I know Coach Seo said this is not designed to win this split. But I can't help but get my hopes up watching Tukui play, watching Smaoi play, watching Pro Delta play. They have such good players who are already starting to perform. And for Kaboom, granted they were up against Loud, who do not look like they're in a hangover state right now, who look like the champions of CBLOL. So Kaboom didn't have the best showing yesterday. So maybe I'm a bit affected by recency bias here.
Let's talk about it. Let's get these, if we've got time, and we're not in draft yet, let's get these rosters on the screen. Talk about them just a little bit. Kaboom, right? They are kind of, they didn't go full super Kaboom, but the biggest pickup of the offseason, probably Maorang. But on the support side, Seos as well. And they have kind of clobbered, like grafted this team together. Bit of a Frankenstein one. Lonely was there last split. Maorang, House, back on Kaboom. Natuno coming over from Los Grandes. And then Seos, obviously the 3-time consecutive CBLOL champion, coming over from Loud. RMC, this has got top 4 minimum written all over it.
It should, but to me, this is team redemption as well for it. For the fact that Lonely is coming off a 10th place finish last split here in CBLOL. Maorang coming in after a rough split on Koi, after his amazing performance on Rogue. House struggled on that Fluxu roster that kept getting wiped out first round of playoffs. Natuno kind of elo jailed a little bit by that Los Grandes roster, which fell apart because Trick left. And even Seos, yes, he's current MVP, yes, he's current 3-time champion, but the last time he was on Kaboom, he didn't do too hot. So coming back, it's kind of like trying to clear his name on this team a little bit.
A lot of redemption individually for these teams and for this org, right? I mean, this org has the second most championships of anybody, right? They won in 2014, the first time we sent a Brazilian team to Worlds proper, with a 17-year-old Tinones. Then they won the COVID Cup as well in 2020 spring. Didn't get to go to MSI, but this is a storied org in Brazil. Let's get the other roster on the screen here. They're going up against Vivo Cage Stars. Again, this is a European-heavy roster. Gigo, a holdover from last split. Desamis coming over from Fluxu. Tukui, former FlyQuest mid laner for you NA League of Legends enjoyers, but ERL standout as well. Smiley coming over from the ERL, Swedish AD carry, and Pro Delta, of course, the rookie of the split on that second place Pain Gaming roster. And a guy who I think he's got a little bit to prove here because we've seen, I'll give my take anyway. You put a guy like Pro Delta, who was a very competent, good support, undoubtedly, on a team like Pain, and he's going to look like one of, if not the best supports in the league. Now let's see him do more with less.
I would even argue that Pro Delta was potentially the best support. It was between him and Seos. And Pro Delta did that in his rookie split, coming in on a team with the highest expectations, arguably, in the league. So huge props to him. If there was one thing I kind of was sad about for Pain in the offseason, it was Pro Delta unfortunately not getting the spot. And I understand that Titan wanted Curry. There's some bot lane synergy considerations to think of. So I'm really glad that Cage Stars picked him up because this is a roster filled with talent. Even Gigo and Desamis in that top side. Desamis is that jungler who everybody keeps saying, this guy's really, really good. He's got a lot of potential. It hasn't really manifested But on a roster like this, Kate Stars, they're looking to develop talent. And so hopefully this is the shot that the Samus needs.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope he could play with a little less pressure on his shoulders. Because even though they tried to temper the expectations around that Fluxu roster last year, they kept on being really, really high. They spent a lot of money. They got Turtle in, right, from the LCS, a Brazilian coming home to roost in what should have been what they said was a roster to win CBLOL, right? At various times last split during the regular season, we thought, oh my goodness, Fluxu is flying. Finally, this is the prince that was promised. Finally, House is leveling up and he's not going to shut down in the playoffs. And then it just collapsed. It was just ugly with a capital U in the playoffs. So now, again, hoping that the expectations can be tempered a little bit, right? And it seems like they are a lot more tempered around this roster. It's going to take some more time to gel. But it seems like the English, anyway, on this roster does seem like it is being made, really high priority. I like all the content they've been putting out. They're a very likable team, if nothing else.
Always have been. I mean, Kate Stars as a whole within CBLOL, they have so much history, right? Sure, they were away for a little bit during the beginning of franchising, but they were one of the first orgs, one of the first to start importing players, actually, in the first place. So you'd think that it'd be a good place to try and bring in imports. But for you mentioned House, and we've got the Samus and House. They used to be former teammates. They were supposed to be that jungle mid duo that took over on Fluxu. They weren't, and usually you blame the jungler. But today, we get to see, was it House or was it the Samus?
Yep, that's a question that's going to be asked. We love dealing in binaries here. It's definitely going to be one person's fault or the other. No, but in all seriousness, look, both these players have shown very high highs, and House especially, right? He, ever since his Renzga days, right, no matter what team he's been on, it's, man, let's get this dude a roster and see what he can do. And last year, quite frankly, they blew that opportunity. There's probably blame to go around, whoever you want to put it on. But House, again, on a roster that, it still has some high expectations, but he gets to hit a little bit of a reset button. But I think, look, all respect to him, I want him to succeed. Obviously, I want to be wrong here, but this feels like a bit of the last chance, not his last chance for his career. Even if this year goes horribly, he'll get another 1 or 2 offers because he's still young. But if this doesn't go well for House, this feels like the last time we're talking about him in terms of, like, top 3 mids.
I think that'd be a fair statement. And you know what? It's not a bad meta for him. Azir is, after all, meta. Heck, Takui actually won MVP yesterday against Los Grandes on an Azir into a Corki in what's supposed to be a counter matchup. And of course, because I talked about it, I cursed it, Azir gets banned.
Yeah, there was no shot they were going to give that to House. They were going to yoink that immediately. But Malrang, he loves to gank. He loves to be active in lanes, and he's going to get to do that on the Nocturne. Yeah, anytime you take away that on red side, we saw that last game, right? Game 1, Nocturne was banned on red side. Game 2, they let it through. And Game 3, they did it as well. Now, Milio, looks like it's going to be picked up here by Pro Delta. Okay, the other big enchanter on the patch, it will be Renata, blind.
I'm actually a little bit surprised we didn't just see the Lucian Milio slam right from the get-go. They actually opted for the Renata Kalista combo instead. I mean, it's still a really strong combo. There's a reason why those two are the most highly priored. But I feel like Lucian, especially with Milio and Rapid Fire Cannon, is probably the duo I'd prefer to see, because you outrange the Kalista at that point. It's very hard for her to actually trade effectively with you, and that comes down a lot to the Renata being able to kick things off. Instead, Kaboom have completely... This is not the job that I expected from Kaboom. You've got Malrang, who's known as infamously as a really strong heavy gankler, and you pick Nocturne, who doesn't usually gank that much till level 6. You've got Netuno, who, along with Ranger, was fairly lane dominant last split, and you go for Aphelios now, a champion that's going for late, for scaling. Kaboom, they've done a complete 180 from yesterday.
And they've given House the Nico here. This is a champion that he piloted very well last year, to be fair. But yeah, no, it looks like they're going to go for just kind of, this Nocturne Nico. They're playing for late here. I'm curious now what they give Lonely, right? Do they give him something that can really dominate in lane? And it looks like Takui will snag the Akali here blind.
It's so free for him.
No, not blind, excuse me.
Well, potentially blind. We don't know. It could be a Nico support. I would be rather surprised to see that into the likes of Renata, though. So I think Takui's feeling a little bit comfortable to pick up the Akali as well. And Akali is a champion that, frankly, still busted on the current patch. The fact that she can kind of one-shot, or not one-shot, but 100 to 0 a lot of champions at that level 6. And once you get items, it only goes worse from there. So Kaboom, they're going to need to find some sort of answer to come through against this Akali. And because they didn't pick that sort of Lucian Milio combo, or if we're seeing VKS, focus out champions that can enable this Aphelios. Milio ban, there's still Thresh, there's still Braum, if you want to go defensive picks to enable Netuno here.
Yeah, and I think just taking away, like you said, the Milio, which has so much disengage and can really get a lot of use out of that ultimate, right? I mean, then if Pro Delta was able to get a really good Q, super mega fire death kick or whatever it's called, and the ultimate as well, that can negate a lot of what Kaboom want to try to do with this dive heavy, CC heavy composition. Udyr and Cassante taken away from Gigo, and Gnar taken away as well. So you see a lot of top lane focus coming in on these bans. Again, I think they're going to give Gigo R5 here. I mean, I would if I was BKS.
Yeah, I mean, there's no loss to picking a jungler. You already know exactly what you're playing into. It is going to be that Nocturne, and they've gone something defensive to potentially stop the Nico from engaging as well as to stop follow-up from the Nocturne with that Maokai pickup. Tank junglers for I still think they're very much in vogue. We've been seeing a lot of Xin Zhao, a lot of J4, aggressive early junglers, but I think there's still space for the likes of the Sejuanis, the Maokais, heck, even the Amumus that Malrang was playing yesterday.
Yeah, we saw the Amumu. Now the Blitzcrank hovered here. I'd be surprised if we saw it, not because it's Blitzcrank, because it doesn't seem to thematically kind of fit with what this composition wants to do. The Rakan, it's a lot better, though.
Okay. I actually would have liked the Blitzcrank. I think it's a great answer into Renata, but you're right. With the Aphelios, it's a little bit dicey, and sometimes you might end up getting the free engage. Kaboom still looking for top laner here. The biggest blinds we've seen in CBLOL so far are Cassante and Udyr. I actually don't think you needed a bad Udyr against Kiko. Udyr has a 0% win rate right now in CBLOL. Is it just going to be the Renekton blind? I feel like that's the other thing that teams are blinding.
Or the Aatrox, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that blinded a couple times. Lonely getting to get his hands on that one. Ego Camille.
No shot.
This would be interesting.
It was a champion he was famous for, I think, about 3 splits back.
Yeah.
That and the Gwen. But if you're kind of thinking about the Camille, I think it'd be better. Like, Camille herself isn't particularly strong right now. Yeah, I much more prefer this Olaf. That's what they want to do. And it would work great at this composition from Kaboom as well, because you can just run past everybody. Rakan, Nico can't do a thing to stop you, and then it's just down to Natuno praying that he's got the right gun pairing to kill Kigo before he gets killed.
Yeah, no, you can just chew right through all that CC, right? No one can stop you once that Ragnarok is popped. So you've got 2 really good forms of backline access here. And the hostile takeover for Disruption. Yeah, I actually like kind of how this composition came together for Cade Stars. And I'm glad that we get, I mean, hopefully, we've been asking for this for a while, but we haven't really seen, kind of, at least today anyway, any top laners go absolutely crazy. We haven't seen a complete pop-off from any top laner, right? I mean, aside from, or no, not really, just even given the Renektons, the Aatroxes that we've had. I hope we get to see something a little bit more here. Kaboom, pretty kind of standard stuff here, right? This is the composition that we've seen in some way, shape, or form. This kind of early, ever since Nico came into play here, it's still going to revolve a lot around that pop loss.
Yeah, and for Kaboom, it's standard. It was meta for a reason. It's really easy execution for the most part. Turn off the lights, find the flank. You've got an engage with Rakan. You've got all the core components. It's like home cooking, it's hearty, you like it, it fills you up, it's good. Cade Stars, though, they brought the spice a little bit because their comp can team fight. You've got some team fight components like the Maokai, the Renata, even Callistus to a certain extent, but that's not why they picked it. Notice it's all counter engage. It's all to stop the engage coming through. Renata is great at stopping that. She's basically the queen of that for supports. Maokai as well, his ultimate is to stop people from coming in. And really what the VKS comp is about their solo laners. Tukui, Gigo, on these champions with agency, these divers, which are absolutely going to rip apart Kaboom. The moment Natuno goes down, the moment Houses uses Pop Blossom, Kaboom don't have great ways to continue that fight. You're relying on the Aatrox at that point to be able to just pump out damage. And frankly, I think Callista can quite easily kite an Aatrox around, especially with the help of a Maokai, of a Renata. So I think Cade Stars have drafted really good answers into what Kaboom wants.
Yeah, no, I think you laid it out very nicely there, right? Kaboom, once the go buttons are all pushed, you don't have a true tank, right? You don't have any sort of out and out disruption. There's not, the only one that has kind of CC baked into every part of his kit is that Rakan, and even then, he's still a support, right? He's not going to be all that durable. He's slippery, but if he gets CC down, like we saw, even last game, Jojo was landing hook after hook on a damage and was able to take him out of fights. So it's not unfeasible that he could. And like you said, Vivo Cade Stars, they have to be patient with the way they want to play these fights out, and then we got a lot of backline access and a lot of disruption, a lot of counter engage. Yeah, Vivo Cade, look, they're trying to develop this roster and build the expectations kind of little by little. These are quite a few players with something to prove. I don't think it's quite full team redemption from Kaboom, but I think guys like Samus, for me, have quite the damage control to do as far as their reputation is concerned.
Yeah, and I do think this is a good team to kind of look at to do it. And for you mentioned Desamus, because let's talk a little bit more about the junglers. Desamus in particular, because we touched on how the comps want to operate later on and what they're looking to do in mid to late game. But in the early game, there is going to be an interesting point to look at for Cade Stars, and that's which lane does Desamus want to go to. Takui on Akali is not going to be doing that much early. Akali will find her own leads with her burst, level 3 spike, level 6 spike, first item spike. But the side lanes might need some help. Gigo, especially on this Olaf. If he gets ahead, we've seen Olaf take over a game. So Desamus wants to look there. But at the same time, when you pick a Kalista, especially into something like an Aphelios, you have to win that lane. And Smalley and Pro Delta are likely to get lane advantage. But being on the red side, one of the big reasons why blue side keeps winning is red side bot lane is very vulnerable right now. And a lot of times you need that jungle pressure. You need that mid lane pressure to relieve them. So the Kalista becomes a very volatile lane. And Desamus has to make a choice. Do I help out Gigo or do I help out Smalley and Pro Delta?
Yeah, I think for me, you help out Gigo and hope that Smiley and Pro Delta can kind of hold their own. Like you said, look, you've got the cleanse, you've got the heal, you've got 2 flashes, you got Guardian, and you've got a lot of disengage, right? You got the handshake, you've got the bailout potentially, right? To swing those kind of 50-50 tower dives in your favor. So I think you, for me, you put that on Pro Delta's plate and you go help out Gigo. Especially because, yeah, he's got Flash, he's got Ghost, right? Especially level 6. You want to just bully Lonely into just obscurity. Well, I guess we'll vote now on your phones and we'll check back in a minute.
How that goes, yeah. For sound like a Pro Delta fan, because don't forget, he's up against Seos, of all people. Against any other support, I'd be right with you. Against Seo, you know what? I'll be right with you. But that's because I'm a Pro Delta fan, personally. I like the player. I like the team he used to be on. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, especially once with coordination from junglers. I think that's going to be key, whether or not Malrai actually looks to gank bot lane. Both junglers right now started top side, so they'll be around bot at roughly the same time.
Man, House just making Takui work for it, making him hurt right now. A lot of damage coming through, just abusing the fact that Akali is, I mean, just so weak. Level 6, pre-6, but got that Doran's Blade and the pots, so Takui happy to just kind of absorb pressure for a while. Again, this is a guy that I made, has been on various ERL clubs and was, for my money, one of the better, especially in spring of his LCS year, which was 2022, I guess. It was 21? I think it was 22. But either way, was, for my money, on that FlyQuest roster, just really, really, really solid. There's a guy that has seen a lot and done a lot.
Second all-star pro team, that split, and then third all-star the next. I mean,
yeah.
Takuya was good. Personally, I didn't think he was amazing, but I did think he was really, really, really solid. And at least yesterday, he was definitely cementing his name in here in CBLOL. Now, Gigo, we did see him actually proxy Lonely already. It does come at the cost of mana, and now he's on the wrong side of town.
Oh boy, Gigo, yep, he's got to flash away, burned his ghost, burned the ghost initially, and saw he wasn't going to get out of that Aatrox W. Now Takui in a little bit of trouble here, has to flash away, didn't quite clear the wall. The fear will go down, couple more autos will do it from Malrang. First blood, easy as you like, over to House.
In the meantime, Desamus was looking at that bot side for a potential gank, but wasn't able to find it. So kaboom, it's coming up all roses for them there. And I want to highlight the fact that Takui kind of got baited in a little bit by Gigo. As the Akali, you don't really want to be fighting or moving out of your lane. You're just looking for sort of that poke damage, the burst. And even though Takui's health bar was kind of low, what he was doing was trading his health for House's mana. And with the Duran shield, you actually regen a little bit faster than with that Duran's ring. So Takui was winning that kind of trade until he actually had to leave, and now that kill is going to cost him because House got first blood in his pocket.
Yep, and now he's grabbed himself Sork Shoes. So going to be doing a little bit more damage there, but able to get back to lane and get around the map just a little bit quicker. He's still got his TP as well. Gigo, like you said, did a little bit of proxying. Yeah, and didn't really pay for it with his life, except for maybe baiting Takui into a bad spot, like you were referencing there. Down on the bot lane, haven't seen as many fireworks as I would have thought. Haven't seen junglers kind of made their presence felt either too much. Both ADCs run a little low on mana, and now, just as I say that, indeed, Desamus going up to try to help Gigo. Lonely, he's got his flash. Flashes immediately, but holding onto the root, the twisted advance is Desamis. Now a couple more autos onto Lonely. I think will be enough. Gigo, will he survive this? He will, at least as far as the tower is concerned. Malrang doesn't have any backup. Just kidding. He's got House waiting in the wings here. Try to lay down the Q, get that extra movement speed going. House goes to the bank. Bramble Thorns not going to find us, Mar.
God, this is why we call him that. Beautiful sidesteps repeatedly. The first sidestep was massive to not leave that dusk trail to allow Malrang to catch up. But despite all of that, it's a kill for Gigo. That's good for K-Star's top side, but it does mean that Malrang is going to be able to pick up these Void Grubs for free. It should be for free. Tukui, I don't think can kill him even with the 2-level lead.
No, and I think with the way the lane is going, I don't think he's going to sacrifice himself just for one grub, right? Like I said, the break point is 5. Another 3 are going to spawn in a little bit, and you can, you can ruin his day a little bit later.
Yeah, I think that the bigger deal for Takui right now, and for K-Stars in general, is you've got Gigo with the lead in that top side. You continue to snowball that. Takui in the mid lane has hit level 6 now. Once you start getting items, you can start threatening House. You should have a little bit more agency from that mid lane. And with that prio from those 2 lanes, you're able to secure the second set of Void Grubs in 4 minutes.
So far, so good here for K-Stars. Well, as far as my prediction for K-Stars, so making me look a little bit smarter than I am, which is good given how my predictions have gone today. So that feels nice. Handshake, not going to find a smart from Pro Delta. Smiley, up about 3 or 4 CS. Here comes Desamis. Don't have vision on him necessarily, but How's maybe considering roaming down here. Ego's got Lonely pushed up into his own tower. Dragon has spawned. How's going to throw out a clone. And now he's got his jungler on the bottom side as well. Malrang hasn't quite hit 6 yet, but neither has Desamis. Both junglers trying to race to do that before any sort of potential dragon contest. Could swing that fight the other way completely. We'll be able to dodge the Tangle Barbs, excuse me, by going under the Shroud there. Big grand entrance there from Seos. Gets 2 with the knockup. But Natuno is going to take the opportunity to heal himself a little bit with the red-white guns.
Malrang level 6. Desamis not 6 because Malrang was focused on that farm. And that means this team fight will not be in favor of K-Stars. Both mid laners, pardon me, moving down.
And both mid laners looking to collapse. Nictuno, has to pop the cleanse. Pro Delta is ignited, has to flash away. Big pop blossom, and then goes Malrang over the top. Kaboom, set up the mid jungle 1-2 punch that they want, and they get 2 kills out of it. Natuno grabs himself another one, or serves one up rather, for Malrang. Double kill for the Korean import jungler.
And thank you for the leash. Kaboom going to be able to pick this one up. They was down to 1,500 health, and for K-Stars, I think they just got a little overzealous. They weren't tracking Malrang's experience. He's up multiple camps right now. And if Desamis had the Maokai ultimate, sure, I think you win that. I think that's the better ultimate in a 4v4 situation. But that just wasn't even a factor. Stats-wise, you were down as well. And it's as easy as it please for Kaboom. They just collapse in. K-Stars, you saw them walking in. You should have just peeled off at that point. Heck, you even saw the... Not House. Oh, I forgot who it is in the mid lane again. Oh, no, it is House. You saw the Nico walking in. You could have just collapsed that way instead of just hovering, waiting. Because the moment you waited, that's when everything kind of backfired.
Yeah, Kaboom, just very decisive, right? And I talked about the level 6 for the junglers, how crucial that was going to be to swing a potential dragon fight. And indeed it was. It just bought that paranoia. Bought them just enough time here. Natuno, a nice effect out of that red-white. Able to get Smiley down pretty low here. Malrang gonna walk over some vision. Red side, really gankable. Barely able to grab Seos, and actually able to... Seos, out of nowhere, picks that up on a Pro Delta, and now Malrang gonna chase Smiley back into his own fountain, burns the flash. That's huge.
Easy for Kaboom, and that's why we say red side bot is so vulnerable right now. The entire lane, you can see how far away Smiley had to run. And also for that's why Seos is the CBLOL MVP. He made that look so easy, just dancing into Smiley and Pro Delta to set that up. And let's not forget, by the way, Kalista Renata is supposed to win this lane. Kalista is that early game champion. It certainly hasn't come to fruition.
No, not quite yet. And you were right to point out, look, against any other support, you would favor Smiley and Pro Delta even more, right? But these are two guys that have never played with each other. They've only played 1 1/3 games of professional League of Legends on stage at this point.
Yep.
Together. Seos and Natuno, that's just a really tough lane to go at, right? I mean, these are two, my goodness, that was close. These are effectively 2 former MVPs. Natuno and Seos, at various points in their career, were considered the best players in Brazil.
Yeah, when Natuno was a rookie, his rookie year, he did incredibly well, and people were saying like this is gonna be the next BRTT, and unfortunately, he kind of got jailed a little bit on that Los Grandes roster, which again, not through any fault of the players, it was more of Trick leaving left a hole, which was unexpected, and so they couldn't quite figure that out. And Natuno, he's trying to make the comeback that he can. Gigo getting 1v1.
Oh my goodness, he's getting 1v1. The AD is gonna the extra. Excuse me. Pops the ultimate, almost gets with that enhanced lifesteal. If Malrang doesn't show up for that, Gigo wins that 1v1.
But Gigo dying to that 1v1 might actually be what K-Stars needed, because Malrang was on the Void Grubs, and now K-Stars at least able to snipe one away. They need to secure the other, or else we'll get to see the Void Mites come through from Kaboom. A death for Void Mites, that's a trade I'm willing to take.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Samus going to grab himself some. So what does that leave the final count at here?
4-2, I believe. And we will get to, I believe CBLOL will have the graphic for the exact amount. So yeah, for K-Stars, it's an unfortunate trade, but it's still favorable for them. Yeah, 4-2. So no Void Mites for either side.
All right, well, there you go. Yeah. The K-Stars, yeah, no, they're not feeling fantastic about that. But yeah, Malrang really, again, making his presence felt kind of all over the map. And he racked up such an incredible early lead here and has done a great job of just keeping his foot on the gas. And you want to credit the solo laners as well, especially on the top side, right? Because on the bot side, Natuno and Seos, they've done exactly what they needed to. They have dominated this lane. So Malrang is just saying, okay, great. He kind of got that dragon because of the fight, but has just been all over the place, and his laners have been collapsing very, very nicely here. Here's another 2v2. Here comes a Twisted Advance here. Lonely in some trouble. Lonely is turbo dead. Actually, wait, just kidding. One more auto to Gigo might have done it, but Takui shows up and scoops up the kill.
Okay, yeah, I really like that. They actually waited to give it to Takui. You want this Akali to get accelerated. Yes, and Olaf is really, really scary, but I'm going to be honest, on this current patch, I think the Akali is much scarier. So great play from K-Stars. Great setup. I want to go back to something you're talking about right before that fight kicked off, Malrang, and what he's been able to achieve. And to highlight it even more, he's doing this on Nocturne, a champion who's not known for his early game too much, and he's 3-0-2 already. His paranoia uses have been on point. So yeah, absolutely love to see it from Kaboom. It's not perhaps a style we thought would be most natural for them, but they're still making it work.
Yep, and now he's got that Hexplate. Now it's just going to be even more annoying to deal with. And if you know anything about Malrang, you know that he's going to use his ultimate on cooldown to just gank, fight at any opportunity. With these timers kind of desynced here between the two big neutral objectives, the Herald and the Dragon, I wouldn't be surprised if he just like goes to one, grabs the objective, turns off the lights, maybe gets a kill or two, recalls, sprints it right over, just keeps that tempo going, and just pops the ultimate again.
Yeah, definitely could. He's onto the Dragon right now, a minute before Herald spawns, and K-Stars are being pushed back. I actually like this from Smiling Pro Delta. They know their window of opportunity kind of closed since Malrang is level 6, and so that's why we're not seeing them try and push out. They're waiting for Desamus to either be in the area or just saying, forget it. If Desamus is not here, then we don't want any of this.
Now they got first purchase here, able to grab that Dragon. It will be Cloud Soul on the way. Boom, very much in control here. Excuse me. And onto their first full items are kind of the carries. They're coming up here, right? Natuno, he's onto a Kraken Slayer. We talked about the Experimental Hexblade, but he's on 1.5 items now, is Malrang. And the Proto Belt here for Nico. I think Proto Belts is, as far as that extra movement, I think there are a lot of items that are stronger, except on Nico. Having Flash, Proto Belt, ult, right? Just the ability to close so many gaps to land that extremely impactful ultimate, I think is like everything.
Yeah, it was kind of like Gale Force a little bit last split.
Exactly.
After it got nerfed, the stats weren't as good as the other AD carry mythic items, but mobility is king in a lot of these situations, especially for Nico to be able to reposition and get that Pop Blossom off on critical targets. So now that they have that forever, and now that Seos as well, level 6, has the Rakan Ultimate available, I'm looking at Kaboom to start playing a lot more aggressively here. They want these big 5v5s. That's where their comp is going to shine. If K-Stars can get their skirmishes, well, we've already seen what Gigo can do, and Takui, first item completed as well. Storm Surge makes it so much easier to assassinate these squishies.
Seos running a little bit of interference. Yeah, and this is kind of the other side of that aggression, right? I mean, because, like you said, Seos, he's got both his summoners and level 6 up. He's getting close to completing that. I mean, he's effectively, I think he's done with that the support item, or either he's done or he's almost done. I'm still learning, folks. I apologize. But look, yeah, like you said, they're able to exert a lot of pressure on the map. Man, and Natuda with the green-white, able to create so much space as well. And Gigo and Desamas, they're just getting bullied right out of their top side. And here comes the Herald after all that. And they're going to get their first tower, which it feels bad that only now are they getting their first tower. And man, they just beat K-Stars to their first tower by like 10 seconds.
I don't think they wanted to have to use that. Oh, no, Malrang.
How, dude? Well, here comes House out of nowhere, lands a big old ultimate. Pro Delta able to flash away, get the hostile takeover down, gets the bailout down onto Smiley. It might be enough. It's a 1-for-1. He had no business winning that one. House able to grab himself a kill, but Smiley played that very, very well. Good cleanse by the AD carry.
I kind of want to replay that. I'm not sure Smiley actually managed to tag Lonely with the hostile takeover. I think it only caught.
Yeah, no, I think he only got one. It feels like he flashed in between them and just yeeted it to one side.
Oh, that's unfortunate because I think if he had caught two, they might actually have been able to find both. But let's talk about the Herald because, first of all, Malrang, driving license suspended, points minus. But also, I don't think they wanted to drop Herald right then, but they had no choice to because Smiley and Pro Delta were pushing on that bot side so effectively. If they didn't do that, they would have lost the turret first brick. So here we go. The flash that comes through, yeah, it didn't catch Lonely, unfortunately. And you can see how close it is because Smiley kind of low on health, but if they were hitting each other, House and Lonely, Smiley would have been a lot healthier because Smiley was taking damage from Lonely the entire time. Comes down to clutch fractions of seconds, but what's critical is Smiley didn't get the kill on that. Despite all of that, I think Pro Delta actually got kill credit for that, whereas House did. So Kaboom still up ahead on that trade.
Yeah, that's rough. And like you said, look, you know, the Blade of the Ruined King, that's there, so that gives you just a very high floor, right? 'Cause it's always going to do % health damage. I thought you put it very well, right? That doesn't scale with your power as much as it scales with the enemy team, right? And it's percent max health, right?
Yep.
There's a percent current health.
Oh, did they change it? It used to be percent max health. We can check that up. But the other thing she scales with, of course, is attack speed because of the way her Rens stack. So, yeah, once she kind of gets that, the exact attack damage numbers, that's just kind of icing on the cake.
Now with his experimental hex plate up, there's Gigo. Man, yeah, that's nasty, actually, on the Olaf. I didn't even think about that. Having that Ragnarok up 24/7, that's going to be so nice. Because like we said, for every fight that Malrang wants to start with this ultimate, right, you're just kind of countering with, as we said in draft, VKS, when they want to take fights, or the fights are going to be taken on Kaboom's watch, right? It's a lot of counter engage, as you put it in draft. In K-Stars, comes down to a lot of the ultimates. The hostile takeover, the Ragnarok to just sprint right through everybody. Nico, don't care. Rakan, who's that? You know, purple gun from Natuno, really cool. You're still an 80 carry, and I'm going to murder face you. Takui, how did he get out of that Pop Blossom? Able to R2 out of that and into safety.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to amend that statement for I think we just watched what K-Stars want to do. It's about playing around the ultimates Kaboom happen. Fight kicks off in earnest.
Oh, nice hostile takeover into that choke point. Natuno just assumed somebody was going to be there, but wasn't able to land that big Moonlight Vigil. House sends out a clone. Here comes Gigo. Absolute full head of steam here. Pops the ghost. He's so fast. Good God. It's just a little Nico. Please leave it alone. Natuno coming to his mid laner's defense as blue and red gun as well. Now, nothing doing. Nobody dies. Dragon is up here. This isn't Soul Point. This will usher in Soul Point. Smiley, gonna get the damage down there. Gigo looking for a flank. He does have flash, but he doesn't have that Ragnarok. TP coming in from Takui. This is what they were, from House. Pardon me. Takui looking for a flank, and Gigo as well. They want to collapse onto Kaboom. Do they have the stones to do it? Undertow comes out, fear down onto Takui. Malrang takes him out of the fight. Natuno? He's out of there. Now Gigo trying to run some interference. He actually is able to take down Natuno. Gigo going in. He's got the bailout. He's still got more attack speed, and he's going to get back. What a play. Pro Delta keeping Gigo alive, and Gigo gets the shutdown.
Okay, they're gonna get the dragon. They got all the kills as well, and Takui ain't done. He wants Seos so badly. Malrang can't defend Seos.
Okay. No, especially now with Pro Delta coming up. I mean, Takui has got a couple levels on both these kids. Just shuriken flips right back in, says thank you very much. Ooh, just barely. Malrang able to land a chilling smite, but they grab the dragon. VKS, they punch back in a big way. We got ourselves a ball game here, RMC.
We do, and they needed it because Kaboom was starting to get ahead. But for this goes back to the discussion we were having about the way the ultimates play out. This fight starts, and Kaboom has none of their ultimates available. Fate's Call is still up for Kate Stars, but I'm going to be honest, they don't need it because the base skills of these champions are strong. These are skirmishing champions. We talked about the Olaf, about the Akali. Olaf doesn't need the Ragnarok if all the big CC's down, and he just sustains through that combination. Renata, as you pointed out, the bailout is just disgusting because, first of all, he has enough of a health bar that the bailout lasts quite a decent amount of time, and second of all, the damage, his ability to sustain himself through those fights is pretty massive. Takui being able to assassinate, that's just icing on the cake. And now for Kaboom, it's got to be in the back of their minds. If we don't have ults, if we can't press R, we can't fight. We can annoy them, we can threaten them, but we cannot commit to them.
Tangle Barbs, not going to find Gigo. Yeah, it's just so much more. It's like we talked about in draft, right? It is, the ultimates are so powerful for Kaboom, but outside of that, again, no true tank. You've got a little bit of CC kind of in Seos that can be a little more constant, that you can cycle a little bit better, but he's a squishy little Bastion. And there's just a lot more sustain, a lot more buttons you can click more effectively, more often for Cade Stars. And they've got a composition that's just easier to team fight with, right? They can protect Smiley a little bit more and a little bit better. They can space the floor with the backline access that Gigo and Takui have. They're able to fight on more fronts. And you saw that, right? The collapse when they played that fight, right? It wasn't exactly the counter engage that we were looking for. It wasn't immediately like, oh, Kaboom blows everything and then we go right back in, right? It was, we just can hit from so many different angles once those ultimates are down. And that's the key thing that you pointed out.
Yeah, and the fact too that Kate Stars even let them tank the dragon a little bit. That damage, it's not huge, but it does stack up over time. Takui. I don't know if Lonely's the target out of pick for Takui here. I don't know if Takui actually wins this 1v1. Okay, Takui's backing up.
3 towers to 1 though for Kaboom. She got that mid lane tier 1. I didn't even see how that went down. I'm gonna be honest with you. I missed that. Baron up though. Again, be surprised if we see anyone going for it, but Cade Stars were wiggling their way back into this game slowly but surely. Down only 100 gold here. And this would be a pretty big statement win for Cade Stars if they're able to come back from this adversity. Again, just showing a lot of self-awareness about how this composition wants to work. And showing, I think, a great step in development if they're able to take down this roster. Remember, both these rosters, they're going to need some time to gel, right? There's a lot of mismatched pieces coming in for both of these squads. But you see that gold graph. Kaboom, we're firmly in control. Thanks to Malrang, thanks to House, thanks to Seos, moving all around the map, making plays, securing objectives all over the place. Now Cade Stars, they've got an opportunity to be the first CBLOL team to go 2-0. They've put themselves in a much better position to do it, but this game is obviously far, far from over.
True. You know what? We get to see whether Caster Curse or Rid Sight Curse is stronger this time for
We're covering our bases.
Yeah, I was the one who actually covered our bases, the predictions. We'll have to see if it works out. It might still backfire yet, right? Like, as much as we're saying that Cade Stars have done a great job clawing their way back in, as much as we talk about the agency their champions give them, which in turn translates to more favorable scenarios potentially, Kaboom's team fighting is still incredibly strong. Malrang's paranoia can still find picks onto the side, and I'm still waiting for Kaboom to get that big engage off. Will they find it? I mean, Seos and House, they're looking right now. Smalley gets caught.
They're looking. 2 with the Tangle Barbs. House actually doing a ton of damage with just 2 abilities, able to take Pro Delta and Smiley down to half health. Both of them. Now have to be much more careful about how they want to approach this.
Ooh. I like it if they can actually get into the Baron pit. Now, we should mention, because last game we talked so much about how, especially the all-seeing Baron, with the way the walls are structured, it's very, very narrow. It tends to favor the team that's on it. We do have to highlight for this game that might not be true because of the range Cade Stars have on their engage. Maokai Ultimate goes very, very far, and the hostile takeover from Pro Delta is also very, very wide. So this time, that's why we're seeing Kaboom hesitate to use the Baron as that sort of bait to force a team fight, because if they get caught in there, there's only one way for them to get out, and it's very, very risky if Cade Stars knows what they're doing. Natuno has to burn the cleanse because he got caught shopping.
Got caught shopping, got caught lacking in the mid lane. Gigo burning the ghost. He's going to get caught up in a Tangle Barb here. Dragon up in 10 seconds. And now, in a weird turn of events, Cade Stars actually first one to the objective here. Now let's see how Kaboom want to play this out, because the onus becomes on them. Or do they opt for the Baron instead?
Can they? They do have Kraken Slayer and IE already onto Aphelios. I don't recall.
But does Aphelios get there on time, right?
True, yeah, because he had to base because he got caught and it got delayed. And he does have red white, so he's got the right guns to do it. But Dragon's already gone for I4, so discussion irrelevant. Kate starts picking that one up. And sure, Cloud Drake isn't a combat Drake, but considering the amount of map movement we've seen and considering they have an Olaf on their side with experimental hexblade, Cloud Soul is going to be an absolute nightmare situation for Kaboom if Kate Stars can stack it.
Cloud Soul doesn't still give ult cooldown, does it?
Did they change it? I am off on patch on season 14 because you're right. Blade of the Rune King has been changed to current health. So yeah, you know, I'll have to check if Cloud still doesn't give boost on speed on ult.
All right. Well, yeah. Excuse me. While our crack team of extremely well-paid interns gets on that, we are going to zoom back into this game where the gold is still tied up. The towers are 3-2, dragons 2-2. Like you said, a lot of map movement and just a lot of, just being able to move your way around these patches of terrain and get those immediate, just those immediate ult combos, what have you, in. Vision setup, pretty much still in K-Star's favor. They're able to reestablish control of the Baron pit, even though, again, Kaboom were kind of the first ones there. They opted to completely not contest the dragon, not that they needed to. And now, Samus, he's got himself a Sunfire Cape along to go with that Frozen Heart, so he's himself is on 2 items, but Gigo, man, I still think we are headed for a Gigo gamer moment here. He's on 2.5 items. And again, that R5 Olaf is looking just so much more deadly. Because I just don't know, again, when the ultimates are up. I don't know what the heck Kaboom are going to do.
Yeah, and I even with the ultimates up or not forever, I'm just trying to figure out where Kaboom want to go right now with this competition they have. Because Kate Stars managed to pick up that Cloud Soul, or Cloud Drake, pardon me, for free, Kaboom feel like, okay, where do we go from here? There's no easy outer tarts to take. We took all that for early gold, which was nice, but it hasn't panned out. We can't go for All-Seeing Baron because it's too dangerous against the Kate Star composition, and there's no dragon to fight over. So we kind of just default to just a scaling state and pushing out the lanes. But against the likes of an Olaf and an Akali, like you're saying, the Olaf threat's huge. But I'm also really scared for Takui and what he's going to be able to do as this game goes on. If he wins this 1v1 against Lonely, their split push threat is huge. Okay, he doesn't.
Yeah, certainly not. Yeah, that is so much damage, actually, and just shredding through any armor that Takui has. He's got Zanya's, and it doesn't matter. Has to R2 through and burn the flash as well. Lonely with the dash forward, gets the W down, not able to get the slow quick enough. Lonely with one more auto, just wipes Takui off the map. Welcome to CBLOL. I have been here longer. I have done more than you. You must be this tall to ride.
Was that a short joke?
That was not. That was not. As soon as that came out of my mouth, I was like, could have chosen a better metaphor there.
You could have, but you didn't. And you know what? I think that's perfect. And unfortunately for Takui, that was why the last time we saw Takui face off against Lonely, I was like, anybody else? And I think Takui could take him. But Lonely's the one guy maybe you can't, because he's tanky enough, he's bruisery enough. Your Storm Surge isn't going to proc, or is much harder to proc against him. And we got our hands checked right there. Takui cannot split push against Lonely. It has to be Gigo doing that. Now, 4-4. Dragons come up in minute 30. So, I did check. Cloud Soul still grants bonus movement speed and bonus movement speed on ultimate. So, thankfully, that much hasn't changed. Well, thankfully for us. Not so thankfully for Kaboom.
Movement speed on ultimate?
And basic, I think plus 20% bonus movement speed flat for the Soul. The buffs themselves, the stacks leading up to that, is out of combat movement speed and slow resist, which is kind of important as well for an Olaf, especially if you're ghosting and have experimental hexblade. Basically, Gigo gonna go fast, and for Kaboom, for Natuno specifically, that's the problem, and that's why Kaboom I think is so loath, so hesitant to actually commit to anything anytime they see Gigo nearby.
Yeah, understandable. Gigo's level 16 as well. That ultimate's going to be on an even shorter cooldown. He's got the Titanic rolling as well. Yeah, and if anyone tries to crit him or attack him, I mean, we'd be that the Aatrox with the Sundered Sky, the IE from Natuno, right? That's going to help out with the Randuin's. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Ballring and company have started the Dragon, but they're sitting on Vision. Gigo into Samus trying to take this one pretty straight up here. Like you said, RMC, they don't want to fight a choke point, but it doesn't look like they have much of a choice. Can Natuno stay alive and lay down the hurt? He's able to, but down goes the hostile takeover. Lights go off. Pro Delta gets a huge bite taken out of him. Only gets one, does House with the Pop Blossom, but that's enough. In with the extra CC is Seos, and they take Smiley out of the fight as well. They're going to wipe everyone off the map. Natuno stays alive. Natuno gets a triple kill and make it a quadra.
Almost. Who stole the first kill, or who stole the other kill for that? Who was the scumbag in that fight?
I think it was Seos, unfortunately.
That's what our support took it. And with that, Kaboom just absolutely pushing in with this Baron buff. The minions were in the right state as well. I don't think they can end on this. I could be wrong. No way they end on this, right? 20 seconds?
20 seconds. I mean, I don't know. They might not have the minions, but they've certainly got the damage. Natuno can just rip right through these.
No
I think they can
shot.
end here. They're going to end here.
Okay, that caught me completely off guard. We're going to have a lot
Oh my
to talk
goodness.
about how that happened.
How did they do that? That's crazy. 8-0 blue side. Kaboom. They take it. 1-1. Again, it continues. I'm going to say I got that one right. But my goodness. I mean, that kind of came out of nowhere, RMC. I think you're just as stunned as I am.
Yeah, it was literally just that one team fight. And it's so weird to me how the game literally... Okay, granted, it was 30 minutes. We had a lot of time where nothing effectively happened because Kate Stars was happy to just skill up and look for that split push. And unfortunately, on the other side, Kaboom was hesitant to pull the trigger. But that was the team fight strength we were talking about. That home cooking. It's hearty, it's basic, it's simple, but it works when you can get it off. And unfortunately for Kate Stars, they got caught with their pants down a little bit. They were thinking, Kaboom hasn't pulled the trigger. They're not going to pull the trigger. And you pointed out 4-4. They had vision. They knew. They technically saw the counters. And they just went, hey, no, they can't do it fast enough. Well, surprise, they can. And Kate Stars chose to commit after that. They got picked apart. There's game over just like that.
And you pointed out, I mean, how much of a, in Portuguese we say, divisor de águas, a bit of a parting of the waters, how big of a moment that was when Takui tried to go in for that 1v1 against Lonely, and Lonely just ripped his head off. Like, that wasn't even close. That was unbelievable. And now, all of a sudden, as K-Stars, you're thinking, oh, well, there goes that side lane control that I thought we had. Like, it just wasn't even close at all. And, like, I don't know if LS will ever be co-streaming us, but even he, I think, might have said, maybe you get an Oblivion Orb? Like, maybe don't finish the Morello, but grab the Oblivion Orb if you want to 1v1 this, right? I mean, my goodness, that felt really, really bad.
I'd even argue that wasn't a grievous wounds difference. That was just straight up mistake from Takui. He wasn't even close. But yeah, and the problem with games like this for the losing team is there's nothing to take away from it. Like, Kate Stars doesn't walk away from this game going, like, we could have changed it. It was just one decision that went wrong. And sure, you can take away the lesson. Move to Baron sooner. Don't give them as much time. But it's such a niche sort of lesson to take away.
Well, like you said, like they had the vision, right? Like, letting someone get to Baron first isn't criminal if you can see where they are.
Yeah. And especially with the outs, you saw kind of how it went across, right? The way Desamas dropped his, the way Pro Delta, they bought so much time. Desamas actually got into the pit to look for that smite contest. Props to Melran, by the way, for winning that smite fight, because it was hectic in KU.
Yeah.
When it happened. And it was critical that Kaboom get that Baron. If not, they don't end the game right there. They win the fight, but they don't end the game. But let's talk about Kaboom, the winning team, 4x4, because they did really, really well. They were really, really patient with it as well. And this is why individually these players are also highly ranked, right? And their presence of mind in the chaos of the fight, when they made the Baron call, and post-Baron call as well, when Baron goes down, the way they played the rest of that fight as well, they baited Kate Stars into like, oh, look at us, we're weak, we're helpless, we're kind of low on health, and House is like, okay, they're in, we close the trap. House Pop Blossom catches front line, wipes them.
Really, really impressive stuff. And then, I mean, for Kaboom, look, you've got a good thing cooking here, right? I mean, you are 1-1 right now, and your only loss was to Loud, who, to your point, really don't look like they're suffering from that early split hangover that they usually are. So, you, against any other team, you might be 2-0, and you face some adversity here, right? That was not an ideal Baron setup, but it looks like with Malrang kind of leading the charge, and, even though, language barriers be damned, it looks like this team is operating pretty seamlessly, and it feels almost like it's just a case of follow the leader, right? Malrang goes, and everyone else just follows, right? They're leaving House and Natuno to just hands check people, which they can always do.
I feel like with a comp like that, though, there's not too much comms needed. It's like Baron.
Yeah, no, maybe it's a comp thing.
Kill. Yeah, but either way, it's effective. Whatever the case may be, and hey, if they are suiting their composition to their communications, that's a game plan as well. That is still a strength of the team. So, huge props to the way they played out. Now, let's discuss MVPs for because I don't even know how we go about that with the MVPs, because my MVP was I was thinking actually on the side of Kate Stars, and then just out of nowhere, Kaboom just popped that one. So,
yeah.
Who do you give it to?
You could give it to a few people. I don't know. Maybe you just give it to Malrang. That feels a little easy. But I still, just because it's easy doesn't mean it's wrong. But like you said, in that last team fight, it really felt like everyone kind of did their part, right? Everyone, like, Malrang won the Smite fight. He turned the lights off at the right time. Delta threw his ult down at the right time. Natuno played that fight very, very well, spaced himself very nicely, and was just, it was set up for him. But he dashed in and out at the right times, and he clicked heads. That's all you can ask out of graded carry.
Yeah.
What about you? What do you think?
That's fair. I was thinking Seos or Malrang. I think I'm gonna give it to Malrang personally because that clutch call, that Baron was just so incredibly critical. We get the draft on screen here. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the draft I think both teams did well in the draft. Like there was nothing I thought was like wrong or egregious about it. I did favor the K-Stars draft for just the agency that they had and the various like options they had. But as you can see for Kaboom, it just feels like they got power picks, they got power combos, and counters be damned. Like they're meta for a reason.
Well, it certainly felt like it, right? I mean, when the fights were allowed to play out kind of more 5v5, you saw the lane dominance of someone like Zeus and Natuno. You saw, these two, even in a matchup that's supposed to lose, quote unquote, they just hands checked them, right? They were able to communicate with each other a lot better. You saw any sort of just pre-existing Brazilian synergy work out really, really well. But then in the team fights, when K-Stars were working their way back into the games, they played around the Kaboom ultimates, or lack thereof, very, very well, and around their own ultimates extremely well as well. And so, yeah, I mean, it looked like a bit of a draft if, and I was like, until that last team fight where Kaboom just ran away with the game, you and I think we're both on the same page of like, how the heck are Kaboom going to deal with an Olaf and a Kali? They're just running down your throat, right? But, look, give credit where credit is due, man. Seos and Malrang, they played that last fight out incredibly well.
And it just goes to show, this is why I love Brazil, because you never know what's going to happen, even 5 minutes, even 2 minutes before the end of the game, because the way they just ended was incredibly quick. But forever, I think that's it for Game 3, and I'm going to swap off. We've got Hawk coming in, you on the other hand, for you're staying for the whole day, so you got to
Here for all 5, baby.
Bangers.
Because I love the CBLOL. I'm going to miss the first quarter of my Detroit Lions playing a historic playoff game. I love this region and these games so much. We'll be back with Fúria versus Liberty, and then afterwards, o Clássico das Multidões, Loud versus Pain, the rivalry that will never die, to round out our action. We'll be right back.
That's got to be worth the Lions, man.
Might be.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I
Welcome back, everybody. Thank y'all so much for being here. Game number 4 on deck here, and it is Furia versus Liberty. Should be a good one. 8-0 is blue side. And Hawk, I've got you for the last 2 games here. You got to kind of catch up on these last couple of games. Let's go over kind of some changes that we've seen in both of these rosters. First, I want to know, though, before we get our thoughts on these rosters and a couple players that I think you'd be uniquely equipped to talk about. How's it going, man? You're in LA. This is your new setup. Your room looks clean. Your bed is made very anti-castle.
I know the made bed. I don't have everything fully set up yet, but you are right, 4x4. I'm fully moved. My first show in the new apartment. It is so great to be back here on the CBLOL, where we've already had some classic CBLOL 40-minute, 45-minute bangers where nothing makes sense, but the only thing that matters is the bloodshed. And you know, Hank, I'm glad that you get to be the one that I'm casting these games with as well, because we're gonna have a ton of fun.
I'm stoked. Let's get right into it. Let's pull up that Furia roster real quick. This is 3/5 of the roster that we had last split. Tuts in the mid lane, IU and Zai in the bottom lane. And the top 2, Destroy and Mir. And Mir, you see that jersey he's wearing? Yes, indeed. That is a Team Liquid jersey. Hawk, I'm going to let you fill us in on Mir. You've got a very unique perspective from the North American amateur scene. What do Brazilian fans of the CBLOL need to know about Mir and potentially how he could slot in with the rest of this roster?
Yeah, well, Mir was our MVP jungler in the LCS Challengers League just 1 year ago at the end of the spring split, was named the most valuable prospect, had an insane performance for Team Liquid Challengers, not just in the spring split, but throughout the year for this team, and was a big part of the reason why they were so frequently at the top of the table. And if you don't maybe know the name Mir, you might also know the name Arthur, the IGN that he used to go by, where he did make the World Championship with the Chiefs, I believe 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken as well. So
like 22, yeah.
Yeah, a very experienced player and someone that brings so much to the table. And I love him as an addition to this Furia roster where, Hank, the story last year was that they did kind of fall off towards the back half of the split. They were competitive early on, but Tuts, IU, Zai weren't quite able to keep up, weren't quite able to win in sub 16 minutes and make the playoffs last split. And even though yesterday was a bit of a stinker, I'm not going to lie, I still have some hopes for this team moving forward in the split, especially now that we're on blue side for Furia, that they might be able to pull out some wins.
Yeah, they're apparently going to be indestructible. And they're taking on Liberty, a team that surprised some by taking down INTZ. Let's get that Liberty roster on the screen here when you get a chance. Rose, our producer, pulling all the strings in the background immediately without me. Oh my gosh. Makes in the top lane. Drake Hero in the jungle. Pilot, now Piloto, excuse me. That is not his picture, though. We need to swap that one out. And Macau and Cavallo in the bottom lane. Effectively, a lot of young players. Not all rookies, but all first and second year players. And then old man Macau, who I think literally is 30 years old at this point.
That's 80 in League of Legends terms, Hank, I think.
Yeah, he's a fossil as far as we're concerned. And we're also right into draft. So let's get right into it here.
Oh, wow.
Varus, Orianna, Rel picked up immediately. We've seen the Varus Rel combo picked up a lot by teams. But this is the first Jhin we've seen, I think, in CBLOL this year. I actually don't know if he was picked yesterday, but it's certainly the first Jhin we've seen today.
Let's see. I'll have to double check that as we go through. I don't see it currently on the stats sheet. So yeah, it might be the first Jhin. We did see some Jhin in LCS yesterday. I was there for opening day, and I thought the pick looked all right. It did not end up winning the game, but it was piloted to great effect. A lot of team fighting, however, on both sides. You've got good initiation coming through from the Rel with a lot of good follow-up. Varus, Orianna. Furia, they can go a lot of directions with this composition. Tank in the top lane, I think, would make the most sense, but Destroy might have something else up his sleeve. On the other side, Liberty, likewise, lots of range, lots of team fighting. I think they've got a bit more zone control when compared to a more all-in style for Furia. But again, still a lot of directions that they could go. The one caveat that I will add, maybe wanting to pack a little bit more damage. Jhin, Xin Zhao champions that can do a lot. Do not get me wrong, but not quite to the same level as that big Azir in the mid lane. A lot of the damage responsibility going to be on Pilot, who did have a pop-off performance yesterday. The only player that has gotten to Pilot LeBlanc so far.
Yep, it was a big part of that win. Makes actually got MVP in that one, excuse me. But yeah, a lot of damage for Liberty, a lot of zone control, and there's the Pike for Zai. It got banned out last time,
yes,
but he is back on his OTP. And the Aatrox will be locked in blind here, so you still do have counterpick for Liberty and Cavallo in the top lane. That I feel like is obviously not going to be locked in. If it does, I was going to say something vile, but I'm not going to actually follow up on that promise. But look, Zai on this on this Pyke. Now, Pyke Varus, how do you read that bottom lane? Or is it really not even about that kind of bottom lane combo? Is it just, look, the guy's on his OTP, and you've got an unimpressive lane?
Well, I think it's both, because Pyke Varus, so much damage, so much CC coming from both these guys. Anyone can get one shot by these two champions alone. And Zai on the one trick as well. I just love this pick so much. It's so aggressive. It brings more and more initiation. We talked about Furia. They can go a lot of different directions with this comp. Well, how about all the way into your backline? Aatrox coming through as well. Destroy going to be trying to dive. Furia wants to run forward, and champions like this Xin Zhao and the immobile Jhin can be very vulnerable to these displacements. Xin Zhao in particular, a champion that relies so much on using his ulti for zone control. But if he's getting pulled back in, can really make things difficult. On the other side, I think Liberty has themselves a very standard composition, right? Makes just going for the Renekton handshake into the Aatrox, infamous R5 Renekton. I've got to be honest, though, 4x4. I don't know if it's blue side talking or what. We have had so far 8 blue side wins, but I'm loving this Furia draft. I just feel like they have one clear objective, which is go in with Zai leading the charge on his signature champ.
Yep, that's I think where you're gonna ask the advantage to be created from, and especially because that red side is so much more gankable, right? Wouldn't be surprised to see Mir again just turbo focus that bot lane. You've got a lot of opportunities to gank, like you said. The Jhin extremely immobile, just leaves a lot on Cavallo's shoulders, right? As far as counter ganking. Now, as far as kind of your anti dive, if Drake Hero's there at the right place at the right time, can get a good ultimate off, a good crescent guard off, maybe that can dissuade something. But again, it just feels like Liberty's draft is going to be on the back foot in the early game.
Yeah, and I think it really just comes down to Liberty just doesn't quite have as much damage as Furia in their composition as a whole. Whether or not it's in the early game or the later stages of the game, they're going to be, like I said earlier, playing a lot more to control zones, play a little bit slower, and make sure Furia is not able to get the game plan that they want. But at basically all stages, I think that Furia's comp is just going to do more, and I'm really looking at this mid lane matchup for Liberty to be the important one for them. Obviously, you got to protect this bottom lane. You got to make sure you're consistent in the top side. But I think Pilot, once again, needs to have a pop-off performance now on this Azir, because as I alluded to earlier, so much of their damage is going to be coming out of this champion. And we've seen already across all regions, as well as CBLOL, how much a fed Azir can do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason this champion is as strong as it is. We are loading onto the Rift here. When already Drake Hero has taken a ton of damage, and he has blown his flash. So even less in favor of the early game for Liberty. Gonna be fighting a little bit more on the back foot here.
Yeah, and again, Furia, they're the ones that want to go aggressive. Just yet another avenue that Mir can hope to attack. And speaking of Mir, and honestly, the rest of Furia, like we said, it was a bit of a stinker yesterday. I think we unanimously voted in our predictions in favor of Furia, and they kind of got blasted by Fluxu. They do not want to replicate that formula because I think expectations are higher for this team. And even though the last split for this bottom side trio did not end the way that they wanted to, we know that the talent some of these players have. IU and Zai in particular, big expectations surrounding them. IU, a player that has been touted for his individual prowess. And once again, it seems like the votes are heavily in favor of Furia today.
Yeah, and again, look, all respect to Liberty, they put on, they had a statement yesterday, and it was Macau. I think I saw a graphic that it was Macau's first win in CBLOL in literally a year. So, you know, credit to old man Macau. Got himself a win here. And they hit level 2 immediately. Cavallo gets a nice hook down, able to get the W down for the root, and Zai has to pop, actually, just the flash.
And that's really nicely done, though, by the bottom lane of Liberty, getting that level 2 first, forcing the Pyke and the Varus back, because in this straight up 2v2, the Jhin Nautilus should be fairly serviceable. Nautilus is a very good pick into this Pyke, has just so much lockdown, and Pyke, for as much damage and as hard as that he can go, he's not tanky. So if you're able to lock him down, so much kill threat on him. And I do like how you bring up the point about Macau as well, a player that has so much legacy here in the CBLOL. Honestly, 4x4, most of it before my time passing the CBLOL. That's how long he's been around. But player that, you know, you want to talk about individual prowess. Well, Macau has hit some of the highest highs that you could possibly hope.
Multiple time CBLOL champion, part of that Exodia roster that beat EDG in 2016. And like you said, a lot of the highs were before your time, right before kind of 2021, 2022. And that's part of what he's trying to recapture, right? And he has signed on to this Liberty kind of youth development project. And so often you see rosters built in a way reversed to this, right? A lot of veterans and then a rookie AD carry. No. They're putting a lot of rookies and first and second year players. And then Macau, you are Mr. Reliable, right? You are there to, if the rookies and the young players do everything right in the early and mid game, you are there to carry us into the late game, potentially. Pilot taking a little bit of damage here. But like you said, Hawk. Oh, hang on a second here. Drake Hero's in some trouble. What the heck happened there?
No Flash gets caught out. Mir and Zai. That's the problem with red side. So easy to walk in on the bottom side of the jungle, and they're able to punish NACL MVP turned to CBLOL first blood here on day 2. Nicely done by the jungle support duo of Furia.
Very good roam down by Mir and good catch out by Zai. And he's got himself his first kill. Boots and a longsword on the way. And yeah, just a little bit of tempo here for the bot lane of Furia, up about 600 gold. Meanwhile, in the top lane, just one summoner blown. That's that TP from Makes, again, reigning MVP from Liberty's win over INTZ, excuse me, in what was definitely one of the games of all time yesterday in CBLOL. What a game. Drake Hero can grab himself a scuttle here. Zai roaming up here, just goes right onto Pilot. Not sure if he meant to dash away here, just bait something out of Zai, bait a hook potentially with the soldiers going up. But either way, no harm, no foul. All done right. Let's get another look at this because we only saw the back end of this, right? And this was Zai and Mir roaming up here. And they pop the Scryer's Bloom and they see, oh, hang on a second, we've got a free kill.
Yeah, I mean, and they're simply playing off of the bounce of the bottom wave that Liberty had previously crashed. So again, nicely done to them. Zai still doing Pyke things. I like how he's the one that got that kill, essentially giving him the money to buy the extra boots on the first base and start to roam around. You already know Pyke is going to want to do. He's been caught out, however, forced to dash over the wall. Going to be completely fine. And you can see Furia now recognizing that it's not just about the bottom lane. It's not just about if you can kill Macau, but if you can get Zai moving around the map, already getting that done. And for Liberty, we highlighted this mid matchup as an important one for them. Pilot, out of mana, down a little bit of CS, Tuts laning well.
Zai goes in and forces the flash. This time out of Macau. Cavallo going forward. Mir able to get the double CC. Big chain. And while his jungler is grabbing the Void Grubs upstairs, he is going down. Oh, excuse me. I had some that came up at the wrong time.
No worries. But I will say, really nice play. Again, Fury, I'm loving this aggressiveness. This is why you put Zai on his Pyke. However, I personally believe that getting the first 3 Void Grubs is better than a kill. If you're not double killing this bottom lane, Void Grubs are so incredibly strong. The more I have watched competitive League of Legends over the last week, 4x4, the more that I truly believe that giving up 5 or 6 Void Grubs is game losing. So getting those first 3 creates such a strong pressure point on the map when the second 3 come up. Yeah, so I think that is winning in theory for Liberty by getting those Void Grubs. Of course, the Dragon does help equalize that a little bit. They're going to try to keep applying pressure to this bottom side. The game plan is clear. We'll just have to see how much Liberty can get on the top.
Yeah, let's see if they continue to, how much they continue to prioritize that. Like you said, they've got 3. The magic number's 5 of the 6, as we found out here. Destroy. Not gonna pop the ultimate. Neither is Makes. Thought that was had the makings of a full-on committal fight for both these top laners, but not the case. Void Grubs won't be around for another couple minutes here. But on the bottom lane, Furia able to grab themselves the Dragon. So they've got one condition stacking up here, and it will be a got Hex Tech Soul. I don't know. Next one's gonna be Cloud Soul. There we go. All right, so we got a potentially really fun Drake here with Mountain, Ocean, or Infernal. Gonna be really, really impactful down the line. So yes, if you lose those Void Grubs, obviously not ideal. But if Furia can get the Dragon stacking going, you've got a potentially game-changing win con there. Makes has to flash away.
And Mir just shows up to lanes, says boo, and makes people flash. That's how much playmaking there is on this side for Fury on the Change of Corruption.
Oh, beautiful combo there. Layering the CC perfectly. And this bot lane is not messing around. Give this man Pyke one more time. Find out what happens here, AD carry.
And this is the 2v2s that we were missing from Furia yesterday. IU hits level 6. No Macau has no flash. He has a cleanse. Doesn't matter. Chains of Corruption lands. Macau goes down. And IU may say, hey, you may have won some titles, old man, but this is the future.
And they're certainly going to try to keep this momentum going, not only in-game, but through the rest of the CBLOL. Because like you said, Hawk, the biggest disappointment for Furia was the fact that they fell off a cliff towards the end of the split. Zai able to land the hook here, and the Chains of Corruption changes everything. Beautiful follow-up by Zai.
Yeah, and I will say too, even though Furia as a whole, the split again fell off, didn't go the way that they wanted to. Zai and IU were making plays like this throughout. Their laning and their 2v2s were quite impressive. And despite the earlier misstep, Zai losing his flash super early on, they were not punished, and 100% kill participation on this Pyke, walking in, laying down vision. They want to continue attacking this bottom side. And Macau still no summoners, and Mir has the Magnet Storm.
Mir's got the Magnet Storm, crucial level 6 for him. Drake Hero, he's got a big ultimate as well. Hook not going to land here. Zai able to get out under the cover of darkness and deep water. All coming up for you here, Hawk, for Liberty, right? I mean, as far as the scaling for this composition, like you said, everything's going to be on Piloto, but both of the early game kind of bridges to get there, whether that's Makes the Renekton or Macau, especially on the Jhin. We'll see how this fight goes, but it's looking like a bit of a sunk cost. Hook goes wide. Man, if he would have hit Macau with that, that might have been curtains.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption barely missing, but it is Pilot first on the roam coming down from mid, but they're re-engaging. Here.
Huge engage from Mir and Macau. He gets yoinked and absolutely decimated. Now Cavallo and Drake here, all their damage is gone. They have to head for the hills. Burns the flash. Drake Hero still holding on to his. He gets hooked. Zai not able to land the follow-up CC, but IU just raining damage. Free firing. Furia up 4-0 on Liberty early on.
And I'm loving the way they are playing around this bottom side. They demand so much pressure. Pilot has consistently been first out of mid lane on the roams to slightly dissuade Furia. But as soon as he walked back into the mid lane, Furia immediately re-engaged the fight, knowing they had the 3v3, knowing it was winning, no death from below, no problem, as Mir found all three with the Magnet Storm, and they are still continuing to walk in and apply pressure to Drake Hero, who is clearing in full vision.
That's what you gotta do. Oh, at a certain point, you just gotta tip your cap. I just hope that mentally Drake Hero is still okay. Mir gonna grab himself the other 3 Void Grubs here, so that should, if all things go okay, leave the score at 3-3. He's gonna grab that first one, but you gotta get 2. Make them not be able to make your opponents not be able to get that.
This could be
5th
dangerous.
One. If Mir can grab this, yeah, this is spicy. I'm not sure who I should grab that, but I think Mir was able to smite it away. Now we've got a fight breaking out here. Mir is low. He's got the Magnet Storm for the big ultimate if he needs it. Not going to grab it. Zai able to get the hook down, but Piloto, or excuse me, Pilot as he's now known, able to get the damage down for the kill. But got the shockwave, pops it. Cavallo low on mana, not able to get himself a hook out of dodge, but Zai's got his up, but a little more damage might do it. The W comes down from Destroy. One more auto from Cavallo or from Destroy, not able to get it. But the death from below is executed by Zai. Make showing up on the TP, but just to watch everyone run for the hills.
And at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1, and Mir was able to steal away 2 of those grubs, meaning no matter what, nobody is getting the little demon babies to spawn on the towers. While all of it's happening as well, it's IU free pushing in bot. Macau cannot even step up to the tower because Furia is first back to the punch.
He can't even step up anywhere, man. That could have been really ugly. If that Chains of Corruption lands, Macau would have been in the dirt. But instead, Cavallo might have to be the sacrificial lamb here. He's super low, and Pilot shows up, but you're a little too late. He just shows up to get deleted and gets forced out of the fight. Drake Hero walking along. I wouldn't be surprised if his health bar disappears. Macau, one more auto into Mir, able to get another auto down, but Mir's going to get the kill out of Cavallo. Drake Hero, it's all going poorly for Liberty. They grab a kill, but my goodness, Hawk, at what cost?
Yeah, and you know, we could say blue side this, red side that, but there's something about these sides that are clearly just making Furia play like a great team, because you can't teach how to play an early game like this. The way they have put their foot on the gas pedal and not allowed Liberty to breathe. Clearly, Liberty are a bit flustered by the pace that this game is playing at. And even though they have traded back a couple of kills on Demir, this bottom lane is going so heavily in favor of Furia. Both of their laners up a combined 2.5 thousand gold. IU and Zai popping off here in game number 4 of the day.
Yeah, and the gold diff for them, I mean, you see on the bottom of your screen, right? I mean, effectively, the entire gold difference is because of them, right? You've got a couple hundred elsewhere, but they're each 1,000, 1,500 ahead of their lane opponents. It's just been that kind of game for this bottom lane. Like you said, Hawk, you cannot teach how to play this aggressively. And look, Zai, he's just a menace on this champion, man. And it isn't all because of the Pyke, right? If he was on a different champion, maybe he probably get something done similarly, but maybe it's the Pyke just allowing him to play a little more confidently, because this Zai, we've been watching Zai for about a year and a half-ish, right? When he's playing like this, he looks like the future, right? Then all the hype seems justified.
Yeah, but of course, Liberty, they're only down about 3,000, 2,500. They've still got ways back into this game. A lot of pick tools on their side, particularly between the Nautilus and the Jhin, that can come through from long range. And Mir is really the only one that can soak that up. If you're able to find something onto a flashless Tuts, a flashless IU, and take them down, all of a sudden this game could potentially get turned around. Meanwhile, Makes is winning out in the topside matchup as well. So there are some avenues that Liberty can still hope to play through.
And up for this Dragon, right on Scuttle Vision. But I mean, any fight that Furia wants to take, they know that they're probably going to win. Guys running interference. That hook barely misses. Soldier at the ready. Cavallo looking to push in here. Just 2 to 3. So there's a Void Grub still that wasn't picked up, I guess, if that graphic is correct. Dragon goes down. Not opting to push that advantage into any sort of dive. Furia just very, very slowly getting ahead here. You see the gold difference there in terms of barricades, turret plates. I just read the Portuguese word in English. 500 gold. So still accounting for a decent chunk of the difference here. Gold going up a little bit here. Hawk, let's shift that focus to Liberty because, like you said, they were only down a couple thousand gold. But right now, again, it's just all on Pilot.
Yep. And I do think we are getting to that stage of the game where it's like, all right, we've got the Azir, one of the most powerful champions on the patch. Pilot, what can you do? He had a monster performance yesterday on the LeBlanc that allowed them to find their first win of the season. He needs to come up big again. Has the Nashor's Tooth 1-0-1. Not really down when compared to his opposite number. It's really just in the bottom side of the map. I do want to point out, hold that thought, though. Might be a bit of a skirmish around the mid lane and the Herald.
Oh my goodness, Pilot's in trouble here. Has to use the Shurima shuffle to get out of dodge. Gets out of there, but not by much. Destroy. Almost with that Sundered Sky. Just ripped the little birdie's head off.
Collapsing.
Hang on a second here. Now Zai gets hooked after the ultimate. And over the wall, here comes the ultimate from Mikau. Big damage, big ultimate. Zai trying to get in, get a little bit more CC down, but Makes is going down. Another big ultimate from Mir. NA Talent does it again.
O's Talent does it again as Amir comes up big time right there. Sure, we'll claim him. NACL Talent, LCS Challengers Amir. That's my MVP right there, baby. It's a 3-man Magnus Arm followed up with death from below as Liberty. They try to take the even fight, but you're diving straight into that Fed bottom lane, and they get punished. Herald going the way of Furia as well, and those are the kind of plays that can really help break a game open. First tower goes down as well, and look, I can see the idea. Tuts still does not have flash for just a few seconds, barely comes up in time, and then they're into the Magnetstorm, Shockwave, and then Zai cleaning it up with the ulti resets. And I mean, Liberty, I get it. Like, it makes sense. You're trying to find a pick, but when you're going into this super, super strong bottom lane, it's just so dangerous because we now have seen on full display how much damage they can do very, very quickly.
Yeah, when that combo hits, my goodness. I mean, yeah, the Chains of Corruption, Tuts with the Shockwave, and you see, I mean, just ever since that Rel Jungle rework, what the Magnetstorm can do for setup, for Varus, for Nico. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's just like you couldn't set it up any easier if you tried.
Yeah, truly. And Mir, after a tough game yesterday, he may have the only 2 deaths on his team, but I would say they're good deaths, 4x4, as he died getting the Void Grubs, died getting fight started, and he's got 8 of 10 kill participation. Zai, 90% KP. He's even going to be the one to drop into the Corvette and crash it into the tower. Make sure that that one goes down, and Furia, they should be able to seamlessly transition this pressure through Liberty's jungle, take that bottom lane turret, and continue to press their advantage.
Well, let's see who's going to come up with a vision around this. Well, actually, the Dragon's not going to up. We'll be up for another minute 20, but Tuts able to grab the tower on the bot side. He's responsible for 2 of these 3 towers that have been taken down here. Hang on a second here. Makes them destroy both pop.
TP behind.
Yeah, flash available here for destroy. Mir showing up, and that's going to... They say, nope, I don't want any part of this anymore, and now they're just going to collapse on him. Let's see what the rest of his team does. Looks like they're just going to kind of leave him out to dry. There's not much to do here, really. Guy grabs another kill. He's got himself 4 kills and a 89% kill participation. That's a quick math for those of you who can score at home.
Oh, hold on, though. Destroy has no ulti. Half HP under this tower. There are objective bounties on it, Cavallo.
Yep, very nice. Lead with the ultimate, then with the hook. Oh, very nicely, man. Oh my, he doesn't even have Merc treads. That was impressive how quickly he got out of that. Cavallo needed to pull the trigger on that hook just a little bit.
What do you lose?
There. Zai just toying with his food. Gets Mikhail. Zai, stop it. Just because he's older than you doesn't mean you have to beat the snot out of him.
Liberty, they get a kill in response. They get both the TPs and they will get an objective bounty, but they lose a kill, 2 to be exact, in response, and it's gonna be a tier 2 getting taken on the top side of the map. Ultimately, I would say it's fairly even. I think the really big story is that Furia invested both of their teleports into that play to not really win out. Maybe that opens the door for Makes to make a big play and get their team back into the game. With another tier 2 falling, though, it's just more and more map control in favor of Furia. You were talking about vision around this Dragon 4x4. You know, the vision may be in favor of Liberty, but I think the control, there's no question that Furia are the ones that have agency over this objective.
No, it's certainly seeming like it. I mean, and they're just well on their way to keep snowballing this. 8,000 gold at this point for Furia. That's how much they're ahead. This game is looking not quite done and dusted. Look, this is the greatest region in the world, but man, Furia, they have just, I mean, what they were able to accomplish in the bottom lane and just accelerate that around the map. Mir, a phenomenal second game from him. You know him as Arthur, and Liberty know him as the Korean Devil because he's just everywhere, setting up plays left and right for this Furia squad. The Panthers on the verge of a pretty good win here. Look, Again, it's like when your early game bridges don't work out like this, Mikhail and Makes, they're just having a brutal time.
What is happening right now?
Yeah, go for a Hail Mary here. Let's see what Pilot can find. Just a flash. Oh, but Tuts just held that flash beautifully. And Zai gets another kill because that's kind of what he does. Make that 5-0-7 for the former Pike one-trick pony. That is just what he does. Toots running for the hills here. IU will be able to help him out. Drake Hero trying to go in for the solo. IU, okay, I've actually got the big shutdown there for Drake Hero. Not sure that's exactly who you wanted to go on, but hey, the guy's on one item, so just give him all the help he can get. Mikhail, jeez Louise, poor fella.
If you don't like that, you don't like CBLOL League of Legends, because 404, I'm sure you were making a great point about Mirror, but I was really distracted by the fact that IU was running at Mikhail in his own base, who was ulting to clear the wave. Tuts was like at the enemy red buff, half HP, and Furia still won out on the play. I have no idea what just happened, but that's just how we do it here in Brazil, baby. As now Furia onto the Baron. Drake Hero is going to be alive in 5 seconds, but obviously no teleport given that he's the jungler. Pilot does have the damage, however, to dissuade the play. So, hey, small wins. You take them where you can get them if you are Liberty.
Yep, amen. Yeah, like you said, there was a lot going on for a number
don't do
of
it, Cavallo.
reasons.
Don't do it. Okay.
Yeah, he thought the better of it. The angel on his shoulder won out and was able to shut the devil up. Yeah. Said, nope, hex flash that way. Please do not go in.
That would have been the highway to hell right there, I think, for Cavallo if he hex flashed into 4 people in that push.
Yes. So bad. It would have been so ugly. 15-5, 8,000 gold up. Furia on their way to a much-needed bounce-back win here. Mir grabbing himself a Trailblazer and a Zeke's here. I guess when you're stomping by this much, you don't need to kind of go as much of a true tank. Rel has always been a bit more supporty. She hasn't quite built full true tank at times. I don't know, the Trailblazer, to me, it doesn't feel all that strong, but like, I don't know, if you are just the hard engage, I built it on Rakan once. It was fine. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, so I actually have not built many of the tank items. I'm not sure how I feel about Trailblazer yet. I will say I love Zeke's. I think Zeke's is actually really underrated on this patch. Champions like Malphite or Rel that can hold you into their ultimate, the Rakan as well that you mentioned, like, I think Zeke's is a very, very powerful item and one that people are going to see the value in as the patch progresses. The other one, like I said, not quite as sure about my opinions on at this moment.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to develop as champion balance gets... Come on, man. Mikhail just came back. He just got his win. He's feeling so good about himself. Mir in with the Magnet Storm. Actually, big ultimate there from Drake here, preventing Zai from getting in. And now Pilot maybe has a chance to turn this fight around. Liberty looking all right here. Makes, gets the stun down onto IU, but is able to auto-attack him to death. Maybe Furia have a way back into this one. Even though IU gets his, the rest of Liberty get theirs onto Mir. IU, wait, is he going to turn this around? Cover what I do it. IU is the future.
That's why we were so hyped about this AD carry. when he roll swapped last split as he flashes into 3 on but a sliver of HP and finds 4, count of 4 kills in that fight. 10-0-4 now on the Varus. What an unbelievable play by the AD carry of Furia to save the game.
What a play. That was unbelievable. Yeah, no, because like you said, that was save the play and maybe save the game. If Liberty gets
they had lost their advantage. They had lost their advantage until IU cleaned up those kills fully. I mean, unbelievable.
Oh, we're gonna get another look.
Yeah,
at
let's watch again because I mean, so I see the play. Liberty, they're saying, hey guys, desperation Baron. Let's just see what happens. Macau unfortunately gets picked off early, but Furia, we've seen it so far this game. They want to be together on these engages. They want to make sure they're layering in all their damage. But Zai gets so instantly turned on, really nicely done by the duo of Liberty. And okay, 2 picks already went down. So after all that, after everything that they did to almost bring it back, IU closes the door, and now it looks like they're getting shut down.
Yeah, and now it's not even just desperation that has gone wrong. It is just Furia pressing their advantage, bullying Liberty out of their own jungle. The kind of things you should be doing if you just won a momentum-crushing fight like that and happen to also be up 10,000 gold and have a Baron buffeting the winds at your back. Feels really, really good, to put it mildly. 2,000 gold on the Baron power play, and it feels like it has barely started, Hawk. Look, I'm not even going to do the whole, okay, what does Liberty have to do here to come back? Because we've already beat it to death, right? It's Pilot. And the fact that...
Hey, he's 5-1-2. He's popping off.
But I just don't know how, like, I mean, with... You're relying on a pick. I feel like you're relying on Zai or IU getting a little too cocky, stepping a little bit too far forward, because the vision as well, right? You can't start these fights blind. I don't care how much damage Pilot does.
You know, 4-4, we can talk about, oh, what could Liberty do to win the game? This, that, the other thing. They're down 12,000 gold. This game is absolutely cooked. Unless, like you said, Furia does something very, very egregious. Which, hey, look, we are casting the best region in the world. It would not be CBLOL if we didn't have what should be a stomp last 40 minutes. So maybe it could, but I mean, Furia, they have definitely had control of this game from minute 1, despite the heroics around the Baron. They should be able to close this one out pretty cleanly with this Baron, using the cannons to just try to knock down these towers. They want to try to sync up the waves, make sure they can crash at the same time, force Liberty to divide their resources in a way that they are simply not able to.
So it's in Mir and IU, I guess, on this on one lane, and then it is Destroy, kind of an underratedly really good performance on the Aatrox, 2, 2, and 4, just doing what he needs to do, and crucially, just shutting Makes down, right? The fact that Makes wasn't able to get anything going, that is credit, yes, to Mir, but also to Destroy. And Zai just kind of roaming from mid lane to bottom lane, looking for a pick, looking for someone out of position to try and get the pick and get the numbers advantage to try to close this game out and just slam the door shut like IU was doing before him. Gonna play it a little safe here. Grab themselves a Hextech or a Chemtech Dragon, excuse me. Gonna grab themselves Chemtech Soul here pretty quick. And then one last push, dot some I's, cross some T's, get ready for Pain versus Loud.
And they are going to take their reset and everything beforehand. 4-4, they got the soul as well. Like you said, crossing some T's, dotting some I's. But, I mean, I do want to take a step back, talk about what this game means. First of all, if Blue Side wins every game this weekend, every single team in the CBLOL will finish week 1, 1-1. And assuming Furia is able to close this out, all we need is for Pain to continue the Blue Side success, and that will be the case. So I think that might be the dankest timeline here, is every single team finishing week 1, 1-1. But on top of that, what a bounce back this is for Furia after what was a tough game yesterday. And for Liberty, they looked great in their win. It was a bit of a banger, you know, against the INTZ, who also played another banger today. But, you know, it was a really solid win against what we were expecting to be a pretty solid team. Liberty, I think the expectations were not as high for them. So coming out the gate swinging was big. Getting put in their place a little bit, unfortunately, today, though. And they're going to want to go into week 2, you know, feeling good about a 1-1. But wanting to do better.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how kind of, as we, you know, after we sit down and kind of digest these results, look ahead to week 2, how much my opinions of these teams really do change. I think for some teams, they've changed a lot. For some teams, maybe not so much. I think Los Grandes, for me, are a team that I've probably got to eat some crow on. I think they looked really, really sharp. Cabby, that dude is the truth. He's looked really, really good. C's had himself a very good game on the Sejuani as well. Furia, for something here. Macau almost able to get the W down. Zai looking for a hook. And the follow-up CC. Destroy and Makes going at it in the top lane. The Baron buff is very much gone. It's not going to be up for another 2 minutes here, so it's just about Furia looking for an overstep here, or if Zai catches someone out, Cavallo, very nice hook. Kind of incidental there that it happened to save him. Destroy has to pop the World Ender. Zai looking for a follow-up. Oh, got Pilot somehow. Good lord.
But Pilot has a sliding glide, able to get out, and they're now trying to dive. Makes low. They want to end the game right here, right now. Minions are gone, however. They back away.
Just absorbing body blows. Liberty's bending, but not breaking yet. But Zai has found his way into the base, and Cavallo and him are just, they're just trading hooks at this point. See who's able to start the fight first. Hang on a second here. Destroy may have bit off more than he could chew. Was able to flash away. Almost dashes away from the W from Macau. Even then, don't know if the follow-up would have been enough. So another minute and change until the Barons. So, but still, yeah, Furia opting to play this one safe. And if anything was going to get the better of them, right, it would be just that kind of foolish, I mean that in the nice, not a fool, young foolishness, right? Just getting a little bit over your skis, and potential communication issues coming back to haunt you, right? With Destroy, with Mir, because when it was just 5 Brazilians, great, that's all fun and games, that's all great. When it was these 3 and Goot and Batao, right, the communication issues are non-existent. With 2 Koreans here, they have played great, just phenomenally. And yeah, look, I think, again, Liberty, maybe not the best measuring stick, but this is the Furia that we want to see.
Definitely. And to talk more about what we're expecting from this team going forward, I think this was a bit more in line with how we wanted Fury to play this split, right? Really heavily towards bottom lane, IU and Zai getting unleashed, and Mir being heavily involved as a gank presence on the map. But I will say, Destroy, I've not been super impressed on the Aatrox so far. Would want to see a bit more from him going forward, as Liberty, they're getting caught out by Fury on the top side.
Yeah. Mir going to grab himself his 3rd kill of the game, 3-3-13 on this rel. Grabbed himself an Abyssal Mask. Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that, actually.
I mean, it's just going to power up the damage that Tuts is able to do with the Magnastorm Shockwave combo. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you're this far ahead. You don't need the defensive utility. Destroy, though, buying time for the rest of the team. 4v5 in the base. This should be it.
Makes able to dash away. Drake hero in, pops the ultimate. Macau trying to rain hell from behind the inhibitor, but it's just too little too late. My guy's at 2.5 items and just a hope and a prayer right now. Destroy's going to eat a couple of hits here, and so is Mir. 1 tower goes down. Makes is just trying to heal up off minions. That's the place in the game that we have gotten to. They should be GG's unless Liberty have a miracle in the big Shockwave Magnastorm combo. Like you said, Hawk, that's why you build the Abyssal Mask and make it basically a one-shot. GG's. Furia move on. They are 1-1 here. Blue side 9-0. They come up with a huge win against Liberty, righting the ship so far in 2024.
And 29 kills in 31 minutes for Furia. That's the story. That's the aggression that we wanted from this team. Zai getting the signature champion, and Mir setting up the dunks. Beautifully done by Furia to bounce back and continue the 100% win rate that we have here on the blue side. And for Liberty, some bright spots. Pilot, you know, early lane went pretty even with Tuts, but later on in the fights was doing a lot. Unfortunately, in the bottom side and the jungle, the entire map really just fell apart. But maybe some potential glimmers of hope in the solo lanes, and still managing to find a win yesterday. To, again, every team right now in the CBLOL has a chance to finish this week 1-1.
Oh, it's a little bit silly here. Yeah, we might have 2-0, 8 teams at 1-1, and then an 0-2 team, or we're going to have 10 1-1 teams when Pain vs. Loud comes up on the other side. But like you said, Hawk, look, there are things to take away from Liberty. They were put on the back foot very, very early. And Zai, credit to him, because so often you see a Pyke go 5-0 early on and then do nothing with it. And it's not that he kept racking the kills up for himself, but just disrupting, right? Working his way around vision, keeping the pressure on him and Mir. Were establishing vision everywhere they went. So they went nowhere blind, and they were catching people by surprise again and again and again. I think it looks worse because we have spectator vision, right? We're casting, and you go, how do you keep getting caught by that? But if you're there, like if I'm playing for Liberty, I'm thinking, dude, I can't breathe. I feel like I'm just getting choked out of this game, and I get hit by pike hook after pike hook after pike hook.
And I do want to give Liberty some credit as well, because they never just rolled over and took it either. They almost brought the game back at that Baron. I mean, it took some insane balls from IU to flash into 3 people and clean up the fight to prevent any sort of comeback from happening. And they did try. They tried to find picks, and even though it wasn't their day, they were still going for stuff. And on the other side for Furia, a very dominant win. The only thing I would maybe say for them, that game should probably not have lasted 31 minutes. They maybe could have closed it out sooner, but dominant nonetheless. I do think the story was how good Mir and Zai looked working together. If that duo can link up, my NA talent in Mir, then yeah, Furia might be a scary team moving forward this split.
I hope so, man. I mean, if nothing, if you like NA talent, OS talent, Korean talent, Brazilian talent, you've got a lot of things to root for on this Furia roster. I think there are a lot of people in a lot of places that would be very, very happy, us included, if this roster was able to continue the momentum that they had for a second, but couldn't quite harness as the split rolled on last split. That's going to do it for us on this game. We got one more to go. Pain versus Loud. Clásico das Multidões. It's going to be a spicy one. It's going to be great. No matter what storylines you're here for, the returning champions, Titan on his new team with his handpicked support, the 10-0 blue side curse. Whatever you're here for, we're here for it too. Don't go anywhere.
to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last die. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Can we bring to fall the giants?
The biggest modern rivalry in Brazilian League of Legends is going to write another incredible chapter today, or at least we hope. The stakes on the line are huge, bragging rights, new teammates on new teams, but this rivalry is as old as time, and of course, if Pain do their job and take down Loud, we will get the most blessed timeline. A 10-way 1-1 tie in the standings, and Blue Side 10-0 in CBLOL to start. With all that and so much more to talk about. A couple minutes before we take kickoff draft, I am 4x4. That handsome gentleman to my side is Hawk. Let's get the rosters up on the screen. Pain Gaming, they're on the blue side, so they've got all the pressure on them. Wiser, Karaoke, Dinketo, you know those names because they were on the same team last year. Titan and Curry. This is a bottom lane that didn't look great. Yesterday, they kind of got smacked around by Red, but this is, for some people's money, the best AD carry in Brazil, and in his time was the undisputed best AD carry in Brazil. Curry is someone that he played on with Red for half a split about a year and change ago, I want to say, and for the time they were together, they looked amazing. That was the condition that Titan wanted. He said, if I'm joining Pain for Delta, I don't want any of that. Give me Curry. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but also not a lot. That was kind of how the negotiation went down. And Hawk, I mean, this is last chance saloon for this Pain roster, right? They've kept the top side. They subbed out B-Voy and Pro Delta for Titan and Curry. They're going for everything.
You know, and 4x4, I think we're saying it was last chance saloon, last split, where after runner-up, after runner-up, after runner-up, Pain once again, they keep the top side, but it is a completely different bot lane, to your point. And Titan, as you say, coming in. And like you said, for many people's money, maybe the best AD carry in the region. Did not look like it yesterday. This bottom lane got ran. However, like you so aptly brought up, the status is there, and the expectations are certainly there for Pain Gaming. And, you know, hey, red side bottom lane, impossible to win. You need blue side bottom lane to do it. So Titan and Curry definitely in a good spot to hopefully bounce back and live up to those expectations and not allow their team to become the sole possessor of last place here in the CBLOL. But, you know, 4x4, I also think we'd be amiss if we're talking about bottom lanes to not talk about who is on the other side, because what a game they had yesterday.
We would. Beautiful transition. Thank you, host. Thank you, producer. Robo, Croc, Tidones, Root, and not Seos. It is Redbert from last place to a potential first place roster. That big smile on his face is not going away anytime soon. He is on Loud here, and he is back with what should be a winning org. He won the CBLOL title in 2020 as a member of INTZ, and he is back on a winning roster. What a game they had. You're right, Hawk. I mean, Loud, usually they look like they are kind of, in the beginning of the split, even when they've looked their strongest in hangover mode to start after international competition, after a long layoff. Man, they just ran kaboom yesterday. They looked phenomenal, and Root and Redbird. What a performance by the both of them. And the rest of the team did Loud things. This team is, look, I still, all respect in the world to Redbird. He, for my money, again, one of the 3 best supports in the region. Seos, for my money, still better.
Yeah, but Redbird, though, had the better day yesterday, right? I may have been on Nami duty, but had the highest kill participation on the team. 13 of 15 KP for Redbird yesterday on that Nami, piloting it so effectively, making a really strong debut, because I do know there were a lot of questions about how Loud would function without Seos, because it felt like he was such an instrumental piece of that puzzle for Loud for the last few years. Clearly, he was not the only piece. He was not the piece de resistance, as Redbird has so beautifully swapped in. And even though it was a last place finish, last split on Kaboom, as you already mentioned, he's definitely a player accustomed to winning. And for the top side of the map, it was also a pretty good look as well. Croc able to get involved on the Xin Zhao. Robo, I don't know, it was a Robo game. he did all right.
But to your point, I mean, there's a lot of stars on this roster, right? Anyone can be the hero on any given day.
And that's what makes him so dangerous, right?
They know they're literally a 5-headed monster. And you see on the bottom right of your screen there, the Pain Zech is the loudest, most, we'll say, influential fan base in Brazil. Only 3 titles for them, right? They're in a 3-way tie, I think, for third. But you wouldn't know it based on how their fans show up and show out every single week for this team. Let's get the predictions up on your screen. I don't know if you saw the CBLOL, the official Portuguese predictions, but it was about 50-50. And Hawk, that's kind of what we've got here. You and I both think Pain. I thought about changing this prediction from day to day. This is what my prediction was on Friday night. This is what my prediction on this here beautiful Sunday morning. How has your thought process kind of changed, if at all, based on your prediction on Saturday and Sunday?
Well, yeah, and it is really interesting that you talk about changing thought process, because like you, I just did my predictions before I left for LCS yesterday, and then that was it, and and then I left them. But Loud, I feel like, came out the gate swinging a lot more than even probably the Loud predictors really expected. I mean, we even last year saw Loud in both splits start pretty weak in both regular seasons before really scaling in to the back half as well as the playoffs and becoming obviously the best team of Brazil, winning everything throughout the year. Whereas for Pain, I was expecting, honestly, a bit more yesterday. I think the bottom lane really just laid an egg, and I'm hoping that's all it was. Hey guys, we got destroyed. Let's just not do that again, which is something that we have seen from Titan before. I think the big question for me is going to be whether or not it becomes a habit, because I think on paper, I feel like I like the Pain's direction with this roster, and as long as their bot lane is able to live up to expectation, I think they should be able to do it. But Loud, again, looked so strong yesterday.
They look really, really good. And I mean, the bottom lane is kind of the, especially because we've got shiny new toys in the bottom lane, right? This is the same roster, 10 out of 10, except for that bottom lane where we've got 3 swaps, right? 2, the bot lane sold out wholesale for Titan and Curry. And then in the bot lane, swapped out Seos for Redbird. Maybe a slight downgrade. But what I'm looking at as well is the top lane. Because say what you want about Weiser, right? At his times, he has been an MVP. And Robo, he has his highs, he has his lows. When these two play against each other, especially the most recent time in the finals, Robo ran Weiser's bleep. He absolutely scored. It was like watching him play against me. Again, all respect to Weiser. It doesn't take away from everything he's done in this region, which is a lot. And after this split, by the way, he will have BR residency. That will complete his 8 splits. So he will not count as an import. But Robo just rocked him. Like, it wasn't even close. So I think there's a mental hurdle here as well.
And 4x4, I know you're like an old man compared to me. I believe what the kids are saying now is that Robo is Weiser's father, I think is what they say. Because, yeah, Weiser looks like the best top laner in the CBLOL when he's playing against anybody that's not Robo. And it's, I think, slightly comes down to a playstyle thing as well, where Robo is always so accustomed to really playing for that 1v1. Sometimes to the detriment of his team. You know, you sometimes can liken him to like he's the Shy of Brazil, right? Where he can be an inter, but he can also be a hero. And that is very much Robo's playstyle, where Weiser has always been a bit more of that rock in the top lane style. But man, sometimes if you bring a really big sledgehammer to a rock, you might also hurt some other stuff, but you're probably going to hurt the rock too. And that's what Robo does.
Yeah, you might swing the sledgehammer down and have it just like bounce right back off and hit you in the skull. Or you might start to chip away at it, right? Have you ever seen the reality denial Malphite?
Oh, yeah, he doesn't do anything, like the really old video. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
How did you die? You didn't kill me. I don't know what you're talking about. He doesn't do anything. No, that's what Robo can feel like sometimes. Because
that's the Robo mentality right there. He doesn't. My opponent doesn't even do anything.
Yeah, no, he'll lose a 1v1, lose another 1v1. It's 2-0 versus 0-2. But then Robo will find like the one little moment where it's like, look, I'm only down as far as effective gold, like 500 right here. That's just a component. I've got one summoner advantage. And like you said, playing for that 1v1, he is elite. He is the best in the business at it. And he will swing it right back. And it's like, all right, cool, 300 gold bounty. I'll take that. And now the game's over for you.
And there's a reason why Robo has not just become the winningest top laner in CBLOL history, but also the winningest player in the history of the region. I mean, he has just so consistently been so dominant. It feels like no matter what happens, no matter how much he may run it or carry games, Robo always shows up when it matters. And funnily enough, I feel like that is oftentimes not in the regular season. Like I said yesterday, it was fine. I think he was the least impressive member of Loud on the day, which it's hard to be more impressive than the way your bot and mid performed on the day, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, and Weiser has sometimes been able to get Robo in those regular season games. It's really just when those chips are down in the best of fives that Robo has shown up big time. But I do want to take a step back as well. We've still got a bit of time while we're waiting on the draft. Let's talk a bit about draft, because that has been really influential. I mean, when you're talking about blue side now having a 9-0 win-loss, there's got to be something about not just like the way the map is terraformed, right, but the picks themselves that are allowing these blue side teams to have a big advantage.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it feels kind of, maybe I'm connecting two dots that maybe aren't meant to be connected, but in my little monkey brain, it goes, well, it's the early season. There are some things that are clear OPs, right? And if you have clear OPs, in theory, that should favor blue side, right? If you're talking just pure kind of draft theory, right? If red side, they can ban out the OPs, they can ban out Ashe, Kalista, Rumble, you're still going to get your hands on some picks that are just like, look, the way it is right now with Nocturne and stuff like that, this, experimental Hexblade, there are certain things that are just that slight bit better.
Yeah, and something I've been noticing as well over the last week of watching other regions as well as CBLOL yesterday is there is not a ton of power in counter picks, at least yet in the meta. And I don't know if that comes down to like teams haven't exactly labbed their counters yet, or it's just a very blindable meta. But it feels like in every single role, there are very, very safe blinds that are having insane impact on the game. Like, I mean, in top lane, we can talk about stuff like Udyr top that's been really showing up. Yeah. You've got like your Cassantes. We've been seeing a bit of Aatrox today. Mid lane, Azir, Ori, Corki, Nico, if you want to go down the tier list. Always going to be self-sufficient, always going to be laning fine. And then in the bottom lane as well, I mean, I have just seen specifically Varus and Ashe, which has been getting banned out in a lot of games globally, be completely unshakable in their lane matchups. I mean, we saw last game, Varus get slammed down on one, the Pike to pair with it. Even with the Nautilus counter, there was no hope in hell for the Liberty bottom lane.
No, it wasn't going to happen, right? And you can blame that on a couple of things, right? But that was the first... there's going to be second Jhin, I think, that we saw. So I think Jhin is now 1-1, if my math is correct. But yeah, Cassante 4-1 as well. And again, FNB could have won it on that one because, like that last game, it was fine until it wasn't. Yeah, but look, I want to see that from Titan and Curry as well, right? Because look, you've got two bottom lanes that at this point now they're going to go at each other's throats. I wouldn't be surprised to see that prioritized really heavily early on in draft, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kalista if it does come through, right? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets banned out on the red side, right? That and the Ashe, but I think you were going to see just a lot of priority in that bottom lane. I think you see it, blind Kalista and then 1-2 Varus Nautilus. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, the fact remains, so many power picks, so many safe blinds, and we've not seen too many crazy counters. I mean, hey, yesterday in LCS, we saw a rookie pick his one-trick Riven into the Udyr in the first game of the day. That was pretty hype. I feel like that is what I need to see. And you know what? Who has his signature champions that he loves to bust out. No matter the situation, it is most certainly Robo, and he is on the red side. Milio getting locked in. That is another champion that we have been seeing rise in presence here on 14.1. Not so much yet in the CBLOL, but in global regions, Milio paired with things like the Lucian or even just something like a Varus has been exceptionally powerful.
And it's even more powerful into compositions that like to just dive all the way in. He has so much more power. When that Q and that ultimate can be effective, that's when Milio really, really shines. He's fine without that, right? Just to kind of almost match. You see, like, Lucian Nami paired, and then, okay, you get Milio Varus, right? Just to kind of match Enchanter power. Nico, probably wouldn't be surprised if Tenones locks that in. It's a champion that he's powered very, very well. It's 2-1 so far in Brazil. That is what that means over there. Escalias on the left, that's how many times it's been picked. Victorias, the other number, that's how many times it's won. So 3 picks, 2 wins here. Azir, Rakan to take it away. You got the Lucian taken away, and that kind of takes away the Nami. That's one thing we haven't seen, though, is Nami paired with anything else, really. It's Nami and Lucian, but Milio is paired with a few more types of supports.
Yeah, and now I'm actually really curious. I mean, I would imagine Varus is the pick. Xin Zhao also very basic. I do love this Nico pick here from Loud because it dissuades an Orianna from Pain, which has been the highest prio mid lane. So then you can maybe look to target a couple more of Dinkato's signature champions, force him down the tier list. Dinkato, someone that has always had a pretty good champion pool, but it feels like he's performed the best on a certain couple of champions. Like, I think of last split, Ari was like the Dinkato master champ. You could not give that to him. So instead, they feel pressure to go for the just overall best pick, but that sacrifices the bottom lane matchup against this Kalista. They're not going to be able to get something safe like that Varus, and it's a favorable matchup for Tenones in the mid.
He's got that against the Orianna. Karaoke going to be on the Xin Zhao, another power pick. The Vi still available here to try to get into that back line. Should Croc want to grab that? Kalista paired with Renata, almost exclusively here in CBLOL, or at least today, I should say. But yeah, going to be a high-octane bottom lane. Now, what do you want to see the bans here? Because the Ashe is taken away. Could see the Xayah, I guess, but Rakan is taken away. Maybe that doesn't allow that. But Titan, he still got his hands open here.
I would like to see a Draven ban. From
okay.
Loud. I think Titan could totally play Draven into Kalista here, especially I like Draven against like Nico comps as well. They're not super long range, so Draven can play with his superior range, superior damage in the early game and really get going. Whether or not Titan wants to go that direction, I don't know, but I do think that would be a winning 2v2 for Pain. I think the Aphelios is a really interesting ban. It's a very safe and consistent hyper carry, but I feel like it would be more abusable in the lane. So I'm actually really interested to see where Pain feels that they need to, or Loud rather, feels that they need to put focus. Pain, unsurprisingly, I think they're just going to pinch jungle. I mean, take away some stuff from Croc. We've already got Nocturne Lee Sin banned out. Think the next most logical thing would maybe be like Jarvan is an option against some mobile carries.
The Jarvan, I mean, the Sejuani is an option. C's played that with the Renekton, right? I wouldn't be surprised.
Rel,
yeah, no, Rel. Wow, I'm surprised we didn't talk about that. That is the pick of kind of the last 6 months, right? Can flex it into both spots, but won't be in the support role if she is picked here. Winding the clock all the way the heck down. I wouldn't be surprised if Titan picked up that Draven, man. That's just the kind of thing that he likes to do. I wouldn't be surprised if Titan, he got his butt whooped yesterday. He comes down, literally just lays down the gauntlet and says, all right.
It would be so Titan.
Yes,
like, to ego pick in this game too after getting wrecked yesterday would be incredibly Titan, and I would love to see it. I think the pick, Cassante would be really surprising. I was about to say maybe a Jax pick. I think I've seen surprisingly low prio on it here in the CBLOL, but it is a flex pick between top and jungle and really strong on the current patch. Instead, they go for the Cassante, continuing in its 100% presence here in the CBLOL.
Ooh, the Caitlyn hover, that could be interesting. You certainly have the range advantage over the Kalista anyway. Renata with a handshake can be effective from longer ranges, but the cooldown on that is a long one. All right.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I did not really think of Caitlyn. I have not seen much Caitlyn on Season 14, so I don't really know like how strong the champion is, but I think it functions exceptionally well in this composition. Milio Caitlyn brings so much range to the table against the Kalista Renata while also having an acceptable amount of safety, so that even if they do get on top of you, you can still hope to kite it out. And it's similar to the Draven, in which it also gives Titan just a lot of agency to try to go big in this early game. Superior early game jungler in the Xin Zhao as well against the Viego means that Carioca, if he's able to influence this bottom side of the map, I think there's a really clear win condition here for Pain. For me, on the other side, Loud, I'm looking a lot at Croc and Tinones, this mid-jungle 2v2. I think they have to be able to win out and get Croc going so that they can bring their pressure down bottom side and help influence this, because in the straight-up 2v2, I think Root and Redbird might struggle just a little bit.
Well, the range is certainly going to be an issue, right? I mean, you've got a lot of power early on for sure, but again, especially if blue side continues to have that ganking advantage, right? If Carioca can find his way in, Croc, I mean, he's not, kind of your Nautilus or Sejuani kind of type junglers where you can just absorb all that pressure, really. You are trying to go the opposite way. And like you said, Croc on this Viego champion that I every time I see a Viego in CBLOL, I think of Desamis, and for not correct reasons, because he went 5-0 in a game that is seared into my head. I thought, yes, finally, we're going to see Desamis come good. All this hype around him, all this, the scrim rumors are finally going to come good. And he did nothing with it. And Fluxu lost that game, which is a microcosm of their season. Dominated early on. When in crunch time, it mattered. They fell apart. You can tell how strongly I feel about that subject. Croc, I don't have as many worries about. This man is going to go for broke every single time he can. And you've got a couple ways to play through, right? And then, I worry a little bit. How do you feel about the damage? I mean, because Nico, right, her ultimate is the crucial thing, but she does do a lot of damage.
There's a reason why that Croc and Tinones need to get going in this game. Because, yeah, if Root falls behind, it definitely gets a little bit tricky because the Cassante pick not going to offer very much later on. And I think, actually, so much of this game is, Croc is the player that we need to draw under a microscope this game. Because not only does he need to influence the early game, help out his other carry lanes, but he needs to be strong enough to try to carry the game in his own right. No tanks on Pain does mean possible resets that can come out very, very quickly if you're able to find them. But Pain, despite not having a tank, I feel like their composition is pretty safe, all things considered. So I do think as we load into the Rift, though, while we're talking about Croc, I will say, proven time and time again that he is a great jungler here in the CBLOL. I mean, obviously, he's won 3 straight titles, right? But the Viego, not a champion that I would typically liken this player to. I feel like oftentimes more on those ganking-oriented junglers. And while I'm sure he can pilot this champ, it's not one that I would typically expect.
Oh my goodness, Flame Spitter right into Robo's face. Has to flash away. It's not going to be enough. Force blood over to Carioca. Wiser might pay the iron price on the flip side. Has to flash into the Dragon Pit. Croc in some trouble now. Tinone's trying to lay damage down. Croc will go down, but not before taking his opposite number with him. 2 for 1 in favor of Pain.
And it is huge that Croc got that kill back. Otherwise, it would be even more of a disaster for Loud. But what a nice move. Wiser has the ignite. He is tired of getting bullied by Robo whenever they meet each other. And he throws down the heat in the fight, finding first blood for himself and a big advantage in the early game.
Yeah, that's going to feel really, really good here. I don't know what I guess just the 2 assists maybe wasn't enough to get himself anything other than another pot. Because I guess he probably maybe had a pot, earned it initially. But Robo had to burn the flash. Doesn't burn his TP, though, right? He doesn't have to. He's going to match that same amount of pressure, right, with Wiser coming back, TP-less. He's got to walk, so Robo opts to walk as well. Handshake not going to find its mark here from Redbird. But crucially, the kill over to Croc. He's got himself a dagger as well. Again, the snowball has started rolling here, Hawk.
Yep, and it is a nice start. Redbird, though, flashing.
Beautiful. Immediately hitting level 2. Gets the damage down. Root actually has to take a step back here. You see the range advantage that Titan can
Titan?
Root into the bush, out of the bush, gets the arrows down, and plays with it beautifully. The kill does go over to Redbird, but extremely well played by the bot lane of Loud.
Extremely well played by the bot lane of Loud, but Titan lost his damn mind flashing in right there. Misses the 90 caliber net onto Root as well. That was not what you want to see. And Titan, after a tough game yesterday, getting taken down again before the jungler can arrive on this side of the map. Now Carioca shows up to bottom lane and is going to have nothing to do as Root and Redbird are already on reset.
Grabbing themselves a couple more items here to see what he comes back with. Root with the Vampiric Scepter. Now Robo in a little bit of trouble here. Wiser pressing his advantage very, very nicely. Robo with no flash and Wiser just abusing that. Let's get a replay here. Yeah, I mean, I loved what Root was doing, playing with the vision. But yeah, you're right. Titan had a little bit of an oopsie. I think he he succumbed to the sunk cost fallacy. He said, I'm probably toast here. Let me try to take someone down with me.
And first of all, I love this engage by Redbird, right? Just take an even trade. Even trades generally favor the team that wants to go all in. Titan, you just don't need to do this. Root's low, flash, net, miss. And again, Root played it well. The moves were nice, and I want to give credit where it's due. But just a huge mistake from Titan in a situation that was already completely fine for his lane state. Throws it all away, and now this game just got a lot harder.
We might get more blood here. I certainly hope we do. Redbird able to find the handshake. Throws Curry into his 80 carry. As this rivalry gets ready to write another chapter here. It started off with fireworks. Literally fireworks as Wiser dumped the flame spitter.
Speaking
He's
of,
warming down here onto Tino's. He has no idea. Has to burn the flash here. Ignite goes down as well. Shield down from the Tino. Flashes forward to powered auto, and Wiser gets the kill.
Wow, Tino's still dying there. I thought he played that about as well as he could. The reaction time on the flash, instantly recognizing that he was in danger, but barely got tagged by the harpoon before the flash could come out. And I think that little bit of extra damage, that little bit of extra MR shred, and that little bit of a slow was the difference maker as Tino's, despite the attempt at an escape, is taken down. Wiser having a big game so far, sacrifices a bit of farm for the play, but finally gets the kill that he is owed in this early game.
Very well done, Redbird. Throws down all his abilities with the handshake to follow. 90 caliber net thrown down by Titan. Has to burn the cleanse as well. Root with the red. Another kill for the bottom lane of Loud, where one kill happens on the top side. Loud gets one right back in the bottom lane.
And here's the snowball effect of why one mistake can end up being game-breaking, right? Because not only do you give over the kill, but it ruined the overall lane state that Titan was playing with. So now, Carioca eventually has to reset and not be on your side of the map anymore. But it's at a different wave timer than they were expecting. Titan, that wave was pushing away from him while he's flashless, while his jungler's on the top side of the map, while Root has a kill. Not a good recipe against the Kalista. Nicely played by Loud to pick up another one on the bottom side. And just as it looked like this bot lane 2v2 should favor Pain and Pain should favor Pain, and Loud needs to play through the mid jungle. This is completely flipped. Mid jungle is favoring Pain while bot lane is all Loud in this early game.
Feeling really, really good. And now Pain still continuing their advantage on the other side of the map, though. Grabbing himself 3 Void Grubs. It looks like, it's, dotting the I's and crossing the T's here. Grab those first 3, and we will see exactly, where we are in a couple minutes' time. What's the respawn time between the first set and the second set? Do you know?
I believe it's 3 minutes. I would actually have to go double check that. 3 or 4 minutes. I do not think it's as long as Dragon, as Robo is going to get dove.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get dove. He does have the all out here, but burning all that magic resistant MR might not be what he wants to do. Instead, we'll just opt to take the flash out. He's going to go right back in here, though. Does go all out here. Force the flash out of Karaoke. And now Wiser takes a big chunk of damage. One more might do. It has to burn the flash as well. So look, he burned 2 flashes. He was toast anyway. I'm okay with that for Robo.
What a Robo moment. He's completely out. He was fine. And then he re-engages the fight, trying to pick up the farm. Nicely done by Pain Gaming to find the dive, still find answers on this top side of the map, despite how wrong this bottom lane is going. And as we talked about last game as well, I do value the 3 grubs over the first dragon. Dragon stacking is nice as a snowball mechanic, but those grubs can be really, really impactful as the game progresses.
We'll see in a couple of minutes here where Croc will be, right? I imagine he's not going to let those grubs go down without a fight. He's got himself a kill as well. Things have been going all Pain on the top side of the map, but Croc pretty much on even strength here at one big component apiece compared to his opposite lane here. And Redbird, man, I mean, I've been loving what I've been seeing from him on this Renata, right? He's abusing that range advantage, using the skills pretty much on cooldown, but it never feels like anything's wasted. Now, Root taking a little bit of damage here. Croc, I don't think they know where he is, but Carioca,
that's a lot of damage.
Find his way in. Titan actually gets the ace in the hole here. Redbird's got to be careful here. Maybe he can hit 6. Croc actually in some trouble here. Has to flash away. Carioca, right place, right time.
Yeah, bit of a scuff dive there from Loud. They're trying to set it up on a Titan. They do get both the flashes as well as the heal off of their opposite numbers, but a lot burn in their own right. They're going to re-engage, though.
Back in they go. Redbird, that wasn't it. I saw the vision there, but the knockup did not happen. Fate's call. Fate came calling, but not for who Loud would have wanted. Root gets tagged by the winds becomes lightning, but that will be all she wrote.
And that's a big mistake. Titan is the one that picks up the kill off of that play. So gets the Caitlyn back into the game a little bit. And despite the 2 deaths, farming pretty evenly with Root. Kalista forced to take a back. They're going to be able to crash a wave, deny some creeps. And now the bottom lane 2v2 going to potentially start to swing the pendulum back the other way. Allow Pain to go a bit more even. While again, top side still in favor of Pain. Redbird on the way with Tinones.
Yeah, they're low on mana. Here comes Tinones and Redbird. Gets the nice handshake. Very well done. Redbird's still not level 6, but the hostile takeover really not going to do much here. Pain punished for overextending. Titan will be sacrificed to the gods. And down he goes.
Redbird, that is bold of you to dance in the enemy's face after you literally just served yourself up like not 30 seconds earlier. But I respect it. I love it. That's what we get here.
I don't care about the past.
Yeah, that's what we do in the CBLOL. We BM no matter what. You got to let them know that you're getting the revenge kill right there. And it is a good rotation by Loud. They punished the overextension. Pain. They wanted to crash that wave, get the denial off of Root. Instead, they walk their mid laner down. Root collects the mid wave. Loud losing very little, getting something back.
Even game here, Hawk. Punches and counter punches being thrown, and Titan getting a kill back here in the bottom lane, and Tinones grabbing himself a kill in the mid lane. So the advantage is, right, we said Pain really making things happen on the top side, jungle control on the top side, the grubs were taken by Carioca, and then Loud answered back on the bot side, and now starting to flip just a little bit. It's a lot of 1s and 2s pretty evenly spread across the board there on your overlay at the bottom. Also, I heard that, I was also kind of not the biggest fan of this new CBLOL overlay. Apparently, immediately, no one else was either. I like a lot of things about it. The numbers are too small and squished together, but apparently the Brazilian broadcast talent have heard the feedback and are probably going to change it, so that makes me happy.
Nice. I do like how we get the individual gold differences, though, on the scoreboard, like the LEC. I like that a lot. But yeah, slightly bigger numbers might be easier. Hank, it's your old eyes compared to me.
Hey, now we've been casting a long time, and twice in 20 minutes you've thrown pot shots at me. I am in my late 20s.
I don't know why this has become a thing all of a sudden either, but I'm entertained by it. So yeah, we're going with it.
I'm in my mid 20s for 2 more months. Dang it! I turned 27 in March. Please don't remind me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know. That's how I feel. Titan, insta-cleanse, the handshake. Carioca looking for another gank denial here. We've seen this movie before. Is it going to end any differently? Well, Tinones is around, so maybe. Pinketo running down as well. 2 mid laners will meet here. Clone dropped. Tinones going to help his team out with this Dragon Redbird in the Pixel Brush. Pretty good vision here for Loud. Pain's got to be careful how they step up here.
And critically, though, the pressure on the bottom side forces a response out of Pain. Carioca not able to go get that second run of grubs. So it's actually just an uncontested and unanswered Dragon from Loud. They might try to get something back on the bottom side in the form of turret plates to try to get Titan going a little bit. But I would expect to see an additional setup around those grubs. And again, if you can deny the stack of 5 or 6, it can be really, really big for Loud.
Yeah, I was surprised that Carioca went and contested that kind of as immediately as he did, right? Maybe you thought, okay, with a 4v4.
I think he had to cover that dive. I don't know.
I guess no, you're right, covering the dive. But I think maybe after that, when it was decided, okay, we're going for the dragon, pull off, grab the rest of those grubs, right? Because now Loud have themselves an opportunity to reestablish control up here.
That is something I've noticed a lot in my year now of watching CBLOL. Is a big thing that I wish these teams did not do so much. Is sometimes it feels like they don't know what they want to do other than that they probably cannot fight for an objective. But they show up to the objective anyway because they don't know what else to do. Where even in just going and farming your jungle camps and fixing your lanes in trade for the objective is at least doing something to set up a better game state later on. But we've got to fight around this objective and they want to go.
Croc is low, almost gets hit by the ace in the hole, but a teammate tanks it. Carioca on the board here, gets the kill onto Redbird. Down goes Cassante. Robo is headed for the hills, the farm upstate. That's where he's going. Double kill for the jungler for Carioca. And now he's got himself not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. He's got himself all 6 Void Grubs.
And that is so big. Look, Pain, they might not have known what they were trying to do around that dragon, but they knew exactly what their MO was here around these little grubbies. All 6 gonna go down. They're gonna get the little demons that spawn every time they hit the tower. TP behind though, Loud, they want to try to get something back and not let the snowball get out of control.
Trying to get something back here. There goes the cleanse from Kuri. Actually allows a big re-engage here. Big ult there by the Pain import support. Helps turn the fight and keeps the score even. Actually, no, able to get the kill there onto Croc, excuse me. And now with the Herald spawning in just a little bit here, maybe Pain can keep their foot on the gas.
And Loud starting to get flustered a bit.
Yeah.
3,000 gold behind. Robo, you're not going to get anything here. Needs to be careful. Be okay. Root, Redbird, they're still looking. They do not want to fall too far behind the pace of the game, but in their haste to try to equalize, they end up giving over even more 4x4 as Pain, so nicely done. They respond as a team and do not allow anybody to go down.
Pain in control of this one. Not well on our way, but slightly on our way. The ships have been turned. The sails have been adjusted. Now we're just waiting for a nice strong breeze to push us towards the most blessed table, the most blessed standings, 1-1 across every single team. Looking really good here. Yeah, I mean, look, the bot lane hasn't gone how Titan and Kuri wanted it to, especially when you drafted yourself such a nice answer into the Kalista Renata, but Root and Redbird, I mean, Redbird especially. Root played it very, very well, but like you said, Titan had a little bit of a gamer moment when he flashed in for nothing. And Redbird, he's been amazing on this Renata. But in the team fights, it has been Pain that have been first to show up to almost everything. And they've got themselves a Void Grubs as well. They're starting up this Herald. Loud need a response here. Try to turn this game. We'll see what they go for here.
I don't think Loud should fight for this Herald. So that means Loud is going to fight for this Herald because I know this team and they are going to go. Robo trying to lead the charge.
We're trying to lead the charge. Croc gets locked up, and he gets
it.
Oh, no, he grabbed this. He got the Herald. Oh, my goodness. He was going to go down, but he wasn't going to go down without a fight. Grabbed himself the Herald, but 2 kills over to, crucially, Titan.
And see, this is why Loud should have not fought for the Herald. That is a disaster if Croc doesn't get the 50-50 smite. And even with him getting the 50-50 smite, it's still not really that good for Loud. So, I mean, nicely done. Pain, again, first to the setup, leveraging their advantage. And even though Titan a little bit behind in this game, Caitlyn, when she's set up, Melio standing behind, really, really hard to walk into as Tinones just wants to clear out this wave, maybe find a kill.
Hey, yo, hold on a second here. There goes the Comet as well. A couple more autos. Dinquero bailed out by his shield and a couple of pots. That was a little closer than I thought. I like you. I was like, is Croc somewhere I don't know? Is Redbird roaming up to commit all that? Like you said, just playing it safe, getting that level 11 cooldown, some usage for that ultimate. Very nicely done here. Let's take another look at this replay. Because like you said, I thought Croc just had a Croc moment, right? I thought we got nope Croc here, but it kind of worked out.
Yeah, I mean, they're down a couple of critical ultis, the Fate's Call as well as the All Out, and they're still trying to walk into this choke. And there's no obvious target. We talked about the relative lack of damage for Loud earlier on, and they are falling behind. Croc gets the Herald. That is huge. If they lose out the Herald, they probably lose their mid tower and even more off of it. But still trading over 2 kills makes me favor this trade for Pain regardless. Now up 4,000 gold. Dragon on the map. But this is why the Grubs are better as well. Pain should be pretty easily able to stop the Dragon stacking with a nice fight right here. And the Grubs are forever. They're always going to spawn when you hit a tower for the entire game.
Yep, it will not stop. Yeah, a fantastic, in my opinion, new addition here to League of Legends.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact
it adds another layer to the early game.
100%, 100%. I mean, you needed things to not be quite as static. I've been having a great time. This is not, look, accuse me of being a shill all you want. There are problems with Season 14. I'm having a blast.
Oh.
I have found myself excited to play some League with the boys in a way that I have not felt in a couple of years.
I am so on the same page as you for that. Look, Season 14 might not be the most balanced so far, but the changes are very fresh, and overall, I like the direction that Riot went. I think the map is interesting, not perfect. I think the Void Grubs are cool. They add another layer. And like I said, the new items, maybe you could use some work. But like,
it's early season.
Overall,
it's always going to be slightly unbalanced. You could design the best possible design of the season.
It doesn't need to be perfect.
Also that, if it was perfect, I don't know how much fun it would be. Croc yeets the Herald into that mid-tier one. Tino's in, gets a massive Pop Blossom. Can Loud turn this game around? Big ult by Karaoke, prevents the follow-up, and now the all-out goes, excuse me, the hostile takeover goes out. Wiser able to take down Root. Backline Rumble, eat your heart out. Croc gets Wiser down. Korean on Korean crime, and the fight continues. Karaoke looking for a way in. Robo gets the Intofo strikes, but now he will go down all out. Shredded the MR and armor, and he gets owned for it. Double kill for Karaoke afterwards. Make it 5 for the import jungler.
And you know what, 4x4? I think we are well on our way to that 1-1 across the board as Pain is taking it too loud in this one. The little grubby's going to help him take down the tower. They're going to stop the dragon stacking as well after 4, count them, 4 kills went their way. I mean, it looked good for Loud, but Pain, they are just team fighting so well together. A very different tune to the one we were singing yesterday.
And you yelled about it, rightfully so. How about Wiser?
Oh, man.
Saw Root, he said, kite this, and just belly slammed him.
Yeah, that was pretty illegal amounts of damage. And I love how we talked about Wiser generally getting owned by Robo, getting fathered by Robo in this matchup, because Wiser has definitely been Robo's father in this game. He's going to find another kill onto him. Robo 0-6-2 once this one likely goes down. Wiser 4-1-9. This Rumble from minute 0 where he had the invade into First Blood has been crazy.
Good golly, Miss Molly. That's why it's permabanned, man. This champ is strong. This champ is really, really strong.
Yeah. I mean, and it's funny, too. We didn't really talk about it in the draft because we had other things, but I was not the biggest fan of the Rumble pick just because I think Rumble's good, but it didn't feel the best in this comp. Clearly, I was wrong, as Wiser is just going crazy. But look at this engage by Tinones. Finds 3 members with the Pop Blossom. I think critically did not quite get Carioca. And look at the zoning of that Crescent Guard. Carioca buys so much space for the team, despite the hostile takeover. And then as we highlighted, Wiser rips the heart out of Loud. And then in the following fight, Croc just does not have enough damage left. 4v3. They're able to chase down Robo. Carioca leading the charge. This Xin Zhao pick also doing so much work. They find 4.
No, that was absolutely huge. And I think the Breath of Life, I think Curry got a nice little ultimate there as well. Now, it can't cleanse Airborne, right? Because that's the crucial thing. That's why the Nico still kind of works there. But the roots afterwards, it does cleanse. I think everything I said was a true statement.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. Then we'll move on. Really well done by him. 0-10. That is just chef's kiss. Z tier support timeline. Scoreline right there. Leandrews, you're seeing the new build there. Haunted Guys is back. It is, and back to building out of a Ruby Crystal and Amp Tome. I think nostalgia is the most dangerously powerful emotion in the world, actually. Yeah. And it can make you think a lot of dumb things, make you do a lot of say a lot of horrible, bad takes. It is comforting to see some of these old items back and some of these old components back. It makes me warm and fuzzy inside. I think that's also part of the reason, if I'm being honest, that I have liked Season 14 as much as I have. It's not all the reason. I think it's about 10% of the reason.
And I will say, I mean, there's not a ton of build flexibility yet because some items are just a little bit OP right now. Yeah. But you can already see that it does feel like people are making choices now out of the Mythic system. Your build path, not as binary. Leandry's definitely one of those items that contributes to it. And yeah, I think, again, overall, good changes in Season 14. And now the game is probably going to slow down for a bit. Pain, there's 7,000 gold in the lead. Baron on the map, no dragon for 2 minutes. I would expect that Pain just wants to play towards these dragons and on all 3 lanes just continue to choke Loud out of the game. I think Pain scaling is better. And the worst thing that they could do is flip a Baron, give it to Croc, and then lose the game off that. So why even give him the angle?
Which, look, especially with this region, especially with these teams, especially with this player, you cannot discount that possibility. That's so much damage onto Robo.
He's so strong.
What in the heck was that?
Yeah. Wiser is cooking this game very literally as the barbecue shop was opened up in the bottom lane. I like that move, though, from Loud, and ultimately they get the tower. They get what they came for, but how much do they lose? It's Pain pushing up in mid, and with the little Void Grubs, that's a 6-stack grub tower take. Titan answers.
Wiser barbecue and foot massage. Wiser barbecue and foot massage. If you don't get that reference, do yourself a favor. Look up Jones barbecue and foot massage. One of the greatest adverts of our time. Wiser opening up businesses here, setting up shop and just cooking anyone who tries to come into his path. And I mean, Leandry's already, we know that it synergizes so well with damage over time champions. This is the Rumble item. Like, Leandry's is strong. You build it on a lot of champions. You can't not build this on Rumble. And the fact that, again, we get a little bit of different itemization now. Not 2 months ago, you couldn't build Protobelt and Leandry's at the same time. Now you can. Woohoo!
Yeah, and it's cool too, because if Weiser didn't feel the need to tank Shred and instead would rather just like continue to one-shot root, which he'll probably do anyway, he could have gone for a different item as well. But yeah, that damage against this Chisante is insane from Weiser as the mid-tier 1 barely survives. Robo has everyone's favorite new magic resist item in the Kanik Rookern, whatever that means, and still got absolutely fried. So yeah, Weiser looking strong, Pain looking strong, Karaoke wanting to lead the charge. We've got the dragon spawning now.
2-1 in favor of Loud. They've got that going for them, but this 8,000 gold lead, oh my goodness, Robo has to flash over the wall. That's not going to feel very good. Look, Robo is very much in a hole, but having that one more little oops button, certainly not going to help things. Needed every single drop of that honey fruit. Set up around the vision here. Scuttle vision not established here, but Loud are the first ones of the objective. This is not Soul Point. Pain can still do a lot of damage without this. At 23 minutes, with the amount of damage that they do, Baron's an option here, Hawk.
It definitely is, especially the Loud is forsaking most of their waves. They have Tinones cleaning up mid now, and I think he's going to play for a big flank, but this one getting burned down. And in fact, he has just fully dropped the wave, going to try to join his team on the side, disguised as Robo, but Titan sniffing it out.
It feels like they're just kind of going for broke here. Loud looking for the all-in play here. Karaoke going in, and he actually gets cooked here, but swipe Robo, or Croc, excuse me, able to swipe the Baron or the Dragon away. Hostile takeover goes out, but that's so much damage coming in from Titan and Curry. Oh my goodness, Weiser gets a double. Ace for Pain. It's over. Call the coroner. We've got bodies in the bottom lane to bury.
And that almost, again, looked good for Loud. Croc finds another steal, and I thought that he might be able to kill Karaoke fast enough to reset, but he got one shot, and Dinkato partnered with Weiser. They find the AoE ultimates, a shockwave to wipe Loud off the map, and 4x4 after an insane week number 1. Barring any sort of major CBLOL shenanigans, we are going to have every single team tied for first and last place.
Yeah! Nobody wins. Everyone loses. Let's get another look at this. Karaoke went in. I thought he bit off more than he could chew here, but the damage over the top was great, and Karaoke bought himself some time, just allowed the fight to play on.
And again, Crescent Guard so strong, and look at this, barely lived long enough. Croc ends up getting the reset, but the shockwave had already come through. And, you know, you say there's no winners, there's no losers. One thing's for certain. Loud probably going to be the losers of this game, and Pain gonna feel damn good about it. You know, on the scoreboard, every game created equal, right? Everybody's gonna be 1-1. Yep. But when you talk about rivalries, when you talk about storylines, this game definitely means a bit more for Pain.
It just means more, TM. Pain is going to feel this one for a long, long time. It is going to be very, very sweet, and especially for the top lane. What a game for Weiser. 6-1-11. Yeah. Just unbelievable. We talked about it. Like, again, make no bones about it. Say what you want about Robo. In the 1v1s recently, Robo has absolutely cooked Weiser. Well, look who's holding the spatula now. Weiser absolutely monstering his arch rival here. Pain dumpstering their arch rival here, up 10,000 gold. Really haven't gotten a ton off this Baron power play just yet, but break an inhibitor down or two, and it'll all be good.
And of course, this is a team effort as well. It's not just their spatula SpongeBob in the top lane in Weiser, but Karaoke having a great game, Dinkato having a great game, even Titan, after some pretty big early mistakes, has really brought things back and is demolishing these towers as the Caitlyn. And Tinones doing a bit of a solo queue strat with a bit of the rage split, getting some objective bounties. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if these inhibitors were able to be defended anyway, but Pain picking up 2 uncontested, and now Titan melting these Nexus towers, forcing Tinones to return.
Disguising himself as a minion. Can you count? Titan, 90 caliber net out. Shirley's popped. Going forward, or are we? Maybe not just yet. Everything available. You know, Weiser doesn't have the equalizer. There it is. Thank you, Brain. Up and running. Tier 3 down.
That's one.
In the main base here. There's one Nexus tower.
Loud has to go.
Yeah, they're just slow. I mean, Titan, they can't touch him, right? Karaoke and Weiser are running interference. They have no tanks in this composition for Pain, and it doesn't matter. With the Baroned up supers that you've got coming in here, it's just a matter of time here. Playing this very patiently for Pain.
Loud, they have to go. Open Nexus. Here comes Robo.
Here we go, Robo following up on Croc. Tino's looking for the way in. There goes the hostile takeover as well. That's a ton of damage, but it's not enough. Weiser just does too much. The shutdown comes in on a Dinketo, but that will be it. GG's, the blessed timeline has been achieved. Pain take down Loud, a much needed win for them. You see the smiles on Titan's face. You know how much this means to them. Look, these two teams are probably going to find each other in the playoffs if we know what's good for us. And if the CBLOL scriptwriters know what's good for them, they're going to make these two teams match up in the playoffs. But for now, everybody 1-1.
You know, and we can joke about scripts all we want. Perhaps it is just destiny. Perhaps it is just fate that these two teams should play each other tough every damn time. But Pain Gaming, what a bounce back from them, similar to Furia just before, not shaken by their day one performance. Everybody now tied for first and last place here in the CBLOL. But again, that one definitely sweet for Pain Gaming, avenging their runner-up finish, as they have, to be fair, in previous splits, winning the first game against Loud. But still, that's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah. No, that's got to feel really, really nice. And again, I mean, if there's an MVP to give it to Weiser.
It's got to be
Weiser.
Weiser.
Had himself an absolutely monstrous game. He put Robo in his pocket. He had absolutely nothing to do with the history of... he wanted absolutely nothing to do with the history of that. But look, the bottom lane, I continue to be impressed by Redbird, right? I mean, he's looked really, really good. Root is still that guy. Tino's, he's still a maestro, an orchestrator. And Croc, he looked good as well. What are your positive takeaways here from Loud? I mean, Robo, look, he kind of got monstered, but what are you taking away?
I think Loud still had some pretty strong individual performances. I just feel like, honestly, it was a bit of draft gap. I just feel like they did not have as many win conditions in their comp, especially after that invade. Once Croc and Tino started falling behind, it is really, really problematic. And I don't think that's a game to be concerned about if you're a Loud fan. Yeah, didn't go the way that you wanted, but they should be okay. I do want to talk more about Pain, though, because I think a storyline that we're going to have to keep talking about as we go throughout this entire split is, you know, we joke about this topside trio for Pain that has had runner-up after runner-up after runner-up. And hey, it's their last chance together. They got to get a title at some point. But it's games like this where all three of them played so well. You know, Weiser is probably your MVP of the game. Karaoke would be my runner-up, and Dinketo after him. There's a reason why these three players continue to play together, and a reason why they continue to make finals. It's because they're some of the best in the region, and they know how to play alongside each other. And although that has not resulted in a title yet, there is no denying that they are the best that CBLOL has to offer.
Yep, say what you want. I mean, look, champions get remembered. Everybody else kind of slowly fades into memory, but the real ones know. The streets remember that this trio, they might go down. Even if they don't win a title, they will go down as some of the best to never win a title, alongside guys like Takeshi, who's now a caster for them, just a turtle, second place. But, I mean, what a win. What a dub. Yeah, I think, like you said, for Loud, I think another kind of thing to take comfort in is, as a Loud fan, you know that Loud does not take anything lying down. And they are going to try to fight and fight and fight and fight. They will not get bled out. So when Loud started going down, you kind of
think about it this way. Okay, think about it this way. Loud, they look pretty good to start the season. Last year, they looked pretty terrible to start the season. If they're just going to continue to get better and better and better into the playoffs, starting off the season pretty good is very, very nice for your squad.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, and yeah, there's a lot of things to like about both of these teams going forward. I, again, really hope they get to meet in the playoffs with double elim, with a slightly new playoff format. I imagine we will see them. That's going to do it for us, though. I've got a Detroit Lions playoff game to watch, a trip to the NFC Championship game to book. If you enjoy LCS, and even if you don't, guess what? If you stay here, that's where you're going. Big thank you to Rose, our producer. Thank you to RMC and Hawk for casting with me. For everyone, thank you guys so much for being here. We hope you enjoyed the madness of CBLOL. Everyone's 1-on-1, 10-0 on blue side. I've been 4x4. Enjoy the rest of your day with some LCS. We'll see you back here next week.
空高く世界に銀